Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by Huo Yang. Chapter 401-425. Hobert laughed twice. He had finally killed a sequence 5. But now was not the time to celebrate. He saw some villagers in the village approaching. In fact, when Hobert learned that the punishment knight was running back, he had already guessed that there should be at least one mercenary squad in this village. The punishment knight chose to flee immediately during the first surprise attack because he didn't feel a threat to his life. And he was, after all, a sequence 5. Looking across the entire North Continent, there were definitely no more than 20 mercenary squads with a sequence 5 as their captain. Hobert guessed that it was his pride that prevented him from asking his colleagues for help. Hobert's second sneak attack, which injured the punishment knight, made him realize that he might die in Fenaport. So he rushed back, partly to save his life, and partly to set a trap with his colleagues to hunt Hobert, who might launch a third attack. The punishment knight was a hunter, and at the same time, he was also prey. Hunters and prey always inadvertently switch places. Hobert had already guessed that he might set a trap, so after his condition had slightly recovered, he immediately launched a third attack, finally succeeding at the last moment. Hobert used the psychic wine glass's ability to accelerate the precipitation of the extraordinary characteristic. After obtaining the punishment knight's extraordinary characteristic, Hobert also noticed that the opponent's bracelet was somewhat special. Holding it in his hand, he felt that it should be a magical item. Immediately after he obtained the spoils, those villagers were already only tens of meters away from Hobert. Hobert smiled and waved at them, then disappeared into the void. The villagers first observed in surprise for a while, and when they saw Hobert had completely left, they came to the battlefield, and one of them said, "It's Irvin. He's dead." The speaker was Terence, the vice-captain of the Blizzard squad. Their captain, Victor, looked at Irvin's body for a second or two before saying, "Leave here immediately." The one who killed Irvin just now was Hobert, and the one who ambushed the Cold Knight squad in the early morning was also Hobert. Our intelligence was wrong. Hobert is more powerful than we imagined. Hobert returned to the Lord's manor, instructed Philip to find a tailor to make him a few cloaks, and then went back to catch up on sleep. He had originally planned to explore Full Moon Lake today. However, plans change, and he decided to rest well today and reconsider tomorrow. Around the Lord's manor, there were still large numbers of the town's residents. When the strong young men of the town returned excitedly and told their families everything they had seen last night, the residents didn't believe them. According to past experience, they would have to stay on the mountainside for several days until the Lord drove away the monsters with fire and traps before they could return home. But the people who went out to support the Lord yesterday told them that all the monsters in the town had been killed. The Lord had even killed a monster leader. This was unbelievable. But when they saw the monster corpses laid out outside the town, like fish caught in a net, they had no choice but to believe the young men's words. At this time, some people recalled the Lord bathed in holy light yesterday, and many people knelt and bowed at the Lord's manor before descending the mountain back to the town. At noon, Hobert finally woke up, refreshed, and found that his potion was almost completely digested. Clearly, his becoming a lighthouse yesterday and killing so many monsters once again made the town's residents acknowledge his status as Lord and support him even more. Leaving his bedroom, Hobert knocked on Furz's door, but there was no answer. He initially thought Furz had returned to Backland, but during lunch, he learned that she hadn't. Furz had gone to the town to see the monsters. Just as he had taken a few bites, Furz also returned. It turned out she had gone to draw the monsters' forms, intending to use them as illustrations for a new book in the future. Hobert glanced at Furz's drawings. They were quite vivid. Then Hobert remembered who he should ask about what these monsters were. Did they have any spiritual materials? Soon he thought of two people. One was Christine, and the other was the vampire Emlyn from Backland. The former possessed relevant knowledge, while the latter was very familiar with medicine and should have a lot of knowledge about spiritual medicines and spiritual materials. After thinking a bit more, Hobert thought of a third person, Bishop Simpson. Ultimately, Hobert decided to write to Bishop Simpson. Although he had only met him once, he could use him to build relationships and connections with the Earth Mother Church and the Kingdom of Fenaport. If they weren't familiar, then more contact would make them so. Backland, Queens Avenue. Harvey Hayden followed the crowd into the underground theater to attend the gathering held there. At 1:30 p.m., the gathering officially began. As per custom, the team-forming segment started first. A middle-aged woman in the front row stood up and said, "The captain of the Blizzard Squad sent a telegram this morning. He said that the Cold Night Squad was annihilated by Hobert, and he wants to." Boom. The murmurs in the theater immediately drowned out the middle-aged woman's voice. But very quickly, everyone was intimidated by a huge pressure, and no one dared to speak further. The source of the pressure was the old man sitting on the stage, wearing a golden mask. After order was restored, the pressure gradually disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and after about 10 seconds of silence, someone asked, "Irvin is dead too?" "Yes," the middle-aged woman said. Harvey Hayden finally recovered from his shock and then asked, "Was he killed by Hobert? Or by his father?" "Hobert," the middle-aged woman said with certainty. "Victor saw Hobert kill Irvin with his own eyes. Our intelligence was wrong. Hobert is much more powerful than the intelligence indicated, so Victor hopes I can help him find the contact information for the Prairie Wolf Squad. Victor plans to split the bounty with Steven, the captain of the Prairie Wolf Squad." Several bursts of laughter immediately erupted in the theater. In the mercenary world, there is a clear hierarchy of mission levels. Missions worth tens of thousands of pounds, for example, could only be taken by powerful mercenary squads like the Cold Night Squad. Because Hobert's bounty was too high and his strength too weak, he was targeted by 3 very strong mercenary squads. Before setting off, they had discussed in this theater which squad would launch the first attack. The Cold Night Squad debated for a long time, and Irvin even used some favors to get the opportunity for the first round of attack. In everyone's eyes, whoever got the chance to launch the first attack was equivalent to getting the £10,000 bounty. Unexpectedly, they were completely wiped out like that. Everyone was surprised, but also found it a bit amusing, which is why some people burst into laughter. Harvey Hayden, on the other hand, let out a long breath. "It seems I worried for nothing. After all, that's Commander Christine's son, and perhaps he also inherited the gene for creating miracles." Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. After lunch, Hobert went to the country of disorder, first completing the transaction with Elliot, then trading for a large amount of gold leathers. He then bestowed the aggregated extraordinary characteristics of Corrupted Baron and Chaos Mentor upon Raft, instructing him to remain in Backland for the time being and await his summons. The transaction and bestowal were originally scheduled for the morning, but Hobert had slept too soundly, making Raft and the others wait for half a day. This was not a big deal, as he was a deity, and could not be expected to work according to a strict schedule. Having finished all this, Hobert called Furs and returned to the main hall of the Lord's Manor. The servants and guards of the Lord's Manor had already noticed that when Hobert and Furs reappeared in the main hall, it indicated that the Lord was about to attend to official business again. Hobert summoned Philip, Conrad, and Seal. "Everyone performed very well yesterday. This week, you will receive 3 times your salary, and those who participated in guiding and maintaining order yesterday will receive double salary." The 3 men all thanked the Lord for his reward. Except for the more composed Philip, the other 2 were very happy. Hobert then said to Conrad, "From among your subordinates, assign 3 patient and eloquent subordinates to Philip." He then said to Philip, "Yesterday, I noticed that the town's residents do not have many poultry and livestock. If this is the case for the town residents, the villagers must have even fewer, while the Lord's Manor has too many poultry and livestock." Philip said, "This is because for the past 6 years, all the livestock and poultry in the entire territory were taken as taxes by bandits. Additionally, every time monsters attacked the town, a large number of poultry and livestock were eaten." Hobert smiled. "Regardless of the reason, that is the fact. So, I plan to establish a poultry and livestock management office. This department will primarily consist of Conrad's 3 subordinates and will temporarily be under Philip's management. The department has 3 responsibilities. First, to provide free experience and methods for raising poultry and livestock to the people within the territory. We can find a few residents who are knowledgeable in this area to work in this department. The personnel provided by Conrad will only be responsible for clerical work. Second, if residents in the territory wish to raise poultry and livestock, they can come to the Lord's Manor to receive 1 male and 1 female. No fees will be charged for 3 years, but residents must compensate for any poultry or livestock that die accidentally during this period. After 3 years, a certain interest will be collected annually, such as 2 chicks or half a lamb. The specific interest to be collected will be finalized after the knowledgeable breeders are in place. The third responsibility is to sell poultry and livestock, or their young, at fair prices. There must be no forced buying or selling. Philip and Conrad were both surprised by the Lord's idea. Although they did not know how he came up with such a good method, they could foresee that after the establishment of this office, many people would come to receive poultry and livestock. At most 3 years, no, next year there will definitely be a large number of poultry and livestock young born, and by the latest the year after next, the number of poultry and livestock in the territory will definitely increase several times, or even more than 10 times. Because many of the Lord's ideas were so novel to them, Philip now habitually carried a notebook, listening and taking notes. When they understood their tasks, Hobert told them to prepare quickly, ideally establishing this office and clarifying its rules and regulations within a few days, so it could operate normally by next week. Hobert then asked Philip, "Is the Lord's Manor almost finished with its repairs? It can be completed tomorrow." Hobert nodded. "Settle their wages, give them a day off, but do not let them be idle. Go to the area near the large dock and renovate a medium-level hotel and a restaurant. Conrad needs to prepare 20 to 30 people, ready to repair the large dock at any time. Decades ago, when shipping here was prosperous, there was a large dock that could accommodate large ships. Since the interruption of shipping, that large dock gradually fell into disuse, and only the small dock that could accommodate small boats was still in use." After assigning the next construction tasks, Philip and Conrad left. Hobert kept seal. "Your recent performance has been very good, but as my captain of the guards, your strength is still too weak. Now I am giving you an opportunity. Do you want to possess the strength of the 2 knights in the territory?" The 2 knights in the territory were both native-born nobles. Hobert had observed before that one was a sequence 9 and the other should have a level 3 sealed artifact in his possession. And Light Viscount was once a sequence 8. Although low sequence beyonders seemed to possess strength far beyond ordinary people, they were afraid of being ganged up on. Light Viscount was killed by a sequence 9 with his subordinates. "Of course, I do." Seal was first excited, but soon his eyes dimmed slightly. "But I've heard that knight are born strong. I might never in this life. Through acquired effort, you can also possess corresponding strength, or even stronger strength," Hobert said with a smile. Seal was pleasantly surprised. He immediately knelt on one knee and swore allegiance to Hobert again. After Seal had sworn and stood up, Hobert said, "I have 2 potion pathways here that are suitable for you. One pathway can give you good combat abilities and increase your personal charm. Your words will be more easily believed. The second pathway is that you will possess agile skills, your intelligence will also improve, and in the future, you will have the ability to control fire. I personally recommend you choose the second pathway. That way, you can go further in the future and continue to leverage your quick-witted advantage." Hobert had just obtained the Red Priest card. If Seal chose the Hunter pathway, his future would be bright. The reason he did not mention the Black Emperor pathway potion was that there was no opportunity to digest the potion in the territory, and Seal's advancement would be very slow then. Seal quickly said, "I believe in your choice." Hobert smiled. "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, calm your mind and come to the Lord's Manor to consume the potion." Although Seal did not understand what potion was, he guessed it must be something that could give him extraordinary abilities. Hobert then said, "Prepare to recruit 50 young men in the town and various villages for military training. Note, do not only recruit young men from the town. According to the population ratio, go to various villages to recruit more people. After some time, I will purchase a batch of rifles and hire several instructors to train the recruited youths." Seal was first stunned, then quickly became excited. The Lord was going to build his own army. He hadn't expected this task to be entrusted to him. He felt that once the army was built, he should also be a figure like a knight. Finally, Hobert instructed, "Go collect some animal offal and fresh blood, I will need them tomorrow." If the weather was good tomorrow, he also planned to conduct an initial exploration of Full Moon Lake. Before that, it would be best to hunt another batch of monsters to avoid being attacked by them underwater. After Seal also left with an excited expression, Furs asked, "I've always wondered why there are so many monsters in Full Moon Lake." Logically, Full Moon Lake is not a very large lake. Furs found it hard to imagine how there could be space in the lake to hide so many monsters. Hobert simply explained, "I suspect there is a sealed artifact of a not-so-low sequence in the lake, which has polluted all the fish in the lake, causing ordinary fish to turn into monsters. If there's an opportunity tomorrow, I'll explore the lake to see if there's a way to reseal the sealed artifact." Furs nodded, "Then be careful." Then she smiled, "I never thought I would witness the creation of an army. I must follow Seal and witness the entire process. This is something absolutely unheard of, even unimaginable, in Backland. I can even imagine the astonished expressions of readers when they see this plot." Hobert, however, said, "You should be more amazed by Seal becoming a Beander." Furs was startled. "Isn't that just a reward you give to your subordinates?" "It is," Hobert said. "But have you ever considered when and on what basis the official Beyonders of the Ruined Kingdom were established?" Furs suddenly stood up. "Oh my God, this is actually the embryonic form of official Beyonders. I, a wild Beander, am actually witnessing the embryonic form of an official Beander organization. Hobert, this completely overturns my understanding." Hobert pursed his lips and smiled. "Things that overturn your understanding will only become more frequent in the future. After we arrived here, this territory will have countless possibilities. Once the problem of Full Moon Lake is resolved, this place will definitely develop rapidly." These few words ignited Furs's passion. She decided to start writing the beginning of her new book the day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow. She must finish this work as soon as possible to promote the Jeffrey territory. After handling government affairs, around 3 in the afternoon, Hobert received a reply from Bishop Simpson in his study. His messenger was a spirit world creature that looked like a large dog. After delivering the letter, it didn't leave. It sat there, tongue out and tail wagging, watching Hobert. Hobert was slightly startled. "What is your reward for delivering the letter?" It stuck out its tongue again and wagged its tail. Unable to communicate effectively, Hobert opened the letter. He believed Bishop Simpson would mention it in the letter. "Esteemed Baron Hobert, it is a pleasure to receive your letter. First, congratulations on your victory last night. The Jeffrey territory is very fortunate to have a lord like you." Hobert skipped several paragraphs of pleasantries and jumped directly to the useful content. Quote, "Based on the monster drawing you sent, I believe it is a fish-head crocodile body beast. Its pancreas is rich in spirituality and is the main ingredient for medicines that treat heart and blood vessel diseases. Its pancreas is very rare. We can only use other spiritual materials as a substitute now. I never thought there would be a fish-head crocodile body beast colony in the Jeffrey territory. Its intestines are an excellent material for making powerful sedatives, and the meat on its back can strengthen the physique and power when consumed, making it the best tonic for weak patients. If you have no other use for these materials, I am willing to purchase the pancreas, intestines, and back meat of the fish-head crocodile body beast. The purchase prices are 30 gold leathers, 8 gold leathers, and 6 silver leathers, respectively. Additionally, according to the information I have reviewed, there must be 2 to 3 mutated fish-head crocodile body beasts in such a colony. Its pancreas is one of the main ingredients for a potion professor. Its heart can be used to make berserk potion, its lungs can be used to make diving potion, its eyes can treat myopia, and its blood is an auxiliary material for transformation potion. If you obtain the above materials, I am also willing to purchase them at the following prices: pancreas 1500 gold leathers, heart 50 gold leathers, lungs 50 gold leathers, eyes 10 gold leathers, blood 3 gold leathers per nega. As for your plan to explore Full Moon Lake mentioned in your letter, please be extremely careful and do not take risks. If you need anything, feel free to write to me. Finally, my messenger loves to eat meat. You can give it a piece of raw meat weighing 5 nega or more, otherwise it will stay by your side for several days and may even snatch your food. The letter was signed with Bishop Simpson's wax seal. Hobert sighed inwardly. As expected of the Earth Mother Church, whether it's extraordinary creatures or spiritually rich creatures, everything is arranged clearly. And he also hadn't expected that hunting monsters would actually be a very profitable business. Then Hobert glanced at the large dog in front of him and told Roy outside the door to get a piece of raw meat from the kitchen. The messenger picked up the raw meat and wagged its tail as it returned to the spirit world. Hobert then said to Roy outside the door, "I have a task for you." Roy immediately said, "Yes, you speak." Seal, also a servant of the Lord, was now the captain of the guards. He knew that the Lord had many things to do now, and he had many opportunities. Hobert said, "Organize a few people to cut off the pancreas, intestines, and back meat of the monster, and store them separately. Then collect the heart, lungs, and eyes of that monster leader. After collecting all these things I need, send them all to my study." Yes. Roy immediately went to organize people. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Hobert felt his spirituality had mostly recovered. He then sacrificed the extraordinary characteristic of the punishment knight and the bracelet to the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert picked up the bracelet. Using the authority of the country of disorder, he quickly learned the bracelet's ability. It can use spiritual materials to create scrolls with freezing, paralyzing, and other effects. There is a 10% chance to create scrolls with extraordinary abilities through corresponding materials. The wearer's spirituality will be greatly increased. The negative effects were not significant. Will intensely crave knowledge of mysticism. All ritual magic will fail unless the wearer prays to the hidden sage for power. Hobert was slightly startled. He suspected whether the extraordinary characteristic providing power to this bracelet had been marked by the hidden sage. Or perhaps the owner of that extraordinary characteristic died while the hidden sage was imparting knowledge to him. However, this bracelet was quite suitable for beyonders of pathways like Black Emperor or Judge, as they rarely used ritual magic. Hobert then looked at the other 4 magical items Raft had sacrificed yesterday. One was a magical item of the Hunter pathway, 2 were extraordinary items of the Black Emperor pathway, and there was also an extraordinary item of the Warrior pathway. They corresponded to sequences 5 to 7. Hobert had no use for them now, so he simply placed them in the country of disorder. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert suddenly remembered that for so long, he had not observed the owners of the 2 newly appeared stars. He had time today, and it wasn't evening, so he could observe them. To make the average subscription of this book grow more rapidly, the author has started updating with 4,000 character chapters. From now on, all extra chapters for your monthly votes will be 4,000 character big chapters. However, the standard for extra chapters has also changed. Previously, it was 1 2,000 character chapter for every 200 monthly votes. Now, it's 1 4,000 character chapter for every 350 monthly votes, which is equivalent to an 8.7% discount on the original basis. Currently, there are 93 votes remaining until the next extra chapter *degree*. Hobert first extended his spirituality to the Star of Alice, a member of the Rune royal family. She was chatting with a handsome young man named Edsack, who called Alice his older sister. Hobert initially found the young man somewhat familiar. After some thought, He realized that his appearance closely resembled the person depicted on £10, £5, and other denomination banknotes. Then he found the name somewhat familiar. After another moment of thought, Hobert recalled that this was the prince who had fallen in love with Tris. No, Tris. Edsack was heard saying, "I truly feel the taste of love, and I'm even willing to give her everything I have." Alice, with a somewhat doting expression and gaze, said, "Bring your beloved to see me someday. I hope you haven't been led astray by her sweet words." "How could that be?" Edsack smiled. "She always thinks of me, and she's never even asked for much. I wish she would like things like estates and stocks. That way, I'd at least know a way to make her happy." Hobert on the Iron Throne covered his face. "It's over, this guy is beyond saving." Alice's face turned serious. "Then I must see her even more." "Little Ed," Edsack's nickname, "I need to remind you that you are a noble prince, and you shouldn't do anything that doesn't befit your status." Edsack seemed to listen to his sister. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hobert listened for a while and noticed that the siblings had a very good relationship, discussing private topics, and even mentioning Hobert. However, it was only a mention. Alice said, "Hobert's treason is shameful, but he did at least one right thing, which was to kill that annoying Earl Ken. During their subsequent casual chat, Hobert learned that Princess Blanche, the mother of Earl Ken, who was killed by Christine, was a merchant's daughter. Although she was very wealthy, she always did things that Alice and Edsack scoffed at, and she was not well regarded by other princes and queens. Hobert saw that what they were discussing were just trivial matters of the Rune royal family, which he found uninteresting, so he extended his spirituality to the star of the female major general named Ethel. Hobert saw Ethel in casual clothes, walking in the mountains with a few subordinates. They seemed to be on a mission, without any idle chat, rushing to their destination as quickly as possible. After watching for a long time, Hobert only heard one command from Ethel: "Rest in place." It seemed that Ethel's subordinates were all elite soldiers, well trained, and didn't utter a single unnecessary word during their mission. They also appeared to be beyonders. Hobert was a bit puzzled. What kind of mission would require a major general to personally lead it? Since his observation of Ethel was uninteresting and it was almost dinner time, Hobert withdrew his spirituality from the stars and left the country of disorder. He was no longer as curious as when he first gained control of the country of disorder. If 2 new stars had appeared at that time, he would have observed them daily in the country of disorder. However, since it was in the Fenaport kingdom, Hobert still planned to frequently observe Ethel to learn some news from the high-ranking officials of the Fenaport kingdom, hoping to find some opportunities there. During dinner, Hobert remembered to entrust Furs with returning to Backland to purchase auxiliary materials for the Hunter potion, and to order another batch of spirituality-restoring potions from Viscount Glaint. At the same time, Hobert also planned to request some spirituality-restoring and strength-restoring potions from Bishop Simpson when replying to him, believing that the Earth Mother Church would not lack such potions. After a good night's rest, Hobert had an early breakfast on Monday morning. First, in front of Seal, he concocted a portion of the Hunter potion. After confirming that Seal's current mental state was quite good, under the witness of Hobert and Furs, Seal took the potion and quickly completed the adaptation phase. Hobert first taught him meditation, and after his spirituality was reined in, he let him try out the extraordinary power he had just gained. Seal was amazed to find that his speed and strength had significantly increased. He had never practiced fighting, yet now he was proficient in fighting techniques. Additionally, his mind was filled with knowledge of many plants and animals, as well as knowledge of setting traps, and his senses had also significantly enhanced. Only then did he realize, this is the power of the Knights. Without Lord's help, my physique would never have reached this level in my life. At the same time, he also realized, it turns out that what was missing between me and the Knights was not strength, but knowledge. Next, Hobert explained some common knowledge of the extraordinary world to Seal, such as the dangers of losing control, and some precautions for extraordinary abilities, and so on. Seal carefully noted everything down. After letting Seal rest for about 20 minutes, Hobert set off with his guards, heading towards the shore of Full Moon Lake. After some hesitation, Furs finally overcame her attachment to the warm indoors and had her maid bring an easel and drawing paper to follow Hobert and the others. In the town, many residents had heard that the Lord would actively draw out some monsters. At this time, the streets on both sides of the town were already filled with people. Some held clubs, others held spears and hunting rifles. After respectfully greeting the Lord, they joined Ciel's team, following Hobert through the streets, across the farmland, and through the reed marsh that they had tried to avoid approaching just yesterday. This procession grew larger and larger, eventually numbering over 100 people. Furs, following behind, felt an invisible force organizing the town's residents to follow, continuously giving them courage. This must be the charisma of a leader that the books talk about. Furs mused inwardly. At the same time, she enjoyed the emotional resonance within the crowd, which made her inspiration burst forth, making her eager to immediately put this scene onto paper. Between the lake and the reed marsh, there was also a section resembling a river beach. Hobert had the people stop on the river beach, and they naturally lined up in a single row. Without Hobert's command, Ciel was already directing his subordinates to pour all the collected animal entrails and blood into the lake water. The scent of blood quickly attracted several fish-head crocodile body beasts. The town residents were still somewhat terrified and agitated at the sight of these monsters. However, Hobert's back once again gave them strength, not a single person fled. Hobert began to hunt the monsters, throwing each one he killed onto the shore. Ciel quickly directed the accompanying commoners to carry the bodies to the designated place for monster corpses. After 3 or 4 bodies were carried away, everyone, while marveling at their lord's bravery, no longer feared the monsters before them. When Hobert threw more bodies onto the shore, they all eagerly rushed to carry them. After intermittently killing 8 monsters, Hobert waited for over half an hour, but no other strange fish were attracted. So, Hobert put away his knife and stepped into the lake, one step at a time. On the hillside opposite Jeffrey Town, there was also a lord's manor. That was Teuton Viscount's residence. At this moment, Teuton Viscount was standing in the warm pavilion outside his residence, looking at the lake on the opposite side through a telescope. He had heard yesterday that Baron Hobert on the other side had killed many fish-head crocodile body beasts. Teuton Viscount never expected that today, the Baron on the opposite side would actively lure and kill those monsters. Most importantly, Teuton Viscount also saw Helen among the crowd. He had seen Helen before and knew that she was a member of the Gnostic Society. From Helen's appearance, she didn't seem to be there to cause trouble. Could it be that she had already slept with that young baron? Was she Hobert's fiancée? No, people clearly showed more respect for another woman on the riverbank. Judging by her appearance and temperament, she was Hobert's fiancée. Teuton Viscount looked back and forth between the two women, sighing, "This kid has quite the luck with women." Wait, is that person going into the water Hobert? This is too reckless. Even if he is a Beander, he will definitely be corrupted. Heh, now there's a good show to watch. With the extraordinary ability provided by the ocean pendant, Hobert felt no coldness from the lake water. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity with it. If not for so many people watching from the riverbank, Hobert would have simply used his low flight ability to fly to the center of the lake. Gradually, the lake water submerged Hobert's head. Although the people on the shore were a little worried, the Lord's bravery just now had exceeded everyone's imagination, so they also felt that perhaps the Lord could really solve the problem of Full Moon Lake, and if so, the waterway would gradually prosper again. They weren't actually clear about the specific problem. In many people's minds, there should be a giant monster in the lake that attacked passing ships, which was why the waterway was interrupted. Only Furs and Helen knew that there was unknown corruption in the lake. However, Furs understood Hobert better and knew that he wouldn't act without some confidence. Helen, on the other hand, positioned herself merely as a spectator, curious about how the situation would unfold, but not particularly concerned about Hobert's safety. Suddenly, everyone saw the lake surface seemed to light up. Many people thought the battle had begun and came to the lakeside, craning their necks to look into the lake, but they couldn't see anything clearly. Actually, Hobert just felt that it was too dark around him, so he made his staff light up. As Hobert moved forward along the lakebed's seaweed gradually increased, filled with swimming fish, river shrimp, and river mussels, some as long as a forearm, others as small as a finger. Hobert had eaten most of the fish and river fresh seafood, seen them, but some of the fish looked very unfamiliar. Some resembled salamanders, some had several sharp spines on their foreheads, and some closely resembled the Anomalocaris in Hobert's impression. Anomalocaris were once the overlords of ancient oceans. Hobert had only seen pictures and never expected to encounter similar creatures here. Further ahead, Hobert saw a forest composed of giant underwater plants. He never expected such tall aquatic plants to exist at the deep bottom of the lake. They weren't like seaweed, which only looked tall in the water and would shrink significantly when pulled out. These plants were like coral, hard, but at the same time, they were full of vitality, like water weeds, and also like trees with large leaves that had just been submerged by a flood. There were quite a few large creatures in this forest. Hobert only recognized the fish-head crocodile body beast swimming towards him. The other creatures were not very aggressive, they all hid when they saw Hobert and did not actively swim out to explore. After Hobert easily eliminated that fish-head crocodile body beast, the other fish-head crocodile body beasts also realized the danger of the person in front of them and hid, only occasionally peeking out to observe Hobert's movements. Because this underwater forest had a strange aura, Hobert did not enter to explore but continued his exploration from the top of the underwater forest. Hobert made the light from his staff brighter. This underwater forest was boundless, and he wondered if it would extend to the shallow water or even to the shore if it continued to grow. At this moment, Hobert felt a twisting in the water current, as if the light from his hand had attracted something huge. But Hobert did not dim the light from his staff, instead, he made it even brighter and carefully observed all the changes in the forest. Large leaves in the underwater forest swayed with the strong currents. In the dim underwater world, the visual impact brought by large creatures was particularly effective in arousing fear in people's hearts. Hobert floated upwards again but suddenly found that his feet had, at some unknown point, become entangled by the vegetation of the underwater forest. This surprised Hobert, as he was at least several meters away from the underwater forest. Looking down, he saw that at some point, several large trees of the underwater forest had suddenly grown wildly, extending right to Hobert's feet. Their branches and leaves were rapidly coiling around Hobert's legs. Hobert quickly used flash to evade to a higher water level. As soon as he left, a gaping maw stretched out from the underwater forest and bit down fiercely, stirring up the lake water. In the light of the staff, Hobert saw a giant mouth at least 3 meters long, followed by a head and a body like a giant lizard. Hobert noticed that the creature's eyes were watching him, and it was a cold, emotional gaze. This made Hobert realize that this behemoth possessed intelligence. Considering the rapid growth of the underwater plants just now, Hobert believed that it also possessed a certain extraordinary ability. The giant beast's attack failed, and it immediately retreated into the underwater forest, quickly disappearing without a trace. This again proved that it was intelligent. Hobert estimated that, like the fish-head crocodile body beast, this should also be an extraordinary creature attracted by a sealed artifact, and its sequence was not low. The subsequent exploration was indeed monotonous, with endless underwater forests before him, but Hobert became much more cautious, constantly paying attention to the changes in the underwater forest. After cautiously moving forward for over half an hour, the underwater forest abruptly ceased, revealing a very regular circular area. In this circular space, there was no vegetation, no creatures, only clear lake water. Hobert brightened his staff again. In the middle of the circular area, he saw a bubble-like structure, and inside the bubble, there seemed to be a crystal-clear gem, shimmering with strange colors under the light. Suddenly, Hobert's head throbbed. He seemed to see a female figure wandering on a desolate land. He couldn't see her appearance clearly, but he knew that she must be a female. At her feet, either vegetation would rapidly grow and then quickly wither, or the growing plants would mutate, becoming lively and having distinct features. Hobert quickly averted his gaze, but the throbbing in his head intensified, and it felt as if many things had been added to his mind. He quickly swam towards the surface. Just then, Hobert felt himself surrounded by a strange power. His entire body rapidly turned black, and it felt as if tiny snakes were swimming and burrowing under his skin in his blood vessels. Hobert frequently used the uncontrolled stone, so of course, he knew he was showing signs of losing control. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. When he looked, a new finger was slowly growing out. This made him quickly use the order crystal to borrow the power of the country of order to suppress the uncontrolled state and accelerate his ascent. The water currents surged again, and the giant underwater beast, hidden in the shadows, launched another swift attack. Hobert used Flash 3 times in a row before finally escaping the monster's gaping maw. The closer this giant beast got, the more severe Hobert felt his uncontrolled and mutated state become. Fortunately, he had more than one order crystal on him, which made him very difficult to lose control, and the signs of mutation were also somewhat restrained. Fortunately, he had the ocean pendant and the traveler's blade, allowing him to be as agile as a swimming fish and constantly flash, which enabled him to escape the monster's giant mouth. If it were an ordinary Beander, he would have long been food for that giant beast. Whoosh! Hobert burst out of the water like a leaping fish, with the giant beast's massive mouth close behind, less than a meter away from Hobert. Hobert immediately used the ocean pendant to low flight into midair. The giant beast did not give up because of this. It actually rushed out of the water more than 10 meters to pounce and bite Hobert, its long tail even leaping out of the water. This had already far exceeded common sense. Ordinary fierce beasts would only extend their huge mouths out of the water, at most half their body, but never their entire body leaping out of the water. If it were a small fish the size of a palm, it would be understandable, but it was nearly 10 meters long. Its powerful mouth was somewhat like a crocodile, its body somewhat like a dolphin, and it had 4 powerful fins on its belly, like the strong limbs of a turtle. Although its leap out of the water was terrifying, its massive physique eventually fell back into the water under the force of gravity, stirring up layers of huge waves. The people on the shore were already dumbfounded. There really was a giant beast at the bottom of the lake. It wasn't until the huge waves crashed in, drenching their clothes, that they came back to their senses. Looking at the center of the lake again, the giant beast had disappeared, leaving only the Lord flying back in midair. At this point, the fact that Hobert could fly was not so difficult for everyone to accept. Hobert endured his physical discomfort and landed by the lake. The monster in the lake is extremely ferocious. Hobert said, "I need to make full preparations before I can find a way to kill it." These words immediately drew cheers from the crowd. The Lord had confidence in solving the monster in the lake, and they finally had a chance to establish close ties with the outside world. After Hobert waved to everyone, he instructed Seal not to let everyone stay by the lake for too long, then he quickly left. Furs noticed that Hobert's complexion was a bit off. She followed closely behind him, and after entering the reed marsh, before the people behind them could catch up, Hobert suddenly extended his hand towards Furs. Furs was slightly startled, realizing Hobert's complexion was even worse. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Hobert used travel, and the two of them appeared together in the courtyard where their bedroom was located in the Lord's manor. Hobert tightly gripped Furs's hand. "Don't let anyone in." After saying that, he immediately entered the study. Furs also realized the seriousness of the problem and guarded the door with a worried heart. In the study, after Hobert locked the door, he immediately entered the country of disorder. As soon as he entered, the order clock rang again, and Hobert immediately felt his body and mind being purified. This indicated that although the previous exploration had caused some corruption, the degree of corruption was not high, at least it would not immediately lead to loss of control and mutation. So, the signs of loss of control and mutation that Hobert had just experienced should be the ability of that giant beast. Immediately after, Hobert understood the reason for the throbbing in his head. It was because many new pieces of knowledge had appeared in his mind. This knowledge was the knowledge itself that had appeared in his mind when he had accidentally peeked into the knowledge more before. At that time, Hobert didn't know what kind of knowledge it was and hadn't used it since, until he saw the giant gem in the central area of the underwater forest. Only then did that knowledge itself transform into information Hobert could understand. Because this process consumed a lot of mental energy, he felt a throbbing in his head. According to that knowledge, Hobert learned that the giant gem in the center of the lake was an outer god attempting to project power into the atmosphere. Yes, Hobert had encountered a very familiar word, but one he hadn't heard in this era: atmosphere. It was an outer god's attempt to project power into the atmosphere, and in the past 1,000 years, similar events had occurred more than a dozen times. Outer gods used meteorites falling into the atmosphere and weak points in the atmosphere to project their power, forming gem-like crystals near where the meteorites fell. It often brought immense corruption of the relevant pathway and caused corresponding changes in the nearby region. There were precedents of turning it into a sealed artifact, but that required at least a balancer to use the power of order to seal its corruption. Hobert could even understand that he would have the power to create a corresponding seal once he reached the demigod level. This was the benefit of knowledge itself. As long as it was understood, it could immediately become Hobert's insight, or even like innate common sense for Hobert. If there was no balancer to help, an effective seal could still be performed, greatly reducing its corruption and influence. The method was to use the blood of a Beander of the corresponding pathway, no lower than sequence 7, to draw a sealing array. The sealing array was also clearly imprinted in Hobert's mind. Additionally, a high-level sealed artifact or magical item with the power of order needed to be placed in the center of the sealing array. Hobert smiled slightly. The second method could be done now. The order wood and order crystal both symbolized order, and they were magical items of extremely high sequence. As for the blood of a Beander of the corresponding pathway, that was even easier to handle. He could write a letter to Bishop Simpson for help. After close-range contact, Hobert was certain that the gem in the center of the lake was an attempt by the fallen mother goddess to project her power. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the fish-head crocodile body beast, which is the main ingredient for the pharmacist pathways sequence 6 inches potion professor. And the giant beast Hobert encountered today had the ability to make plants grow rapidly, cause creatures to mutate, and make Beanders more prone to losing control. This was clearly a higher-level ability of the cultivator pathway. The corresponding pathways of the fallen mother goddess were the two pathways mentioned above. It is estimated that all those polluted in Full Moon Lake would, without exception, begin to worship the fallen mother goddess. Since the Earth Mother Church had a habit of raising, developing vampires as believers, if they needed the blood of middle sequence Beanders from these two pathways, they could certainly ask Bishop Simpson for help. With this thought, Hobert left the country of disorder and returned to the real world, where he found his left hand had become six-fingered. The signs of losing control and mutation on his spirit body could be healed by entering the country of disorder, but the physical mutation remained. Hobert pondered for a moment, steeled his heart, pulled out a knife, cut off the extra finger, and then used a healing art on himself. After the wound healed quickly, his left hand completely returned to normal. Coming out of the study, Furs visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "That's good." Furs looked around, saw no one, and said, "I'm going back to Backland this afternoon." She was going back to attend the Tarot Club. After greeting Furs, Hobert asked the kitchen to make donuts, while he returned to the study to write a letter to Bishop Simpson. Just as he started writing, Roy came into the courtyard with several people carrying several wooden boxes. "Lord, the monster entrails you requested have been portioned." "That's perfect," Hobert said, "bring them in." Roy had the men carry the wooden boxes in. The pancreas, intestines, and back meat of the fish-head crocodile body beast were placed in different boxes. Opening the wooden boxes, there were also small square wooden boxes for individual organs and rectangular wooden boxes for the back meat. The heart, lungs, and eyes of the mutated fish head crocodile body beast were all placed in more exquisite wooden boxes, while the blood was in a glass jar and had already been weighed. Hobert smiled, very satisfied with the job Roy had done. He first verbally praised him a few times, then called Philip over. Your son's ability is quite good. Let him oversee the renovation of the hotel and the tour. You find me another male servant. Philip suppressed the excitement in his heart. Thank you for your Lord's grace. I will find you a competent male servant by tomorrow at the latest. After Philip left, Hobert locked the door and continued writing his letter. He first briefly mentioned his morning's exploration and harvest, then said that he had seen a sealing method for dealing with such situations in a family's ancient text. And after consulting his father, Earl Christine, he had a high degree of confidence in sealing the elements causing mutation and loss of control at the bottom of the lake, but it required the blood of a biologist and a potion professor as a medium. He requested Bishop Simpson to provide 3 negas of blood from each, which could come from different beyonders and be mixed together. Hobert then proposed purchasing potions to restore spirituality and power, and finally he wrote, the relevant materials from the mutated fish head crocodile body beast and the fish head crocodile body beast have been portioned. I have listed a material list. Fish head crocodile body beast pancreas 63, intestines 63, back meat 63. Mutated fish head crocodile body beast pancreas 1, heart 1, lungs 1, a pair of eyeballs, blood 8 negas. According to the price you previously quoted, these materials are worth a total of 4,065.8 gold leathers. You can complete this transaction after verifying the quantities. After sealing the letter with a wax stamp, he waited a little longer, and then the chef brought the donuts. Hobert then summoned the messenger, gave him the letter and 3 donuts, and then pointed to the 3 large wooden boxes. These are things that need to be sent together. The coffin clearly hesitated there. How do you expect me to take them? Hobert looked at the smooth coffin lid. This was something he hadn't thought of before. Put them in the coffin. Or have someone nail them to you with large iron nails. Hobert was afraid of getting beaten, so these 2 ideas were just ideas, and he didn't dare to say them out loud. He asked, then what should I do? The coffin said, add 3 donuts, well, at least 2. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, meaning, I need more money. He handed the remaining 5 donuts to the coffin. They're fresh out of the oven. These are all for you, you don't have to worry about them spoiling for a few days. The coffin reached out and took the 5 donuts into itself. Then the coffin suddenly jumped, and the 3 large wooden boxes and several smaller boxes jumped along with it, arranging themselves neatly. The space in front of the coffin became illusory, and the messenger first stepped into the spirit world. The wooden boxes and smaller wooden boxes, like coffin offspring, following behind, also entered the spirit world one after another. Hobert scratched his head. It didn't seem that difficult. She just wanted to trick him into giving her more donuts. Fortunately, it was only a few donuts, which were insignificant compared to the messenger's function, so Hobert didn't take it too seriously. Hobert then used travel to go to Fenaport City, found Mr. Doffus, and asked him to inform Christine about his intention to carry out the sealing. Of course, the main purpose was to tell Christine that his sealing method came from that saint he met in Backland before, and was not suitable for disclosure to the Earth Mother Church. So he lied that he got the method from family ancient texts and had Christine verify it, asking Christine not to let it slip. In addition, Hobert asked Mr. Doffus to help him buy 300 new rifles and 20 pistols for officers. This was not difficult for Christine, as his former and current job was logistics management, and he was currently pushing for related reforms, so there were plenty of arms dealers willing to take this business. At the same time, Doffus told Hobert that the design teams for the railway and houses had already departed a few days ago and were expected to arrive in 2 or 3 days. After exchanging information, Hobert, seeing that Christine would not be returning midway today, used travel to return to his own fief. After lunch, Furs returned to Backland. Hobert, meanwhile, returned to his study, pondering how to eliminate the giant beast in the lake. With that giant beast present, the sealing process would have many variables and might even be impossible to complete. Hobert planned to eliminate the beast first, then proceed with the sealing. At 2:50 p.m., Hobert told Roy not to disturb him, pretending to return to his bedroom for a nap. At 3 p.m., Hobert's vision was covered by gray fog, and he reappeared in the giant hall. What was rather magical was that Magician, Furs was roughly opposite him. With Justice, Audrey's unwavering greeting, this week's Tarot Club officially began. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. This is an extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes. This week, Audrey obtained 3 Rosel's diaries from the Psychological Alchemists. She is now an official member of the Psychological Alchemists and has secured a stable source for diaries. She also learned that the Psychological Alchemists had the Thousand-Faced Hunter's mutated pituitary gland, but the premium was a bit high. She wondered if the world, Mr. could accept it. After Audrey sacrificed the diaries, it was, of course, the Fool's reading time. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the Fool, Klein said, "You may begin." Audrey was the first to speak. "Mr. World, I found the Thousand-Faced Hunter's mutated pituitary gland for you, for £2,000. Klein's first reaction was, how come the people from the Psychological Alchemists aren't just robbing people? The Emperor only sold me main materials of the same sequence for £1,200. But he quickly calmed down. Sequence 6 main materials already have a high premium, and opportunities to buy them at basic prices, like from the Emperor, are rare. This was just as the Emperor had said. The extraordinary characteristics and main materials he sold at the Tarot Club were indeed offered at cost price. All right, Klein thought for a moment before manipulating the world to say, although the premium is a bit high, I am willing to purchase it. His savings were still sufficient to cover this expense, and his potion was almost completely digested. As long as he had the relevant materials, he would buy them immediately, so he could advance as soon as his condition met the requirements for promotion. After completing this transaction, the world asked Hobert again, how much do you know about the uniqueness of the moon pathway? In Rosel's diary he had just read, there was mention of the original moon and the uniqueness of the moon pathway. However, Rosel hadn't fully understood the relationship between the two. Although Klein had some guesses, he wasn't sure if his conjectures were correct. Because Klein had a special affection for the Church of the Night Goddess, he was very interested in the original moon and the uniqueness of the moon pathway, which is why he asked. And he asked in front of everyone. He knew, of course, that such a question would pique everyone's curiosity. If the Emperor's intelligence required payment, the other members could share the cost with him. Hobert countered, you can first tell me what you know, and then I can set a price to help you fill in the gaps. The other members all looked at the Emperor and the world. As it involved uniqueness, it meant it involved the true God, and they were naturally interested. The world, I know that the original moon can occasionally respond, but I don't know if the original moon can be equated with the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Audrey joined the topic with some curiosity. Isn't the goddess the scarlet dominance? Why didn't you consider the goddess? After saying that, she exclaimed, oh my, I'm actually speculating about the goddess. It's all Hobert's fault, he made me lose my reverence for deities. Furs, meanwhile, tried her best to adapt to the environment as quickly as possible. Discussing true gods is standard practice at the Tarot Club. Stay calm, don't have any psychological burden. Well, I can't do that. Don't you know? You'll be punished by the gods for discussing them like this. Why are your tones and expressions so calm? The world explained, because the goddess is not a true god of the moon pathway, nor is she an adjacent pathway to moon. I don't know why her honorific name includes Scarlet Dominance. But in terms of pathways, the original moon seems to be closer to the uniqueness of the moon pathway than the goddess. The world shook his head. It's precisely because all of this is rather confusing that I need to consult Mr. Emperor. Audrey nodded slightly. She had always thought the goddess represented the crimson moon and the stars, as both were objects in the night sky. But now, thinking about it, the symbols for the goddess in churches only ever featured stars, and she had never seen a goddess symbol in any church that included the moon. It wasn't strange when she hadn't noticed it before, but now that she thought about it, she found it a bit odd. The world continued. I have a few conjectures about this. The original moon might be a certain deity's disguise, such as the Earth Mother or the Black Night Goddess. He was about to say a certain deity's alt account, but in this era, that word was merely a noun. Audrey then asked, why consider the Earth Mother? The Hanged Man, Alger replied, because that is an adjacent pathway to moon. Audrey nodded. So that's how it is. With Hobert's influence, Alger was now willing to share some information that wasn't very high in value with everyone. In the past, such a question would definitely have been charged for. The world continued. The second conjecture is that the uniqueness of the moon pathway or a certain sequence one is responding to prayers on its own. Furs blurted out, the uniqueness and sequence one can respond to prayers on their own. Oh my, this is too incredible. Klein thought to himself. Rosal speculated that the hidden sage was an evil god formed by the activation of the corresponding uniqueness. Although it couldn't be verified, this conjecture seems very reasonable, as at the higher levels of the extraordinary world, anything is possible. Hobert replied, many people have speculated about this. The specific situation is difficult for us to verify, but as far as I know, uniqueness does possess a certain level of activity. Then he said, £800. I'm talking about information regarding the moon uniqueness. The reason it's worth this price is that some information cannot be disclosed for now, and your conjectures about the uniqueness of the moon pathway are already very close to the truth. Of course, the most crucial thing is that I can provide a definitive answer. The divine war that occurred in the fifth epoch was still fresh in his memory. The world looked at the other members. Audrey was the first to say, I want to join the transaction too. Mr. World's conjecture just now had completely piqued her curiosity. Crucially, this was her last month with tight finances. In 2 more weeks, she would achieve financial freedom again, so she didn't mind such an expense at all. Me too, Furs immediately said. Having experienced the previous transaction at the Tarot Club, she was very interested in the information from the Emperor. Crucially, she had just received £1,000 in compensation from Hobert, making her feel richer than ever before. Alger also said, count me in. He had just annihilated a pirate crew, and after converting the spoils into cash, he gained £332. Little Son raised his hand and smiled apologetically. I can only take credit again, but the monitoring on me isn't as strict now. I think I'll be able to pay off all my debts in another week or 2. He had been regularly participating in patrols recently, and his accumulated merits were more than enough to repay Mr. Emperor's debts. If he continued patrolling like this, in a week or 2, he might even be able to exchange for a main material for a Sun Divine official. Hobert nodded. The reward is a main material at the Sequence 8 level. No problem. Derek immediately said, I still owe you 5 extraordinary characteristics in total. I'll pay them all back later. Hobert then said to everyone, you will each need to pay £200. £200 was no longer a big deal for the current members of the Tarot Club. Seeing that everyone had no objection to the price, Hobert said, then let's begin. First, I want to tell everyone, no matter what happens, do not pray to the original moon for power. That is indeed a deity in disguise, but not the Earth Mother, nor the Black Night Goddess, but a deity you cannot know about right now. If you want to know, then Miss Justice, please advance to psychologist, quickly. Of course, that will be another price. Klein had an epiphany. It's a deity from the astral world in disguise. As expected, it's very dangerous. So, aren't all those who believe in the original moon in great danger? Alger nodded. Just as I suspected before, there seem to be many deities in the astral world, and they all seem to harbor malice. Could they be the evil gods the Church has been fighting against all along? Derek also realized, the mystical world contains so much information and knowledge that cannot be known without protection. Furs, meanwhile, smiled helplessly. Well, I'm a little regretful. Why did I have to know all this? I'm only a sequence 8. Audrey then asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, according to you, the original moon does not represent the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Then why does its name also contain the word moon? Isn't uniqueness unique? Why can other deities share this authority? Hobert said, regarding this, I cannot give you an accurate answer. However, in my opinion, moon represents all feminine power. I think any pathway related to the feminine should be able to use the moon as a medium to perform certain mystical operations. So many deities of various pathways seem to be able to be associated with the moon. Furthermore, the moon is not just a pathway, it also represents the crimson moon we see in the night sky, which is a physical entity. The uniqueness of that pathway possesses the relevant authority of the moon, but the uniqueness cannot represent the entire moon. Just like the uniqueness of the storm pathway can possess authority over lightning and storms within a certain area, but this does not mean that the Lord of Storms represents all lightning and storms in the world. You can view the former as extraordinary power, and the latter as natural power. With the corresponding Beyander characteristic, one can also control natural forces within a certain area. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, for reference only, and not included in the fee for this question. Audrey said, oh, feeling that Hobert's thoughts were profound and very reasonable. Klein and Alger both fell into contemplation. They also felt that the Emperor's thoughts were more valuable than the information about the original moon. This was definitely independent thinking formed after acquiring extensive mystical knowledge. Although the Emperor repeatedly said, for reference only, they all felt this should be the answer, or at least very close to it. Furs and Derek, however, due to a lack of relevant insights and knowledge, did not truly realize this point. Hobert then said, let's continue with the previous question. As far as I know, the uniqueness of the moon pathway is with the Black Knight goddess, which is why her honorific name includes the description, Scarlet Dominance. Klein was surprised, with the goddess. He manipulated the world to ask, why is it with the goddess? Logically speaking, the goddess and moon are not adjacent pathways. What would she want with the uniqueness of the moon pathway? Or can uniqueness also be used like a sealed artifact? Isn't that an abstract and conceptual thing related to authority? I roughly know the answer to this question. Hobert smiled, but the value of this question is very high, involving too much. If I explain it clearly, two conditions must be met. First, Miss Justice can provide hypnosis services, and second, the value is approximately £5,000. Klein's eyes narrowed. So valuable. This means it involves a huge secret. Audrey then immediately asked, Mr. Emperor, what is the purpose of the uniqueness of the moon pathway for the goddess? According to your previous explanation of uniqueness, can the goddess also wield the authority of another pathway? Hobert did not answer directly, but said, if we inject spirituality into the extraordinary characteristics of other pathways, we can also use the abilities of those extraordinary items. That is equivalent to a sealed artifact with a considerable negative effect. Alger, beside him, slowly nodded. It was similar to his conjecture. As long as one possessed the corresponding uniqueness, one could exert a certain amount of its authority. Klein, indeed, uniqueness can be used as a sealed artifact to a certain extent. Furs, on the other hand, was surprised. Deities also use sealed artifacts. Well, it's highly possible they were Beyonders before. Ah, this thought is truly blasphemous. Everyone calmed their emotions, having learned another secret about deities. For the current members of the Tarot Club, This information wasn't immediately useful, but that didn't stop them from feeling excited. As everyone calmed down, Hobert said, I need 10 milliliters of crown tree sap, 1 black giant gold monster flower, and 10 grams of dragon pattern tree bark. The other members were all stunned. Are these the main materials used for sequence 5? But they don't sound like it. Alger said, I know where to buy crown tree sap, 10 milliliters would be around 800 pounds. I also know where to buy black giant gold monster flowers, 300 pounds each. He, of course, knew these were auxiliary materials for sequence 5. Hobert nodded, I'll take them all. We'll complete the transaction after you buy them. He then asked, so, only the dragon pattern tree bark remains. Alger said, I will keep an eye out for you. Audrey followed, I will also keep an eye out for you. Derek said a little sheepishly, I've heard of dragon pattern trees, but I can't access monsters of such a high level yet. Hobert smiled, it's all right. Furs also decided to write to her teacher after the gathering to ask if he had the corresponding materials. Last week, she had also decided to ask her teacher if he had the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland that the world needed, but that letter only reached the stage of taking out the letter paper. After this transaction ended, the world asked Hobert again, how much do you know about the angel family? Hobert paused for a moment before saying, not much, I only know almost all angel families. Sorry, this extra chapter is a bit late. I just finished writing it and revised it twice, so there might be typos. No more talking, author still has to rush tomorrow's manuscript. Angel family. Alger shifted his sitting posture. That name alone makes one want to investigate further. Audrey directly asked, Mr. World, what is an angel family? Then she thought to herself, the world's transactions have been very frequent these past 2 weeks. He's not as reclusive as before, it seems he has also integrated into the Tarot Club family. However, what Audrey didn't know was that the world had so many questions simply because Mr. the Fool had some doubts after reading Rosal's diary. And coincidentally, Mr. the Fool's financial situation was good, and he was very willing to spend a few £100 to answer the questions in his heart. He hadn't expected Emperor to know almost all of the angel families. He first answered Miss Justice's question. The so-called angel family refers to extraordinary families that have produced angels. Audrey was slightly stunned. There are such powerful families. Alger, it's similar to my guess. Furs, heavens, angels, I can accept discussing gods, so why would discussing angels be a psychological barrier? All right, don't lie to yourself, an extraordinary family once produced an angel. Like those angels with many pairs of wings. Angels who serve gods. Goodness, aren't they only found in the gods' kingdom? The world then said to Emperor, I also know some information about angel families, but I don't know if it's comprehensive. Hobert smiled and said, we can use the Solomon Empire, Tudor Empire, and Terenzost Empire from the Four Empires War of the Fourth Epoch as coordinates to sort out those angel families. Do you know which empire each of those families pledged allegiance to? The world replied, the angel families loyal to the Tudor Empire and the Terenzost Empire are relatively clear, but the angel families loyal to the Solomon Empire seem to be more chaotic. Hobert nodded, I understand. If I just help you sort out these angel families, it will only cost £300. If you want to know the general experiences and current situations of these families, it will cost £5,000. The world almost didn't think. I only need 300, no, I mean, you only need to help me sort it out. Hobert nodded, then saw that the other members were also very interested. If you also want to join the transaction, then this question is worth £1,000, because the full scope of this question is entirely worth that price. However, Mr. World knows more than you, so the reward he pays will be less than yours. Audrey and Alger almost said in unison, I'm in. Furs hesitated for a moment and then raised her hand, I'm in too. Derek heard that this was a question about the Fourth Epoch, so he wasn't very interested and had no intention of joining the transaction. Hobert said, Then for this question, how about Mr. World pays £100, and the other 3 members each pay £300? Everyone had no objection, so Hobert asked, the fool, to block, the sons, sight and hearing. The transaction began. Hobert said, the history of these families can basically be traced back to the 3rd epoch, but what truly made these families household names was in the 4th epoch. Although this is not an official title, Angel Family basically refers to the top nobles of the North Continent during the 4th epoch. Only then did everyone realize that this was a 4th epoch title, which meant this question must be about a piece of 4th epoch history. Audrey and Alger immediately felt they had made a profit, but Furs was not very interested in this. Let me give an example first, Hobert said. For instance, the angel families loyal to the Terenzost Empire include the Augustus family. Isn't that? Furs exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the Rune royal family? Didn't he say 4th epoch families? How could there be a Rune royal family? Does that mean those families have been passed down to modern times? That's right, Hobert smiled. Additionally, there are the Kastja family, the Soren family, and the Einhorn family. Furs took a deep breath. All right, I shouldn't doubt. Emperor's intelligence is never that simple. The 4 angel families he used as examples turned out to be the current imperial and royal families, or former royal families, of the North Continent. Alger stroked his chin, so these families all had angels among them. No wonder their ruling position was so stable. In the 5th epoch, an angel walking on the ground would have enough deterrent power. Audrey, on the other hand, hadn't expected these families to have all pledged allegiance to the Terenzost Empire. Why did such a powerful empire decline? Hobert then said, let's sort out the clearer Tudor Empire. Those loyal to this empire include the Abraham family, the Antigonus family, the Aemon family, the Tamara family, and the Jacob family. We discussed the Abraham family in more detail at the last gathering, and the Antigonus family and Aemon family have also been mentioned before. The Tamara family and Jacob family are slightly less powerful than the first 3 families. Alger asked, I've heard of the Tamara family, but why have I never heard of the Jacob family? Hobert smiled and said, this is because after the Blood Emperor's demise, the Jacob family was hunted by the 6 gods, and even more terrifying, they were also hunted by Aemon. Actually, this falls under the experiences and current situation of angel families. Alright, I'll give you this answer as a bonus. The angel of the Jacob family was killed by Aemon, and his extraordinary characteristic was seized by Aemon. For a long time, Aemon was Jacob. Alger was stunned for a moment before he understood. You mean, Aemon stole Jacob's fate? Klein was as surprised as Alger. In other words, Jacob and Aemon were angels of the same pathway. Aemon could even steal the fate of an angel. No wonder, Emperor said that the Jacob family was slightly less powerful than the Aemon family. Audrey, I really want to know the experiences and current situations of these families, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money. I also want to know the information Hobert mentioned that's worth £20,000, and those pieces of information worth £5,000. Alas, I don't have enough money. Furs. So scary, I hope I never encounter Aemon in this life. Otherwise, Zio and Hobert would mistake Aemon for me. Oh goodness, just thinking about it is terrifying. Hobert said, let's continue. The more chaotic ones are the angel families loyal to the Solomon Empire. Here, I need to first give you a general overview of the 4th epoch's history. Initially, the North Continent only had the Solomon Empire. After Solomon's demise, the Terenzost Empire, Tudor Empire, and Solomon's Second Empire were successively established. So many families that originally pledged allegiance to Solomon later switched their allegiance to the other 2 empires. The nobles belonging to the Solomon Empire, or rather, the Solomon First Empire, include Adam, the Aemon family, the Antigonus family, the Medici family, the Zoroaster family, the Cheritu family, the Soren family, the Einhorn family, the Kastja family, and the Augustus family. Additionally, the Tudor family and the Trentsust family also once served the Solomon First Empire. Audrey exclaimed in surprise, almost all the angel families we know of once served the Solomon Empire. Why did such a powerful empire fall? Klein and Alger had similar questions, while Furs felt an urge to scratch her head. Why have I never heard of most of these families? How many powerhouses are hidden in history? Hobert smiled. It's mainly due to historical factors. Many nobles didn't pledge allegiance to the Solomon Empire because of Solomon, but because of the fallen creator. Additionally, the formation of the Six Gods Alliance led to Solomon's demise, which we've discussed before, so I won't repeat it. Klein then manipulated the world to say Adam. Only a name, emperor, did not add the word family. Hobert smiled. That's because I don't know whether to call it the Adam family or Adam. These details cannot be told to you now. He seemed to remember that Adam had no strict gender distinction, and Hobert was skeptical about whether Adam could leave descendants. The other members had already reached a consensus. When Emperor said, "Cannot be revealed now," or "We'll talk about it after Miss Justice becomes a psychologist," it implied immense risk. So Klein did not continue to ask. Hobert continued, "By the time of the Solomon Second Empire, I only know that the Zoroaster family and the Cheritu family supported that empire. There might be other families I don't know about, but the angels who previously supported the Solomon First Empire had either fallen or gone to support other empires. Only the Zoroaster family and the Cheritu family did not switch their support to other empires." Klein nodded. No wonder the Solomon Second Empire was the first to fall. It turns out this empire had the weakest high-end combat power. Furs also sighed. The emperors of the Solomon Second Empire were truly tragic. Audrey then asked curiously, is there any inherent connection between the Solomon Empire and the Solomon Second Empire? Hobert smiled. This answer is also a bonus. The two empires had the same emperor. Klein, behind the gray fog, shifted his sitting posture. The same emperor. The same emperor. Alger almost stood up. Wasn't Solomon supposed to have fallen? Audrey almost failed to maintain her spectator state. Mr. Emperor, is there some secret here? The most surprised was Furs. What does it mean, the same emperor? Does it mean the Solomon Empire and the Solomon Second Empire only had one emperor each? Is Black Emperor not a common code name for emperors, but Solomon's unique title? Heavens, how can this be? Hobert smiled. Miss Justice's and Mr. Hanged Man's questions are not part of the answer to the angel family question. Let me think. The answer to this question might be worth, well, I'm not very willing to reveal the answer to this question. Because he was a Beyander of the Black Emperor pathway, he naturally didn't want more people to know the secrets of the Black Emperor. Audrey puffed out her cheeks. Bad guy. Hobert is a big bad guy. Alger also felt a bit unsatisfied. This was the first time he had heard Emperor unwilling to reveal information, which intensified his curiosity. Klein already understood. Emperor knows the ultimate secret of the Black Emperor, or rather, the secret of the true god of this pathway, but because this pathway involves him personally, he does not intend to answer. Furs didn't even notice this question. Her mind was still buzzing. So, the Blood Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and the Night Emperor are also the same person. The Four Emperors' War was actually a battle between four people, no, four true gods. If I told this to historians, they would surely burn me as a witch. Finally, Hobert said, other angel families include the Night Emperor's Empress, goddess of beauty, who can be regarded as the leader of the vampire families of that era. Additionally, there are three demon families, the Norris family, the Andred family, and the Belial family. However, the actions of these three families are very secretive and rarely known to others. The Aegis family of the South Continent has now also fallen into the ranks of angel families. That's all I know about angel families. If you hear of new angel families, feel free to add to it. Alger sighed. I didn't expect there to be so many powerhouses in the fourth epic. Klein. The power of the Solomon First Empire exceeded my expectations. It's hard to imagine that such a behemoth existed in the fourth epic. 4 of its angel families are now all the power holders in the North Continent. Audrey smiled. Was Hobert's last sentence a display of pride? Well, knowing so much knowledge is enough to make him proud. Furs. 1 emperor, good heavens, 2 empires, 1 emperor, how did he do it? After this round of transactions ended, everyone calmed down for a few seconds before starting new transactions. Audrey. I'm looking for 3 materials. A pair of mirror dragon eyes, 50 milliliters of its blood, and the fruit of the elder tree. She had recently obtained the psychologist potion formula from the psychological alchemists. Everyone expressed that they would help Miss Justice keep an eye out. Derek said, I know where mirror dragons are, and if I ask for help, it should be relatively easy to hunt them down. However, I need to wait another week or 2. I plan to sacrifice them to Mr. Fool after I complete the exploration mission assigned by the chief. He said, thank you all for your help. The chief has basically cleared me of suspicion and assigned me to explore the half-destroyed fallen creator's temple. I believe this should be my final test. Hobert nodded. The son has made a lot of progress. The hanged man, Alger asked, is the shepherd elder still in the dungeon? Yes, this exploration will be led by the chief. Derek did not hide anything. In that case, the danger level is much lower than last time, Alger concluded. Derek humbly asked, what should I pay attention to during the exploration? The fool, at the head of the bronze long table spoke, flesh, whispers. Klein only gave 2 words, leaving the rest for the Tarot Club members to comprehend on their own. This is the demeanor of a great figure. Hobert, to be honest, diviners are really annoying. But in terms of pretending to be an evil god, I still have a lot of room for improvement, at least there's still a gap compared to Klein. Alger thought for a second or 2, and indeed had already comprehended some information on his own. He said to the son, who had thanked the fool, specifically, it means, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to, don't eat what you shouldn't eat, and don't touch what you shouldn't touch. Hobert nodded. He who knows, the fool, is the hanged man. Derek then said, I need the Sun Divine Official's potion formula. The reward will be paid with the main ingredients of the potion. I have relevant channels to obtain that formula, Alger said. But I don't know what main ingredients you have there. You know, not all main ingredients are that marketable. I have a list of main ingredients here and a list of nearby monsters. Derek immediately said. Klein resisted the urge to shake his head. The son is still too naive. However, he did not offer a reminder, because he also wanted to see it. The list in the son's hand was prepared for Mr. Emperor. He was also afraid that some of the materials he paid for would be difficult for Mr. Emperor to convert into cash, so he prepared this list, ready for Mr. Emperor to check at any time. However, Hobert never made such a request, and instead, the fool and the hanged man benefited first. Hobert sighed. It's not that Alger is too cunning, it's just that the son's posture is too perfect. Everyone wants to take a few handfuls. Alger didn't exploit Derek too much, choosing 3 materials that were roughly equivalent in value to the Sun Divine Official's potion formula and could be quickly sold. With this transaction concluded, the Tarot Club moved into its final segment, exchanging information. Audrey said, another major event has occurred in Backland. Duke Negan has been assassinated. Alger was quite interested. Although he had heard about this assassination from the church, he didn't know the specific details. Furs was slightly stunned. She hadn't been in Backland recently and hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Derek still had an impression of Duke Negan. He remembered it being mentioned at a previous gathering that someone wanted to assassinate this Duke but failed. However, he wasn't very interested in Duke Negan's affairs. Audrey continued, the Apostle of Desire, using a special scene, completed the assassination of Duke Negan and successfully broke through at the cost of severe injuries. By the time the Night Watchers caught up to him, he was already dead. It is said that the Death Messenger's traces appeared again at the scene, but the Death Messenger was not there to silence him. His target was the organization that commissioned the Apostle of Desire. Furs wasn't lamenting for the first time. the Tarot Club's frequency of operations is quite high. Alger was stunned. Death Messenger. Is this another action related to Mr. Fool? Which organization is that organization? Just as Alger was wondering, the fool, Klein, taking the opportunity, casually reminded them, outside, do not mention the name of that organization, nor write it down. Why? Audrey blurted out. Klein leaned back against the chair, responding calmly, whatever is spoken will be known. Audrey, Alger, and Derek all thought of 008. Alger, could that secret organization be formed by high-level audience beyonders? Is it a powerful organization I know nothing about? Is Mr. Fool sending his dependents to find them? The high-level situation in this world is indeed more complex than I imagined. Audrey, what an extremely secretive and dignified organization. To some extent, it's even more terrifying than the churches of the seven gods, and Mr. Fool, and our Tarot Club, are searching for their traces. Furs. Mr. Fool means that as long as it's not in his divine kingdom, and not speaking to him, mentioning or writing down the name of that organization will cause them to sense it through some method or item. How terrifying, how terrifying. I'd better not know. Hobert, under unexpected circumstances, you got to show off again, but it's good to tell them, lest Audrey be targeted by the Twilight Hermit Club. After a few seconds of silence, Furs said, Full Moon Lake in South Colson is currently under development. It will definitely become a famous scenic spot in the future. If anyone has relevant channels, you can help promote it. Everyone was stunned. This information seemed a bit abrupt, and they didn't quite understand what was going on. Only Hobert really wanted to thank Furs for thinking about promoting his territory at the Tarot Club. Furs cleared her throat, her face slightly red, and said, everyone will know about it in the near future. Everyone nodded and said nothing more. Because Klein attended this gathering in the washroom, staying any longer would definitely arouse suspicion, so when everyone's exchange came to an end, he announced the conclusion of this Tarot Club meeting. Backland, Count Hall's villa. After returning to the real world, Audrey did not rush to get up. She first calmly sorted out what she needed to do next. There's a psychology class tomorrow afternoon. I can tell Island that I met someone at a Beander gathering who wanted to buy a thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland, and I've agreed to the deal. She can send the extraordinary material over soon. Facilitating this transaction, my reward will naturally be more Rosal's diary entries, and at the same time, accumulate the hypnotist's potion formula. I need to collect the psychologist's materials as soon as possible. Audrey, you can't be lazy. Susie is already sequence 8, I can't let her catch up. Backland, Wood District. Furs paced back and forth in her room, finally making up her mind. She pulled out a chair, found some letter paper and a fountain pen, deliberated for nearly a minute, and began to write a letter to Dari Gray. She had just started writing when Zio happened to return from outside. Your letter. Furs took it and saw that it was a letter from Dari himself. She quickly opened it, browsed through it, and gradually showed a wry smile. Zio, Teacher Dari said he's coming to Backland tomorrow, and he's even bringing the magician's potion. She had hinted to Dari during their previous conversation that Mrs. Annalisa had left her extraordinary characteristic to her. Of course, she didn't explicitly say it, only that Mrs. Annalisa had allowed her to inherit some extraordinary abilities. Dari, on the contrary, felt more at ease, at least Furs's character had the added assurance of Annalisa. Furs said, what should I do? Am I going to take the magician's potion again? The experience of taking that potion last time was still fresh in her memory. The previous magician's potion hadn't even been digested yet, and now she had to take a new one. Zio scratched her somewhat messy hair and said, tell your teacher the truth and ask for his understanding. Furs sighed. It would be a great pity if this matter severed her connection with Dari. I'll go ask Hobert again if he has a better solution. This time she didn't hesitate and immediately took action, arriving at Jeffreytown via the Traveler's Gate. However, Hobert was not in his study. After asking a maid, She learned that Hobert had just gone into town, so Furs simply went into town to look for Hobert. In the town, near Full Moon Lake, Furs saw Hobert. He was watching Roy lead people in cleaning two adjacent houses. Hobert also saw Furs. He pointed to the two houses. Look, this is a two-story building with a small courtyard. The rooms are spacious and can be easily converted into a hotel. That one over there doesn't have a courtyard, you enter directly into the living room. We can knock down the walls to make it a restaurant lobby, and the second floor will be private rooms. Furs nodded. Of course, she knew about Hobert's renovation plan. Before she could even mention her own matter, she heard Hobert say, I plan to let you manage all the profits from the hotel and restaurant. Furs. I have, huh? Before Furs could react, Hobert continued, I just looked, the house's original decorations are still there. It just needs some renovations, which won't take much time. Once the railway and villa design teams arrive, they can move in first. Their food and lodging will all be paid for by the Lord's Manor. I'll also have Roy help you find staff and a manager, so you can start making money as soon as you take over. In the future, once the large dock is back in use, with this location, the restaurant and hotel should easily make dozens of gold leathers a week. Wait, Furs said, I can't take it. We are a contract couple, have you forgotten? If you give me property now, how will it be distributed after the contract couple agreement ends? Hobert had already thought of a reason. I've thought about it. As the lady of the manor, you naturally need some pocket money. These dozens of gold leathers, while not a lot, should be enough for your spending money. If you find gold leathers inconvenient to use, you can exchange them for gold pounds with me, at the current exchange rate between the two countries. Furs. But, take it. Hobert said, I can't let you spend your own money in Jeffrey Town. It's only a few dozen gold leathers, it's not a lot of money. Being so formal about it is unnecessary. Furs suddenly didn't know how to refuse, and before she could continue to decline, Hobert had already called Roy over to implement the matter, stating that the accounts for the hotel and restaurant would henceforth be handled by the lady of the manor. Furs felt as if she had inexplicably acquired two additional properties, and if they could generate dozens of gold leathers in revenue each week, these two properties were definitely very good assets. If this income were converted into gold pounds, Furs would undoubtedly be richer than the middle class, though still far from being a millionaire. Just as Hobert was about to inspect other areas, Furs came back to her senses. Hobert, I came to ask for your opinion on something. Hobert stopped. What is it? Do you still remember what we discussed a long time ago about the Abraham family? Hobert nodded. That was not long after he became a lawyer, and he had mentioned this family during a conversation with Furs when they weren't very familiar with each other. Some time ago, I met a member of the Abraham family. Furs briefly recounted how she became Dorian's student, then mentioned that she had only revealed to Dorian that she was an apprentice, and now Dorian was bringing the magician potion to her. Hobert said, I have two suggestions for you. The first is to pretend you are still an apprentice and take another dose of the magician potion. At low sequence, as long as your condition is good, repeatedly taking potions doesn't pose too much danger. The second suggestion is to tell the truth, but of course, the truth needs to be carefully phrased. You can say that your fiancé is a Beander and he found the magician potion for you. Before this, your fiancé didn't trust Dorian much, which is why he repeatedly advised you not to reveal that you were a magician. But now you feel you must be sincere with your teacher, so you're telling him the truth. In short, push everything onto your fiancé. Dorian will most likely not blame you, and might even be moved by your sincerity. Furs opened her mouth. It can be done like that. Then she hesitated. So, I still have to lie, right? Hobert smiled and asked, am I a Beander? Of course. Did I sell you the magician potion? That's right. Hobert finally asked, where did you lie? You just rephrased the truth. Furs suddenly thought of Mr. Hanged Man from the Tarot Club. He probably taught Little Son how to deal with the Silver City's chief in a similar way. Leaving Furs to ponder, Hobert continued his inspection of the town. Amidst the continuous compliments, he began planning his next steps internally. After dinner, Hobert was in his study, contemplating how to deal with the giant beast in the lake. Suddenly, he heard prayers from the country of disorder. He locked the door, entered the country of disorder, and discovered a strange star expanding. Hobert was slightly startled before realizing it must be Lawrence Bach, the patriarch of the Bach family. He extended his spirituality and indeed saw Lawrence, who was 1.90 meters tall, with a few strands of white hair in his dark locks, and broad shoulders. He said in a devout tone, "Great the Creator, we are about to clash with the Rose School again. As the Bach family, willing to pledge allegiance to you, we lack power at the angel level. During the conflict, we pray that you can lend a helping hand and block the opponent's angel. After this battle, we will offer all spoils of war to you, and every member of our family will devoutly believe in you and serve you." Hobert nodded. The attitude was acceptable, and the conditions offered were also good. However, he did not intend to respond immediately. How could a great figure like the Creator wait in his divine kingdom at all times to respond to some unfamiliar prayers? While waiting, he decided to browse the stars of Alice and Ethel. Alice was attending a ball. In the opulent ballroom, she was clinking glasses and conversing happily with nobles. The conversations among these nobles were truly interesting. Hobert then jumped to Ethel's star. She was running, her subordinates were nowhere to be found, and there were bloodstains on her clothes. Or rather, she was fleeing for her life, weaving through the forest, using vegetation to conceal her tracks. Hobert was startled. Had the mission failed? He heightened his true sight and found that there were indeed pursuers behind her, at least one demigod was coming. Hobert pondered for a moment. He could test the combat strength of the Ox Demon King and save the owner of this star at the same time. Since he had high-level combat forces like the Ox Demon King and Holy Infant King, he had never used them in actual combat. Having to block an angel from the Rose School in a few days made Hobert feel somewhat uncertain. He wanted to test the Ox Demon King's effectiveness in actual combat first, so he wouldn't be caught off guard when using higher-level combat forces. In the mountains of northwestern Fenaport. Run hard. Ethel tried to adjust her breathing. She hadn't expected the Intis Republic to have detected this rendezvous operation. More than 10 years ago, the Fenaport Kingdom had developed a major general in the southern theater of the Intis Republic to become a spy. For over 10 years, this spy had provided a lot of valuable intelligence. He had always been very careful, and this intelligence source had remained stable and secure. The Finapot royal family and military had secretly commended him more than once, always sending high-ranking military officials or royal members to present the commendation at an opportune moment, to show the royal family and militaries pay attention to for him. Not long ago, the spy again provided crucial intelligence, enough for the royal family to commend him once more. Ethel was not only a member of the royal family but also a high-ranking official in the Northern Theater, so Fernando II sent her to commend the spy. Theoretically, this commendation should not have had any problems, but Ethel encountered an ambush after arriving at the rendezvous point. The demigod responsible for protecting her was prioritized, controlled, and eliminated. Her other subordinates either died or lost their combat effectiveness while covering Ethel's breakout. Only Ethel escaped, and she was injured. As she ran, she mused, there must have been an internal traitor on Fenaport's side, otherwise the enemy's deployment wouldn't have been so targeted. Just as she thought of this, a cluster of flames flew from behind Ethel, passed over her head, and finally converged in front of her, solidifying into a middle-aged man with a full beard. All right, the cat-and-mouse game is over. You either surrender immediately, or we'll knock you out and take you back. Ethel looked coldly at the man in front of her. As one of King Fernando II's most valued princesses, she could not be taken back alive. Even if her corpse were taken back, the Intis Republic would likely make a big deal out of it. What to do? How to commit suicide? How to destroy her own body? Thinking of this, Ethel felt a wave of sorrow. She still had a bright future ahead. Her father had promised her that as long as she gained experience in the Northern Theater for a few years and accumulated some military achievements, she would become a duke when she returned to Feniport City. Moreover, at work, she had also met a handsome and dashing lieutenant colonel. She had even planned to promote him to major general and then wait for him to propose to her. But all of this was now an illusion. Ethel smiled sadly. What if I choose neither? Saying that, she raised her gun to shoot herself in the temple. The bearded man was an iron-blooded knight. He smiled disdainfully and casually kicked a stone on the ground. The stone flew up and knocked her pistol out of her hand before Ethel could fire. As a sequence 5, Ethel didn't even have the ability to commit suicide in front of a demigod. At this moment, the other 7 or 8 pursuers also caught up, surrounding Ethel. Ethel gave a bitter smile. Earth Mother, for the sake of my devout faith in you, please kill me. The iron-blooded knight crossed his arms, smiling as he savored Ethel's desperate expression. In her recent prayer, Ethel suddenly found inspiration. No matter which evil god, as long as you hear my plea, I am willing to offer my soul and body. Although she hadn't uttered a specific honorific name, the iron-blooded knight knew it would be unwise to let Ethel ramble on any further. Just as he was about to step forward to knock Ethel out, he suddenly felt a surge of power descend. Under the immense pressure, even the iron-blooded knight dared not lift his head. The several sequence 6s who followed had an urge to kneel. Silently, between Ethel and the iron-blooded knight, a black monster appeared, radiating sacred black light, with an ox head but a pair of golden deer antlers. Everyone was stunned. How idle must an evil god be to respond to such a broad prayer? This ox-headed, deer-antlered monster was, of course, the ox-demon king projected by Hobert. Hobert's command to it was, kill everyone except Ethel. That's right, it was to kill. Since he was going to act, he had to eliminate everyone around them to demonstrate the power of the creator's subordinate. In this regard, Hobert differed from Klein. Or rather, the abilities that Country of Disorder and Source Castle excelled at were different, which led to Hobert and Klein having different styles when impersonating evil gods. Although the Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch had the status of angels, they could not create the image of an angel using the power of the Country of Disorder. Source Castle, however, could more easily create the image of an angel, giving a great visual impact. Of course, the power of the Country of Disorder simply couldn't create overly intimidating images. The Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch were both very powerful fighters. Because in addition to their extraordinary powers of high sequence, they also possessed terrifying physical attacks. Although the Ox Demon King was one level below them, it was still a terrifying existence for a demigod. While everyone else present, including Ethel, was still bewildered by the appearance of the Ox Demon King, the iron-blooded knight had already reacted. Fatal attack. He sensed the Ox Demon King's power, so he decided to seize the initiative. The iron-blooded knight threw a punch, guided by his spirituality, aiming for the golden horn on the Ox Demon King's head. The Ox Demon King calmly opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth. Woo-ah! It let out a roar that struck directly at the heart. The iron-blooded knight suddenly felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy object, and he retreated a step, feeling suffocated. His fatal attack was thus interrupted. Immediately after, a wave of mental vibrations surged, causing the iron-blooded knight's hands to tremble. This was the Ox Demon King's mental attack. If a demigod was affected like this, the other Sequence 5s and Sequence 6s who followed all let out painful wails. Especially the Sequence 6s, who knelt on the ground in agony, with blood flowing from their ears, eye corners, nostrils, and mouth corners. Their eyes, in particular, were severely bloodshot, as if they could burst at any moment. The Ox Demon King then opened its mouth again, uttering a solemn word, chaos. Puff, puff, puff. The heads of 3 Sequence 6s were directly exploded by the surging power of chaos. Only 3 headless corpses remained on the scene, with blood hissing from their necks. Several Sequence 5s also basically lost their combat effectiveness after 2 rounds of attacks. The Ox Demon King's eyes, burning with black flames, looked towards the iron-blooded knight. The iron-blooded knight knew he was no match and immediately transformed into scattered flames to escape. But the ox-demon king reached out and struck one of the flames. The iron-blooded knight tumbled out of the flames, steadying himself somewhat disheveled. Filth! The ox-demon king again spat out a word, and immediately, many viscous liquids appeared on the surrounding ground. The surfaces of the plants stained by these liquids looked as if they had grown a layer of iron-black spots. These spots rapidly expanded, eventually merging into a single patch, and finally turning completely iron-black. The several sequence 5s were also rapidly covered by the viscous liquid, and no matter how they struggled, iron-black spots appeared on their bodies. Only around the iron-blooded knight did massive flames erupt, keeping the viscous liquid at bay. A flaming spear appeared in each of his hands, and he threw them at the ox-demon king one after another. Since there was no escape, he could only fight with all his might. Then, the iron-blooded knight clenched his fists, and within dozens of meters around him, towering flames ignited. He held a giant orange fireball in both hands and pressed it towards the ox-demon king. The two flaming spears struck the ox-demon king's chest one after another, but a black mist quickly enveloped and devoured them. The fireball in the iron-blooded knight's hand was as large as a steam car, instantly scorching the surrounding trees until they withered. Order! Two black light clusters appeared on the ox-demon king's hands. He steadily held the giant fireball from his side and began to erode it bit by bit. The flames closer to the ox-demon king turned black, and the black flames grew in number. The iron-blooded knight simply released the giant fireball from his hands, half knelt, and pressed one hand to the ground. A wall of incandescent flames appeared and directly burned towards the ox-demon king. Ox-demon king, distortion. The wall of fire curved and turned back, to burn the iron-blooded knight. At the same time, the ox-demon king threw the black fireball in his hand to the ground, and black flames rapidly spread. The iron-blooded knight immediately felt that the surrounding order had become very unfriendly to flames. He couldn't even control the surrounding flames anymore. Weak point attack. The iron-blooded knight had no choice but to engage in close combat. He possessed a strong physique, extreme vitality, and defense, so close combat was actually his specialty. Who would have thought that the ox-demon king would deftly grab the iron-blooded knight's left fist, which he had thrown out using weak point attack. Its other hand suddenly stretched forward. Puff! It pulled out a thumping heart. The iron-blooded knight stared blankly at the heart in front of him, pausing for a full second before seeming to realize that it was his own heart. He broke free from the ox-demon king's restraint, stumbling as he tried to leave, gradually picking up speed. The iron-blooded knight's vitality was indeed very tenacious. He actually started running without a heart. Distortion. The ox-demon king used distortion again. The iron-blooded knight's escape turned into a charge, and he finally collapsed to the ground when he reached the ox-demon king's vicinity. The ox-demon king threw the heart in its hand to the ground and proceeded to deal with the remaining sequence 5s who were still struggling. Ethel felt as if she were in a dream, especially when the iron-blooded knight's heart was so easily plucked out by the monster before her. After the black monster dealt with all the enemies, Ethel felt its eyes, burning with black flames, looking at her. Ethel immediately knelt on one knee. Great God, thank you for your salvation. As I said before, I am willing to offer everything I have. With her rich knowledge of mysticism, she naturally knew that going back on her word in this situation would be the most foolish choice. But then Ethel discovered that the golden-horned monster in front of her suddenly knelt down in a certain direction. Ethel looked in that direction in surprise and saw the solid yet mysterious figure in midair. He sat on a throne made of swords, radiating sacred black light. Even in the dark night, these lights were as visible as dust under a lamp. The immense pressure immediately made Ethel lower her head. She changed the object of her worship. Great God, thank you for your salvation. I am willing to offer everything I have to you. Hobert said in a faint tone, I am not interested in the flesh and souls of mortals. Ethel immediately asked respectfully, then how may I be of service? The magnificent voice, however, countered, are you a descendant of Castile? Ethel's eyes narrowed. Castile was the founder of the Fenaport royal family. Does this mysterious existence know my ancestor? She said, yes, I am Ethel, daughter of Fernando II, a descendant of Castile. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, was slightly stunned. She's actually a genuine princess. No wonder I could hear your prayer, Hobert said. You may call me the Creator. Ethel was startled. Great Creator, do you truly not require anything from me? The Creator chuckled and countered, do you have anything that could interest me? Ethel was startled again. She really didn't seem to have anything that could interest a god. The Creator continued, be ready to heed my summons at any time. Without my permission, you must not reveal my name to others. After speaking, the magnificent figure in midair vanished, and the ox-headed, deer-horned monster also disappeared with him. Ethel stood in place for a few seconds under the night sky. I didn't make any promises. Aren't they afraid I'll renege in the future? But soon, by the moonlight, she clearly saw the pursuers with their heads crushed, the pursuers covered in rust-like patches, and the iron-blooded knight with a hollow in his chest. She smiled. If I dared to renege, my fate would probably be even worse than theirs. Then she let out a long breath and thought to herself, being ready to heed summons is better than actually sacrificing flesh and soul. Also, why did the Creator say, no wonder I could hear your prayer, after knowing I was a descendant of the great Castile? Ethel shook her head, not continuing to ponder the question. No matter what, I survived. I still want to become a duke, and I still have Lieutenant Colonel Bird. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly narrowed, gradually becoming cold. After the extraordinary characteristics of the iron-blooded knight and the others were extracted, Ethel quickly left with the extraordinary characteristics. At this moment, Hobert on the Iron Throne secretly sighed in regret. To maintain the image of the Creator, he didn't let the other party sacrifice those charming extraordinary characteristics and magical items to the country of disorder. Then Hobert reflected on his interaction with Ethel just now, feeling that his communication with her was still somewhat unnatural compared to Klein's treatment of the Tarot Club members. Of course, this was largely because Klein's followers came to him, whereas his, the Creator's, followers had to be actively contacted. However, it was much better now than when he first contacted Elliot. In the face of absolute power, Ethel wouldn't notice the Creator's unnaturalness. A princess of the Fenaport kingdom. Hobert sighed. If she could be developed into a follower, Jeffrey Town could avoid many troubles in its development. Then, Hobert responded to Lawrence, who was waiting by the side, you may. Before the battle begins, recite my name. After testing, he had enough confidence to withstand an angel. The next day, Tuesday morning, the villagers of Jeffrey Town heard that the Lord was going to challenge the giant beast at the bottom of the lake again. Those who had seen the giant beast yesterday followed again, and those who hadn't seen it yesterday, but wanted to, also followed. For a time, almost all the people of Jeffrey Town appeared by the lake, and some even ran to several neighboring villages to call some villagers to see the giant beast. The reeds by the lake had been trampled flat over a large area. Now no one was afraid of the monster that often came ashore from the lake, and even the giant beast in the lake had become a topic of conversation for everyone. Everyone discussed the giant beast while staring at the Lord who was pacing by the lake. They all guessed, the Lord seemed to be contemplating a way to eliminate the giant beast. In fact, Hobert was considering how to end the show with so many spectators today. After last night's verification, the best way to defeat the giant beast was to pray to himself and let the Ox Demon King take action against the giant beast again. But now that so many people had come, it was different. The giant beast was best defeated by the Lord himself, so that everyone would be impressed by the Lord's martial virtue, forming a new, strong sense of identity. This would greatly digest the potion, and there was even a high probability of completely digesting it. Since this was the goal, he could only use the tactic he thought of yesterday to challenge the giant beast at the bottom of the lake, instead of finding help. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Hobert once again stepped into Full Moon Lake, step by step. This drew gasps of surprise. Those who had never seen this sight didn't expect the Lord to enter the bottom of the lake this way. The Lord's breath must be incredibly long. The distance from the lakeside to the deep water area looked quite far. On the opposite mountain, Teuton Viscount had, of course, already prepared a telescope and began to spy on the scene by the lake. Because of his previous exploration experience, Hobert simply swam quickly to the top of the underwater forest, using himself as bait to attract the giant beast. Soon, the lake water churned again, and Hobert immediately felt his body undergoing abnormal changes and signs of uncontrolled power. Sure enough, the giant beast had such an ability. Hobert immediately injected his spirituality into the Order Crystal. A black shield-like barrier appeared around him, effectively blocking the process of abnormal changes and uncontrolled power. Suddenly, Hobert felt ropes binding him. Looking down, he didn't know when, a piece of seaweed floated not far from him. It grew rapidly, like a green tentacle, wrapping around Hobert's body. Hobert struggled, but it was tougher than he expected. So he quickly used Flash to leave his previous position. Just as Hobert had predicted, in the next second, the giant beast's huge maw appeared again, almost biting Hobert. After breaking free from the seaweed, Hobert used another flash, arriving behind the giant beast, attempting to approach its back. Although the giant beast was huge, its movements in the water were agile. It immediately turned its body and bit at Hobert again. Hobert waited for the giant beast to approach, watching its gaping maw grow larger and larger. Just as he felt a huge suction force, Hobert used Flash again, appearing above the gaping maw, and touched the giant beast's head with his hand. However, the suction generated by the giant beast's gaping maw was greater than Hobert had anticipated, and he was immediately sucked into its mouth. The giant beast also didn't expect Hobert to deliver himself. It immediately closed its huge mouth and swallowed. Hobert felt as if he was in a strong current. With the help of the ocean pendant, he quickly drew his sword and stabbed it into the giant beast's throat to temporarily stabilize himself. Hobert quickly pressed his hand against the giant beast's throat again. The lake water in front of the giant beast and Hobert suddenly became illusory, and Hobert took the giant beast into the spirit world. What was rather magical was that even inside the giant beast's throat, Hobert could clearly see the sights of the spirit world. Taking advantage of the giant beast's obvious stun, Hobert fiercely cut open the giant beast's flesh, creating an opening in its throat large enough for one person to crawl out. Soon, the giant beast and Hobert left the spirit world and arrived in a valley full of rubble, with only a few plants. This was the tactic Hobert had considered yesterday. He knew that he could never kill the giant beast underwater because that was the giant beast's home turf, and several powerful abilities couldn't be used underwater. For example, lightning strike. Even if lightning struck the giant beast, water conducts electricity, and Hobert felt he would definitely be electrocuted too. And divine light, the immense heat, would probably boil the surrounding lake water. The giant beast would suffer, but Hobert would suffer even more. This rocky valley was not far south of Jeffrey Town. If one were to travel to Sapphire Manor for vacation, this was a necessary route. Hobert had passed through here when he left Sapphire Manor. The entire valley was full of rocks, with no place for vegetation to grow. Moreover, there was no human habitation nearby. Yesterday, when Hobert was considering tactics, he felt this place was perfectly suitable as a battlefield. So he came to survey it again yesterday and finally decided to send the giant beast here to deal with it. As long as he risked bringing the giant beast here, half of his tactic would be successful, because in terms of environment, this place was disadvantageous for the giant beast that lived underwater. However, the level of risk in approaching the giant beast still exceeded Hobert's imagination. If he didn't have the ocean pendant to control the water flow, he would have already been sucked into the giant beast's stomach. Although he didn't know what it was like in there, the fact that the giant beast had always intended to swallow Hobert indicated that its stomach had a way to subdue Hobert. As soon as he appeared in the real world, Hobert immediately crawled out of the cut opening. He was surprised to find that if he had been a moment later, that huge opening would have healed. The giant beast quickly recovered. It violently shook its head, flinging Hobert, who was on its neck, off. In midair, Hobert threw the order wood in his hand into a rock crevice. Order. By the time Hobert landed, the order wood, dozens of meters wide and over 10 meters tall, had already taken shape. The giant beast roared and slammed its massive body into the order wood, but only caused the order wood to sway slightly. Here, the giant beast completely lost its advantageous environment. Without the aid of the lake water, its limbs made its movements very slow. And due to the scarcity of surrounding vegetation, and Hobert's resistance to uncontrolled power and abnormal changes using the order crystal, the power of its extraordinary abilities was greatly reduced. The giant beast now only had brute strength left, which made it angrily lift its neck and roar, "Woo!" At this moment, Hobert, of course, would not approach the opponent. He threw out an uncontrolled stone, uncontrolled. Under the order wood, invisible black ripples spread out in circles, but the giant beast only glared at Hobert, and it had no effect whatsoever. Apparently, the giant beast used its own ability to neutralize the power of the uncontrolled stone. But that didn't matter. Hobert took the opportunity to complete the bribe process, weakening. The giant beast's level was clearly higher than Sequence 5, but not yet at Sequence 4. Hobert's weakening had a limited effect on it. Lightning strike. Hobert used his speed advantage of low flight to attack the slowly crawling giant beast with impunity. The lightning strike hit the giant beast's back directly, charring a section of it. Hobert didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe. Divine light. A massive light descended, almost engulfing the entire giant beast. As the light dissipated, the giant beast's skin became cracked and black. The previous light had made it close its eyes, and now it suddenly opened them and roared again. The divine light temporarily deprived it of its sanity. It instinctively used its extraordinary abilities to make the surrounding vegetation grow more lush, no longer sparing its extraordinary abilities and spirituality. The weeds and small shrubs growing from the rock crevices immediately grew wildly. Half of the rocky valley, which had been desolate for countless years, was now covered in green. As the giant beast regained its sanity, it immediately stopped the spiritual consumption that caused the vegetation to grow wildly. Then the giant beast twisted its body, and black skin and flesh fell off. The areas on its back that had been charred by lightning strike and divine light healed at a visible speed. Hobert, who was in the low air not far away, pondered for a moment and immediately summoned a wind blade. However, the giant beast's skin defense was also quite strong. Only a few wind blades cut its skin, but they healed quickly. Hobert frowned. This self-healing ability was also formidable. The giant beast took advantage of Hobert's attack interval to escape out of the valley, which forced Hobert to continuously attack. He first stole the giant beast's thought of leaving, and then immediately used madness while the opponent had just regained his thoughts. Then came another lightning strike, and another divine light. Hobert sadly discovered that even on land, he didn't have many abilities that could harm the giant beast. After the second divine light, the temperature in the valley continued to rise, basically reaching summer levels. Hobert did not get discouraged and used wind blade, lightning strike, and divine light again. After the third round of attacks, the giant beast's self-healing ability noticeably slowed down, and it was breathing heavily, as if exhaling was very difficult. Hobert smiled. Under the blessing of the order wood, he continuously used distortion on the surrounding environment. Now, the accumulation of those distortions was finally taking effect. The entire valley had become extremely dry and oxygen depleted. For such an amphibious-like giant beast, dryness would make it very weak. And oxygen deprivation was a fatal blow. Such a huge creature required a large amount of oxygen. Once the oxygen content decreased, it would be difficult for it to survive for too long. At this point, Hobert himself was already feeling a bit uncomfortable with the oxygen content, let alone the giant beast in front of him. Soon, the giant beast no longer had the strength to escape, but Hobert's attacks continued. Wind blade. Lightning strike. Divine light. Hobert took a deep breath. He had consumed too much spirituality and needed to rest a bit. At this moment, the giant beast no longer had the strength to shake off the charred wounds and flesh on its back from the lightning strike and divine light as it had before. Hobert flew to the outside of the Orderwood's canopy and took a few breaths. He was still continuously using distortion on the environment under the canopy, just quietly watching the giant beast grow weaker and weaker, and fall to the ground, groaning in pain. Now the Orderwood could last for 15 minutes. Hobert patiently waited for 11 or 12 minutes. The giant beast seemed to have fainted from lack of oxygen. Hobert then cautiously approached the giant beast with his knife. The giant beast sensed Hobert's malice. It tried to bite Hobert again, but only managed to open its mouth, its head completely unable to move. Hobert, wary of any sudden changes, quickly used flash to reach the giant beast's head. Looking at the unwilling gaze in the giant beast's eyes, and its already shriveled skin due to the dry environment, he fiercely plunged his katana into its head. The giant beast used its last bit of strength to twist its body, but still couldn't stand up. Hobert slashed with force, and the sharp katana cut through the giant beast's skull, leaving a deep gash in its brain. The giant beast's last trace of spirituality dissipated, causing the valley, which had previously turned green, to burst into beautiful flowers. At this moment, the Orderwood also quickly withered, turning into an ordinary wooden stick. Hobert looked at the flowers. At least you left a mark on this world. Then he smiled. I heard that dinosaurs died from food shortages and thin oxygen. Giants have their advantages, but once you leave the comfortable environment that suits you, you will immediately lose your advantage. He sat beside the giant beast and rested for a while, collected the Orderwood and the uncontrolled stone, and then used travel again to return to the bottom of Full Moon Lake. And the rocky valley where they fought later became 100 Flowers Valley, covered with flowers and greenery, becoming an attraction of Sapphire Manor. Hobert, back in Full Moon Lake, was about to immediately float up, dragging the giant beast's corpse, but then thought that returning like this didn't seem to fit the storyline of having gone through a fierce battle. So he began to use the ocean pendant to manipulate the water currents of Full Moon Lake, sometimes spurting up like a fountain, and sometimes swirling like a whirlpool. The people on the shore, seeing these anomalies, indeed pointed and discussed how intense the battle at the bottom of the lake was. After a few minutes of exertion, Hobert felt his spirituality was almost exhausted before finally surfacing. Bring 2 thick ropes. On the lakeshore, Furs and Seal, who had been worried about Hobert, quickly found ropes and threw them into Full Moon Lake. The Lord's subjects also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Lord had won. Hobert wrapped the ropes around the giant beast's upper and lower jaws, respectively, and resurfaced. Pull. At this time, there were hundreds of people on the shore. The young adults among them, organized by Seal, pulled the ropes. The 2 ropes immediately straightened. At first, at the edge of the deep water area, it wasn't very heavy, but as the giant beast's corpse entered the shallow water area, it gradually became heavier. When they reached the shore, everyone, besides being surprised by the giant beast's large size, had to use all their strength to continue pulling the giant beast up. The Lord defeated the giant beast. Long live the Lord! When the giant beast's corpse was completely exposed from the water, everyone cheered and spread the news. Baron Hobert sat on the chair Seal had brought and rested for a while before saying, Seal, you open the giant beast's belly. As he spoke, he extended the tang knife in his hand forward, sticking it into the ground. Seal received the order, took the knife with both hands, and stabbed it into the giant beast's belly. The sharpness of the tang knife exceeded Seal's imagination. He felt as if he hadn't used much force to completely cut open the belly. As the giant beast's belly was cut open, a large amount of internal organs flowed out, among which were several brilliantly colored crystals around its liver. The quick-witted Seal immediately understood that this was what the Lord was looking for. Before everyone could fully react, he quickly cut off a piece of his clothing and wrapped the crystals. Baron Hobert nodded with satisfaction, winked at Seal, and told him to keep the crystals safe and give them to him later. He then said to Roy, find someone to collect all the giant beast's internal organs. Baron Hobert estimated that the Earth Mother Church would not waste any extraordinary materials, the giant beast's corpse will be left by the lake. Let more people come and see, and feel the Lord's martial virtue." He stood up and said to the onlookers, "You may have heard the elders talk about how prosperous the waterway here once was, but you have never seen it, nor can you even imagine what a prosperous waterway looks like. Now the problem of Full Moon Lake blocking the waterway has been solved. Next, I will dedicate myself to dredging the Tati-Gia River waterway. In the near future, Jeffrey Town will flourish again. Get ready to embrace a beautiful new life." In fact, the problem of the waterway being cut off had not been completely solved, but there was no need to publicly announce the sealing of the center of Full Moon Lake. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding people, Baron Hobert put on his new cloak, and left with Furs, Seal, and the other guards. Immediately after leaving the crowd, Baron Hobert felt the long-awaited cracking sound in his spirituality. The corrupted Baron potion was completely digested. After the potion was digested, Baron Hobert continued his acting as a lord, and people's continued recognition of his identity as a lord would make his spirituality and the potion more compatible. Upon returning to the lord's manor, Furs quietly told Baron Hobert that she needed to return to Backland. After Baron Hobert successfully killed the giant beast of Full Moon Lake, she could finally meet with her teacher Dorian. Baron Hobert took the cloth bag handed to him by Seal and returned to his study alone to review the ritual for advancing to Sequence 5. He had considered the ritual for advancing to Sequence 5 long ago and had thought of ways to facilitate the ritual. To ensure the ritual's success in one go, Baron Hobert had reviewed it many times. While he was considering this matter, Bishop Simpson's messenger, the large dog, appeared in the study again. This time, it was carrying a cloth bag in its mouth. After placing the cloth bag on the desk, it stuck out its tongue and looked at Baron Hobert with anticipation. Baron Hobert smiled helplessly and said to the door, "Roy, what's his name, Alan?" Alan was a male servant who had just started working today. "Go to the kitchen and get more than 5 nika of raw meat." Having witnessed the Lord kill the giant beast on his first day of work, Alan was still uncontrollably excited. Upon hearing the command, he immediately ran to the kitchen. Baron Hobert opened the cloth bag, which contained 3 wooden boxes and a letter. One wooden box was full of gold leathers banknotes, one wooden box contained 2 tubes of yellow and 2 tubes of orange medicine, and another wooden box held 2 cans of blood. Alan had already brought the raw meat and respectfully presented it to the Lord. "Put it on the ground." Baron Hobert picked up the letter and opened it. "Yes." Alan retreated outside the door again. The large dog picked up the meat, wagged its tail at Baron Hobert, and disappeared into the spirit world. Baron Hobert smiled. "I wonder if feeding it a few more times will make it develop feelings." He looked at the letter. "Respected Baron Hobert, I didn't expect there to be so many extraordinary materials. This transaction requires the approval of the Archbishop, which adds an extra step and slows down the process considerably. Please understand, the box contains 4,100 gold leathers. The extra money is our sincerity for our first transaction." Seeing this, Baron Hobert thought to himself, "Your sincerity as an archbishop is only worth more than 30 gold leathers." He continued to read. "I was very surprised to see your sealing plan for Full Moon Lake. After reporting to the Archbishop said he would fully support your sealing operation. The 2 cans of blood in the wooden box are fresh blood from biologists and potion professors collected from the church's dungeon. If you have any other needs, please feel free to contact me. In the other wooden box, the yellow ones are potions that can restore one's spirituality within 10 minutes, and the orange ones are potions that can restore strength within 8 minutes. You should be aware that these 4 tubes of potions are quite valuable, but we are providing them to you for free this time, as a show of support for your sealing operation." The signature was Bishop Simpson's wax seal. Baron Hobert refolded the letter and put it in the drawer, then counted the gold leathers, confirmed they were correct, and put 1 yellow and 1 orange potion on his person. The gold leathers were sacrificed to the country of disorder, and the other 2 wooden boxes were placed on the bookshelf. Backland, Docklands. Furs arrived at the hotel Dorian mentioned in his letter. Outside room 208, she knocked 3 times, then twice, and finally 5 times. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Furs saw Dorian, of medium build, with neatly combed hair, wearing a black formal suit. Furs immediately smiled. "Teacher Dorian." Dorian let Furs in and closed the door before saying, "Your talent has exceeded my imagination. You actually comprehended the acting method from the few words I mentioned in the letter." This compliment made Furs blush a little. "You flatter me." Dorian then said, "This time I brought the magician potion." Furs gathered her courage. "I was just about to tell you about this. Teacher, I'm sorry, I concealed something regarding this matter. My fiancé is also a Beander. More than 2 months ago, he just helped me find the magician formula and potion. I'm sorry, I am already a magician." After saying this, Furs felt completely relieved. "The reason I concealed it from you before was because my fiancé told me that the extraordinary world is full of darkness and tricks, and I couldn't fully trust you at first. But after several meetings and correspondence, I felt your noble character, and my previous concealment from you makes me feel very ashamed and guilty." Dorian was stunned for a few seconds before saying, "I should be the one ashamed, Miss Furs. I provided you with the potion formula and main materials, but I also had my own motives. Your sincerity shames me. My divination was correct, you are the one who can save my family. Your sincerity is the most powerful evidence." Furs breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best outcome. "If you have time, perhaps I should meet your fiancé. I believe he is also a gentleman of noble character." Dorian smiled. Furs chose to face Dorian with the utmost sincerity, and not only was she not reprimanded by her teacher, but Dorian was moved by her sincerity and grew to trust his student even more. Furs recounted her extraordinary experiences. Before meeting her fiancé, she was still somewhat ignorant of the extraordinary world. Through her conversations with her fiancé, she learned many things about the extraordinary world, but it wasn't comprehensive. It wasn't until she met Teacher Dorian that she had a place to answer the questions in her heart and gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of the extraordinary world. Dorian also spoke of the family curse and the currently fragmented Abraham family. Both teacher and student showed great sincerity, making the atmosphere of their conversation very harmonious. At the end of their conversation, Dorian left the magician potion formula. Furs glanced at it. Sequence 7, Astrologer. Main ingredients: meteorite crystal, lava octopus blood crystal. Auxiliary ingredients: "Thank you for your help, Teacher Dorian, this is exactly what I need most." Furs was being truthful. Although she could get a potion formula for less than cost price from Hobert, even so, the astrologer formula would still cost at least £700 or £800. Dorian smiled. "Finding the main ingredients for the astrologer potion is a test for you. As long as you can find one of them, I will provide you with the other main ingredient." Furs gained a more genuine understanding of the angel family. Even after more than 1,000 years, they still possessed immense heritage. After thanking Dorian again, Furs said, "Teacher, I saw someone buying dragon-patterned tree bark at a Beander gathering. Do you happen to have any?" Dorian smiled slightly. "This is a coincidence of fate. Besides the main ingredients for magician, I also brought a few extraordinary materials, and one of them is about 10 grams of dragon-patterned tree bark. Normally, I wouldn't carry such extraordinary materials with me, but this time, I happen to bring it. Jeffrey Town, Fenaport Kingdom. Hobert was about to summon Philip and the others to arrange the Chaos Mentor ritual and the upcoming construction work for Jeffrey Town. Seal suddenly reported, "Lord, Knight Lewis and Duke Knight request an audience." Hobert paused, then after a moment of thought, said, "Have them wait for me in the main hall." A few minutes later, Hobert arrived at the main hall of the Lord's manor. Albert Lewis and Grave Duke immediately knelt on one knee. "Lord." Hobert was not surprised by the sudden enthusiasm of the two. These two were considered the most knowledgeable people in Hobert's territory. Through Hobert's series of policies and the giant beast's corpse by Full Moon Lake, they had, of course, understood that this was a lord who had both means and martial virtue. Their visit at this time was, of course, to express their loyalty. After Hobert sat down, he scrutinized the two before saying, "Rise." The two knights rose, and just as they were about to offer some compliments, Hobert spoke first. "In my territory, every inch of land, every subject, must be under my rule. You can now move to Geoffrey Town, one to serve as judicial knight, and the other as tax knight. These are two lucrative positions." Albert and Grave both opened their mouths wide. They had not expected the cost of allegiance to be so high, giving up the territory inherited from their ancestors. They secretly observed the unsmiling Hobert, confirming that he was not joking, nor was he like other nobles who made exorbitant demands, waiting for them to bargain down. They both realized that if they didn't comply, they would face more severe consequences. Times have changed. Hobert spread his hands. "If local nobles don't want to be eliminated in this torrent, they can only move closer to the center, and the center of the territory is me. Right now, I can still offer you generous terms, and we can resolve this issue peacefully. If, after some time, I come to find you myself, you will be left with nothing." The two knights fell into deep thought. During the previous prosperity of the shipping lanes, the local nobles of South Colson had been suppressed by the king in Feniport City to the point where they only retained honorary titles. When the shipping lanes were cut off and this place became isolated, the system immediately regressed, returning to the era of land-owning nobles 200 or 300 years ago. In South Colson, even official barons and viscounts had to bow to some terrifying forces, and even the lords enfeoffed by the king could not manage this isolated region. Nobles with titles had to make huge compromises, even becoming almost puppets. However, the lowest level knight class was largely preserved. Their fiefs were usually village-sized, and to maintain grassroots stability, the interests of most knights were protected, and their power was even strengthened. Now, the powerful lord before them suddenly wanted to reclaim the administrative power of their territories, making it difficult for the two knights to choose. Hobert was not in a hurry, waiting for them to think it over clearly. Actually, there was nothing to consider. If they dared to say no, Hobert planned to kill one on the spot to establish his authority, estimating that the other would immediately submit. However, Hobert underestimated the two knights' patience. After more than 20 minutes of deliberation, both of them almost simultaneously expressed their willingness to accept the lord's arrangements. A smile finally appeared on Hobert's face. "Albert Lewis, right?" Albert immediately bowed. "Yes. You have a sealed artifact, but you are not a Beander." Albert was slightly stunned. "Lord, your insight is unique. To show my loyalty to you, I will offer my ancestral. I'm not interested in your sealed artifact." Hobert smiled. "If you perform your duties well and are loyal enough, I will give you a choice in 3 months. You can choose to become an arbitrator, or you can choose to become a lawyer. The carrot and stick, a combination punch that never goes out of style." Albert immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming excitedly, "I choose arbitrator." Becoming an arbitrator had been the aspiration of their family for 3 generations, but the Feniport kingdom, much like the Ruin kingdom, had very strict controls over the extraordinary characteristic of the judge pathway, and they had never had the opportunity to become an arbitrator. After Albert finished expressing his determination to pledge allegiance, Hobert looked at Grave Duke. "What pathway of Beander are you?" Grave immediately bowed. "Lord, I am a lawyer." Hobert smiled. "Similarly, if you perform well enough in these 3 months, I will give you the barbarian potion formula." He once again received Grave's allegiance. It's almost New Year's, and the Lord's Manor will be holding a New Year's celebration. You two will temporarily stay at the Lord's Manor to conveniently participate in this event together, Hobert said. After your servants move your homes to Geoffrey Town, then you can go home and reassure your families. Before completely taking over the two knights' territories, Hobert, of course, would not let them return. After leaving the main hall of the Lord's Manor, the two knights looked at each other, both feeling that the current situation was somewhat unreal. They had originally come, under the immense pressure of the new lord, to express their submission and allegiance, but now their territories were gone, and they had become direct subordinates of the Lord's Manor. At the same time, they seemed to have a better future. As long as they served the new lord diligently for 3 months, they could obtain the potions and potion formulas they had long dreamed of. Then the two exchanged a few polite words and, under the watchful eye of the lord's guards, went separately to instruct their servants to move. In the main hall of the lord's manor, just as the two knights left, a towering figure sitting in a high-backed chair, surrounded by grey fog, suddenly appeared in Hobert's mind. It was the fool. Then the scene shifted, and a female voice praying appeared. "Respected Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. Emperor that I have found dragon-patterned tree bark. 10 grams would cost £500. The scene ended, and Hobert was somewhat exasperated. Judging by her attire, it should be furs. He returned to the study, locked the door, and prayed to the fool who does not belong to this era. "Respected Mr. Fool, I am willing to accept this transaction. Those £500 can be deducted from my income at the Tarot Club." At the end of yesterday's gathering, Hobert had asked Mr. Fool to temporarily safeguard the rewards sacrificed by Alger and others, and to bestow the traded materials and remaining rewards upon him after the transaction with the Hanged Man was completed. He hadn't expected the transaction with the Hanged Man to be incomplete, and Furs had found the dragon-patterned tree bark ahead of time. This made Hobert sigh. The resources of the Tarot Club were becoming increasingly vast. Audrey represented the resources of the ruined nobility and the psychological alchemists, Alger represented maritime resources, and, Little Sun, represented Silver City. Now, Furs represented the resources of the Abraham family. Hobert finished his prayer, thinking the transaction would be completed immediately, but after waiting a while, Furs came over. "Hobert, I have good news." She had just returned from Dorian's place and, of course, couldn't immediately go back to get the dragon-patterned tree bark, so she planned to conduct the transaction in the evening. Furs said to Seal, "You can step out for a moment." Seal looked at the Lord, and seeing Hobert nod slightly, he bowed slightly to the two, went outside the study, and closed the door. "Teacher Dorian didn't blame me." Furs smiled. "I told you, your sincerity would definitely move him." Hobert knew Dorian's regard for Furs and Furs's role for Dorian. He had long foreseen this outcome. The two had just chatted for a few moments when Seal outside said, "Lord, Albert wishes to speak with you alone." Seal had originally been very respectful of these two Night Lords, but after seeing their humble demeanor in front of the Lord, he felt that these knights were nothing special. So the former, Knight Lewis, had now become Albert. Hobert was stunned. Hadn't he said he didn't want his sealed artifact? Several Grade 2 sealed artifacts were still lying in the country of disorder. He really didn't care for a Grade 3 one right now. "Let him in." Albert entered the study. "Lord." Then he looked at Furs, who was standing beside him. Hobert said, "This is my fiancée. Speak freely, there's no need for her to leave." He was prepared to refuse the other party's offer of a sealed artifact, but Albert said, "Lord, I'm here to tell you an astonishing secret." "Your intentions?" Speak." Albert lowered his voice. "Grave has long since pledged allegiance to Teuton Viscount." Hobert was momentarily stunned, not by the secret Albert revealed, but by the realization that these two low-ranking nobles, after deciding to pledge allegiance to the Lord, immediately showed their true noble colors, mutual recrimination against colleagues. And Hobert, at this moment, had no choice but to deal with these messy affairs. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Albert said, "My retinue has seen Grave send envoys to Teuton Viscount more than once." Hobert nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something else. The study immediately fell silent, and the invisible pressure made Albert breathless. After a full half-minute, Hobert suddenly smiled. "Very good, the information you've given me is very useful. You go back first, I will handle this matter properly." Albert breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes." Hobert deliberately told Seal in front of Albert, "Call Grave here." Albert's face lit up with joy, feeling that he had gained a favorable position in this matter. After Albert left, Furs, who was beside him, whispered, "I think he probably also has dealings with Teuton Viscount. Duplicity is the nature of nobles." Hobert smiled. These two knights are both afraid that the other will expose their past first, so of course they'll rush to inform. According to common sense, this matter could only be dragged out through several rounds of arguments and eventually fizzle out due to insufficient evidence. However, this has removed a burden from Albert's mind. Even if someone brings this up again in the future, the Lord will not punish them for it again. Furs shook her head. I'm really not suited for politics. However, I don't plan to handle it according to the usual noble customs. Furs was stunned. Are you going to punish them now? Punishing them for insufficient evidence would put them on the moral high ground. Hobert smiled. Moreover, Grov is more useful to me right now. Later, just watch the show quietly, don't make a sound. Furs nodded. Seal quickly brought Grov over. When he learned that Albert had already been there, he inwardly thought, this is bad. He could only prepare to bite back at Albert, then quickly enter the stage of arguing. However, as soon as Grov arrived at the Lord's study, he heard the Lord ask, does Teuton Viscount trust you very much? Grov quickly knelt on the ground. Lord, a few years ago, this territory had no owner, I. You only need to answer me, how much does Teuton Viscount trust you? Hobert said, I have a task for you. If you complete it well, I will give you a great reward. Grov was stunned, looking up at the Lord. He didn't seem to be speaking sarcastically. He still trusts me. What have you done for him? Tell me the truth. If you lie, I will know. Grov was stunned again. I haven't done much. I often reported Light Viscount's situation to him, and later I often reported the movements of those bandits living on the mountain. And I also offered him some valuables and 2 young girls. Grov spoke 7 or 8 things in a row, his voice getting softer and softer. It was only then that he realized he was more like a knight loyal to Teuton Viscount. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Grov immediately argued, that bastard Albert isn't any better. Hobert waved his hand. I have a task for you that is very suitable for you to do. Just give your orders. Tomorrow, you will defect from the Lord's manor, pledge allegiance to Teuton Viscount, gain his complete trust, and gradually become an indispensable figure in his presence. Of course, I will assist you in this process. Grov didn't react for a moment. It took him 2 or 3 seconds to understand. The Lord had set his sights on Teuton Viscount. Hobert picked up the paper beside him. This is the barbarian potion formula. If you agree, it's yours. If you successfully complete the mission in the future, I will also give you the formula and main ingredients for the subsequent potion, Briber. Hobert smiled. I am a Beander of the lawyer pathway. As far as I can go, you can go as far. Grov only learned today that the potion after barbarian was Briber. He thought for a long time before asking, what if I fail? Then I will also give you the main ingredients for barbarian, and you, as well as your son, will have a good job. The conditions Hobert offered were tempting enough. Grov no longer hesitated. I am willing to serve you. Hobert poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon. If you tell anyone outside this room about this matter, you will immediately commit suicide. Grov immediately said, I will definitely keep this secret. Hobert, however, said, I just gave a command to your subconscious. Regardless of your assurance, when you leak the secret, you will immediately commit suicide. Grov's mouth hung open. This was an extraordinary world that felt rather unfamiliar to him, but he knew the Lord wasn't trying to scare him. He added, I need something that will tempt Teuton Viscount. Hobert pondered for a moment. I'll send it over to you by tonight at the latest. As he spoke, he pushed the note in front of Grov. Grov respectfully took it. I will only be loyal to Hobert Lord in this life. Furs looked at Hobert, who sat there with a smile on his face, and didn't see him as a gentleman of noble character, at all. However, Furs wasn't afraid of such a Hobert. She knew Hobert had a heart that yearned for justice, it was just that his methods for achieving his goals were often difficult for people to understand. Hobert said to Seal outside, call Philip, Conrad, and Roy. Soon, the 3 men came to the study. Hobert said to Philip and Conrad, Send everyone out to give notice that the Lord will publicly announce how taxes will be paid next year tomorrow. Have everyone from the town and all the villages come. After the announcement, the Lord will also hold a banquet to celebrate the new year in advance. He then said to Roy, while ensuring the hotel and restaurant are repaired, after the banquet tomorrow, organize 300 people to cut all the reeds by the lake and repair the large dock as quickly as possible. After the three subordinates left one after another, Furs suddenly said, I feel something big is about to happen. Hobert smiled. Indeed, something big will happen tomorrow. He glanced at the closed study door. You help me buy a large loudspeaker in Backland, and buy plenty of batteries. After I announce how taxes will be paid next year tomorrow, you need to help me explain it to everyone. Furs paused slightly before nodding. After only Hobert was left in the study, he had Alan instruct the kitchen to make donuts and wrote a letter to Jessica. How is Kelly's progress? I have a way to go to Backland tonight. If things go smoothly, the transaction can be completed tonight. The kitchen knew the Lord liked to eat donuts, so they had already prepared the necessary ingredients. Soon, a dozen donuts were baked. Hobert summoned the messenger. Can you do this? You take 6 donuts, and then wait a little for the other party's reply. The messenger held out her hand. Yes, but if you wait for more than 10 minutes, you'll need 3 more donuts. Hobert counted out 6 donuts. No problem. More than 10 minutes later, the messenger brought Jessica's reply. Hobert, as promised, paid her 3 more donuts. Jessica's reply was also very simple. Kelly did a lot of research in advance. With 4 extraordinary materials, she made 2 extraordinary weapons in total, exceeding expectations for the success rate. If you can come to Backland, please meet at the large warehouse in the backyard of 56 Queens Avenue after 8 p.m. Hobert smiled slightly. 1 extraordinary weapon was enough to tempt Teuton Viscount. Even in Fenaport, extraordinary weapons were very rare extraordinary items, let alone in South Colson, a mountainous area isolated for more than half a century. Around 3 p.m., Hobert received a reminder from Klein. Hanged Man had just traded crown tree sap and black giant gold flowers from other pirates and could complete the transaction. In the evening, Hobert received another reminder from the Fool, Miss Magician's transaction was complete. Only then did Hobert perform the bestowal ceremony, obtaining 3 sequence 5 auxiliary materials and a small stack of gold pounds. At a previous Tarot Club meeting, Hobert had received a total reward of 1,800 gold pounds and 1 extraordinary material. The 3 auxiliary materials were crown tree sap for 800 gold pounds, dragon patterned tree bark for 500 gold pounds, and black giant gold flower for 300 gold pounds. After completing these transactions, Hobert would still receive 200 gold pounds in cash. Seeing the small stack of cash, Hobert smiled. It wasn't a wasted effort. After dinner, Hobert locked himself in the study again. He first changed into the ruined-style clothes he had bought on his last trip to Backland, then changed his appearance and used travel to arrive in Backland. On Minsk Street, which Hobert was familiar with, he took a carriage to the backyard of 56 Queens Avenue. Jessica was already waiting at the backyard gate. After Hobert got out of the carriage, he reverted to his original appearance in front of Jessica. "Oh my God!" Jessica exclaimed. "I was worried you might be recognized." She smiled, pointing behind her. "This is one of Princess Alice's properties. Even Military Intelligence Section 9 wouldn't dare to break in and arrest us." Hobert was stunned. That princess's name sounded a bit familiar. Baron Hobert finally understood why Jessica had been so fearless before, unafraid of exposing her residence whether facing Military Intelligence Section 9 or the Judgment Group. It turned out that the owner of the residence was willing and capable of providing them with a certain degree of security. Baron Hobert wasn't quite sure about Alice's standing within the royal family, but her identity as a princess was there. Many times, she represented the royal family's prestige, enough to make the people of Military Intelligence Section 9 not dare to offend her. Jessica whispered, "You should still change your appearance. Although Princess Alice promised not to interfere with our private matters, there are other servants here, and it wouldn't be good for them to see you. After all, Baron Hobert had killed a prince not long ago, and that prince was Alice's younger brother. Baron Hobert changed back to the appearance he had when he was riding in the carriage before following Jessica into the courtyard. As he walked inside, Baron Hobert asked, "How is the barbarian potion being digested?" Digested? That's quite an apt word, Jessica smiled. During the legislative process of the labor law, I felt the potion was being digested very well, and my state has been consistently good. Baron Hobert nodded. What Jessica was doing was equivalent to challenging Backlund's existing order, so the potion was digested to a certain extent. When you feel you've completely mastered the barbarian potion, write to me. I have the Briber potion formula and main ingredients. Jessica smiled and agreed, opening the small door of the large warehouse in front of them and inviting Baron Hobert in. This considerably sized warehouse was still divided into two parts. Upon entering, one could see the entire warehouse. It was much larger than Kelly's previous studio, but it was still packed full. On one side of the warehouse entrance, there was a small room, seemingly designed to record the entry and exit of warehouse goods, but now Jessica had tidied it up to receive clients. Kelly was already waiting inside, wiping a light red sword. Baron Hobert noticed that many mysterious symbols were engraved on the blade. After learning that the unfamiliar-looking man in front of her was Baron Hobert, Kelly smiled. "I can only say that our luck is very good. We actually forged two extraordinary weapons in one go." She held up the sword in her hand. "As long as a faint amount of spirituality is injected into it, it will become hotter and hotter. Until it turns crimson, flames will ignite on the blade, and each strike will scatter some sparks, which can interfere with the opponent's vision and also increase the wielder's prestige. In addition, there's about a 5% chance it can help the wielder find the enemy's weak point." Baron Hobert took the sword and played with it for a while. The ability of this sword was already quite good. "How long do the effects last?" "The effects produced by extraordinary materials don't dissipate as quickly as spiritual materials," Kelly said. "However, it needs to be repaired by me or other artisans every year and a half. If repaired on time, it can be used for more than 10 years without issue." As she spoke, she opened another wooden box on the table, which contained a crimson warhammer, also engraved with many mystical symbols. Kelly continued, "The extraordinary materials you gave me were one of the main ingredients of a provoker. I tried to use related spiritual materials to give these weapons abilities of the corresponding sequence, not just limited to the provoker's abilities. For example, this warhammer has a certain probability of striking out flames that cover the opponent. The darker the place, the higher the probability of striking out flames. I tried it at night, and the probability could reach 10% at its highest. It also has an ability. There's a certain probability of issuing a provocation, causing surrounding enemies to change their attack target and attack the wielder together. If the wielder's defensive ability is strong enough, this is a pretty good ability in team combat, but if the wielder is a more intelligent type of Beander, this skill is tantamount to suicide." Baron Hobert nodded. "Very suitable for use in the God-forsaken land. Firstly, it's dark enough there, and secondly, the defensive capabilities of Beyonders there are generally very high." Baron Hobert asked, "How much do the materials and labor cost in total?" "Not much material was used," Jessica said from the side. "But it took Kelly a lot of time. You should pay another £200 for labor." Baron Hobert nodded, took out the £200 he hadn't even warmed up yet, and said, "This time I've brought you 3 more identical main ingredients." Kelly was slightly startled. "I must remind you again, you didn't lose money on these 2 extraordinary weapons this time, but that doesn't mean we'll have such good luck next time. Theoretically, selling these 2 weapons for £2,000 would be no problem at all. However, the cost was very high. The provoker belonged to a relatively popular, extraordinary pathway. 4 main ingredients of that level were worth between £1,200 and £1,500. Adding the £200 for labor, in Kelly and Jessica's eyes, the total cost was between £1,600 and £1,700. But the two weapons could only be sold for £2,000 in the end, which was too little profit for them. Baron Hobert smiled. I have a related channel through which I can obtain relatively discounted extraordinary materials. Just go ahead and do your best. Even if you don't succeed once, I'll still pay you for your labor. Kelly smiled. All right, but with 3 identical main ingredients, I'm confident I can make at least one extraordinary weapon. Let me see, this seems to be the main ingredient for a beast tamer. I'll have to check the data again to be sure. Hee, I'm already looking forward to what kind of extraordinary weapon I can create. Baron Hobert suddenly thought of a new question. If it fails, are these main ingredients ruined? That didn't quite make sense. After all, they were extraordinary materials, the extraordinary characteristics shouldn't disappear. Those materials will combine with the weapon, but they won't grant the weapon any abilities, Kelly shrugged. Such extraordinary materials are considered scrapped. They cannot be used to formulate potions, nor can they be used in the creation of other weapons. Baron Hobert seemed to understand something. If I'm not mistaken, an extraordinary weapon can be used for more than 10 years, not because its extraordinary effect disappears, but because the metal material of the weapon can only support it for more than 10 years. Kelly nodded. That's right. If you encounter such weapons, you can help me acquire them at a low price. In my eyes, they still have residual value, Baron Hobert said. Also, I will also recover failed weapons. This is part of our transaction. Kelly was puzzled. What do you want these things for? Of course, it was to take them to the country of disorder, shatter them, obtain the extraordinary characteristics of the extraordinary materials, and achieve recycling and use. Baron Hobert smiled. I naturally have my use. Kelly nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After discussing business, Jessica poured 3 glasses of wine, and the 3 of them sat on the sofa chatting. As they chatted, Kelly brought up Baron Hobert's messenger, saying that the messenger's sequence must be very high. Jessica also sighed, and it can emit immense mental pressure. Today, while she was waiting for a reply, she made me feel immense pressure. This made me have to write quickly, finishing the reply in 2 or 3 minutes. Baron Hobert smiled. From my observation, her sequence is indeed not low. Wait, it was finished in 2 or 3 minutes, so why did it take more than 10 minutes to give me the reply? All right, the sequence isn't low, it just likes to trick its summoner out of donuts. Baron Hobert took a sip of wine to hide his unnaturalness. He suddenly thought, is this wine vintage? Jessica smiled. Princess Alice also gave us the wine cellar here and told us we could drink freely. I checked earlier, and there are quite a few vintages. Baron Hobert said, do you have 3-year-old white wine? Yes. Then please get me a bottle. I happen to need it. Baron Hobert had originally planned to go to a winery later to buy a bottle, so this saved him an extra trip. No problem. Jessica quickly brought the wine. Baron Hobert was about to pay, but then he thought that paying would be too formal, so he changed his gesture of paying to saying thank you. After chatting for another 20 minutes or so, around 9 o'clock, Baron Hobert left with 2 wooden boxes on his back and the wine in hand. He still didn't use travel in Queen's District. This was an aristocratic gathering place, and the royal family, military, and church protected it relatively strictly. It was safer to honestly leave here before using travel. Returning to his fief, Baron Hobert first placed the white wine on his desk, then opened the 2 wooden boxes and named the 2 weapons, Crimson Sword and Provoking Warhammer, respectively. After playing with them for a while, Baron Hobert closed the wooden boxes and had Seal outside the door quietly send the Crimson Sword to Grave. After sacrificing the Provoking Warhammer to the country of disorder, Baron Hobert returned to his room and used meditation to fall asleep as quickly as possible. He needed to maintain an excellent state to face tomorrow's advancement. Before dawn, the villagers and town residents agreed to go to the Lord's manor. Under the rule of the previous group of bandits, they had to pay taxes once a month. If the bandit leader hadn't been killed by the Lord, it would have been time for them to pay taxes again. So everyone had been a bit uneasy lately. The Lord's manor hadn't sent anyone to urge them to pay taxes, and they didn't know how the new Lord planned to collect taxes. When everyone learned that the Lord was going to announce how taxes would be collected, it immediately attracted widespread attention. Almost every family came out, wanting to hear how they should pay taxes next year, otherwise, this new year would definitely not be good. Baron Hobert also got up very early today. Philip had reported early that almost all the residents in the entire territory had come. The area in front of the Lord's manor was already packed with people, and even the roads up and down the mountain were crowded. However, it wasn't noisy outside, one couldn't even hear loud talking. Clearly, compared to when household registration was being compiled, the public respected Baron Hobert's authority more, and they were very consciously quiet in front of the Lord's manor. Baron Hobert had a simple breakfast, then returned to his study and placed all the extraordinary materials on his desk. He had long prepared tools such as measuring cylinders, balances, and beakers. After all the materials were ready, he began to formulate the potion. First, 80 milliliters of 3-year-old white wine. This was normal wine, nothing special to say. Then, the sap of the crown tree was added. The golden yellow sap quickly merged with the wine, turning into a warm, light yellow. Next were the black giant gold monster flower and the bark of the dragon-patterned tree. The giant gold monster flower was a golden and black flower, about the size of a palm, but very light. The bark of the dragon-patterned tree was a piece of bark that seemed to be mixed with black stars and golden patterns, and one could even see faint starlight and weak golden light. After the giant gold monster flower and dragon-patterned tree bark were added to the beaker, they quickly melted and underwent changes similar to a chemical reaction. The liquid in the entire beaker seemed to boil. Finally, Baron Hobert added the Chaos Mentor, extraordinary characteristic, which he had already split and recondensed. Its shape was like a tightly clenched, translucent, jet-black fist, which intuitively conveyed a sense of power and malevolence. The patterns and light spots on it seemed to follow normal rules, yet were full of incongruity, as if containing a large amount of madness and chaos. Just one glance made people uneasy, much like a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder patient seeing an extremely cluttered room and wanting to roll up their sleeves to tidy it. The extraordinary characteristic also melted quickly, but there was no violent reaction in the beaker. Baron Hobert, however, seemed to hear some mind-numbing gibberish emanating from the beaker. But if his gaze left the beaker, the gibberish would disappear with it. Baron Hobert took out a pre-prepared glass vial, and the potion in the beaker was poured into the vial, not a single drop left. Baron Hobert corked the bottle and put it in his pocket. Opening the study door, Furs was already waiting outside. Just now, she had gone to a high place to look outside. Even Furs, who lived in a metropolis, rarely saw thousands of people gathered together. These were all the people of this territory, and they all pledged allegiance to Baron Hobert. Thinking of this, Furs felt excited for Baron Hobert. Baron Hobert extended his hand, and Furs naturally took his arm. Accompanied by guards and respectfully escorted by servants, the two arrived at the entrance of the Lord's manor. "Lord, Madam." The thunderous greetings from outside made Furs slightly stunned. She was not as shy as she had been on her first day entering the Lord's manor. Instead, she waved gracefully to everyone. Philip had already prepared a small platform in advance, and the loudspeakers were tied to the trees, while the microphone was placed on the table of the small platform. Baron Hobert and Furs walked hand in hand to the platform. The people behind them also saw them, and for a while, cries of "Lord" were incessant, and the scene was very lively. Baron Hobert smiled and waved to them. The greeting process lasted for more than a minute before the scene gradually quieted down. This scene made Seal puff out his chest, and Philip's eyes welled up with tears. Under Furs's guidance, Baron Hobert turned on the microphone switch. "As I said yesterday, I called you here to announce how Jeffrey Territory will collect taxes in the future." When the Lord spoke, the villagers who had never seen a loudspeaker wondered, how could the Lord's voice be so loud? But Baron Hobert immediately got to the point, making everyone instantly quiet down. I hereby announce, Baron Hobert said with a smile, that starting today, Jeffrey Territory will abolish all agricultural taxes. This news shocked Grave, Albert, and others. They, of course, understood the significance of agricultural taxes to land nobles. Without agricultural taxes, the lord would lose more than 80% of his income. How would he support the expenses of the lord's manor? Furs also showed a surprised expression. She had realized yesterday that Baron Hobert would significantly reduce the taxes of the territory's villagers, but she had not expected that Baron Hobert would simply abolish all taxes. However, most people were a bit confused. Many did not understand what agricultural tax was, and of course, they did not know which part of the tax the lord had exempted. Baron Hobert continued to explain, whatever you gain from farming, from your orchards, from your vegetable gardens, you no longer have to pay any taxes. The scene suddenly fell silent, everyone couldn't believe it. It wasn't until someone in front of the stage bravely asked, Lord, does that mean no matter what I plant, or how good the harvest is, I don't have to pay taxes? Yes. After a few more seconds of silence, someone, nobody knew who, first shouted, Long live the Lord. Then everyone followed suit, shouting, Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The shouts shook the heavens and the earth, and many people were so excited that their eyes welled up with tears. Taking advantage of the extremely lively scene, Baron Hobert quickly handed the microphone to Furs, then, surrounded by Seal and others, went into a small room at the entrance of the lord's manor. As Baron Hobert entered the door, he said to Seal, Guard here, and don't let anyone in. Yes. Baron Hobert locked the door tightly and recalled the ritual for advancing to Chaos Mentor, taking the potion in his own territory, amidst the heartfelt gratitude of the villagers. Now, both requirements had been met. While the cheers outside were still deafening, Baron Hobert uncorked the bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. The moment the potion entered his mouth, Baron Hobert felt his consciousness explode. For a moment, his consciousness was in chaos, and he instantly lost control of both his consciousness and his body. Baron Hobert became completely dazed. His spirit body broke through the roof and ascended into the air. At this time, the sun rose, and sunlight spilled onto Full Moon Lake, making the lake water appear soft and warm. The sunlight shone on the vibrant vegetation, making this land look full of life. What a beautiful lake, what a beautiful rural scene, and there are so many people outside. Long live the Lord! Long live Jeffrey Territory! Baron Hobert heard shouts, and a surge of fervent emotion repeatedly washed over the completely empty Baron Hobert, causing him to experience emotional fluctuations again. Lord! Baron Hobert, I am Baron Hobert. Yes, they are grateful to me for exempting their agricultural taxes, and they are cheering for me. This beautiful place is my territory. Suddenly, Baron Hobert regained his consciousness, followed by mind-confusing gibberish in his ears, causing Baron Hobert a splitting headache. Baron Hobert was about to meditate to resist the gibberish, but the cheers from outside gradually drowned out the gibberish until only the cheers remained in Baron Hobert's ears. He let out a long breath and regained control of himself. Perhaps it was because the potion was digested well, or perhaps because the ritual was very effective, the process of advancing to Chaos Mentor was smoother than Baron Hobert had anticipated. He lowered his head and clenched his fist, feeling his strength increase again, his physique becoming stronger. Although he didn't dare to compare himself to a guardian, he was close to the physique of a Dawn Knight. At the same time, he felt a significant increase in his speed, and he possessed various fighting ring techniques. Even if he hadn't learned fighting, he would be a fighting master in combat. For fighting ring enhancements, the judge pathway began with arbitrator, and by the sheriff level, one was already a fighting master. However, the Black Emperor pathway only completed these enhancements all at once at the Chaos Mentor level. Baron Hobert stroked the fighting ring on his hand. This magical item, which he had worn the longest, could finally retire. Then Baron Hobert allowed his spirituality to spread, sensing the new abilities he had acquired. First is Chaos, the signature ability of a Chaos Mentor, which can cause a locked target to fall into chaos, making attacks difficult to land on oneself, and making it easy for enemies to make error choices. At the same time, it can cause a certain degree of chaos in an area of about 5 meters, such as the temperature in this area suddenly rising, or the road surface in this area suddenly becoming uneven, and so on. Such states can be stacked. In addition, the ability of distortion has been greatly improved. In addition to strengthening the ability to distort target language, actions, and intentions, it can also distort the concepts of oneself and the target, causing both parties to share half of the damage, curses, diseases, etc., received. Baron Hobert unconsciously touched his healing fork. The Sequence 5 level distortion plus healing art was simply a perfect match. Corrosion also gained strength, allowing him to corrode the minds of people within 20 meters, and Baron Hobert could now control whether to make enemies greedy or gloomy. Either way, it would be easier for the other party to make irrational choices. Abilities like Weakening received the greatest boost. It was no longer necessary to use bribe to employ the 4 skills: Weakening, Charm, Arrogance, and Association. Especially Arrogance and Association, 2 skills that were previously somewhat useless, had now become surprisingly effective abilities. Arrogance can make the target proud and arrogant, lowering their mental capacity and causing misjudgments. Association, on the other hand, can quickly create an association between 2 parties, causing the target's hostility to temporarily disappear. And Charm now has 2 modes. The first mode makes it difficult for enemies to generate the desire to attack, even losing the desire to fight for a short time. The second mode is more like Charm plus Distortion, causing the enemy's attacks to land on their companions, and quickly generating goodwill towards oneself, making them believe that their companions betrayed them, thereby becoming one's helper in a short period. If this ability is used well, it is a rather explosive skill in team battles. Finally, there were the changes in Baron Hobert's temperament and spirituality brought about by the potion. He could appear as an ordinary person, or he could make himself extremely majestic, causing surrounding creatures to unconsciously lower themselves and desire to submit. The changes in spirituality were that the reserve of spirituality became enormous. Now, when Baron Hobert used Divine Light or Underworld Gate again, there would not be too much burden. Baron Hobert took a deep breath. Sequence 5 was indeed a level stronger than Sequence 6. At this moment, the atmosphere outside was still very lively. Baron Hobert adjusted his state and came out of the room after resealing the figure in the pool in the country of disorder. Seal immediately felt that the Lord was different from when he went in. His back seemed to have become taller, and he seemed to have more majesty than before. Baron Hobert returned to the small platform outside and took the microphone from Furz's hand. Furz had been overwhelmed by everyone's questions. She wasn't sure if raising livestock and poultry counted as agricultural tax, nor did she know if vegetables grown for trade would be taxed. Baron Hobert returned to the platform and answered everyone's questions one by one. Fenaport Kingdom, northern city of Tuberia. Lieutenant Colonel Bird was frantically packing his luggage. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Bird cocked his pistol. Who? Me. It was Ethel's voice. Bird first showed a look of surprise, then despair, and finally forced himself to calm down, put the gun back in its holster, and opened the door. Ethel stood at the door, smiling as she looked into the room. You seem to be packing. My dear, I was just about to come find you. Bird said happily. You don't know, after hearing about your attack, I couldn't stay for a moment and wanted to rush over immediately to protect you. Mother Goddess above, may you return safely. Ethel smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern. As she spoke, she suddenly kicked Bird flying. Take him away. Outside Tuberry City, in the dungeon of the military camp, Lieutenant Colonel Bird's screams echoed. In the interrogation room, Bird had been tortured beyond recognition, his mind on the verge of collapse. Ethel sat opposite him, smiling. My dear, seeing you beaten like this breaks my heart. You should just tell the truth quickly. Things aren't as complicated as you imagine. Only you had the opportunity to see the letter my father wrote to me and the orders sent through top-secret channels. And I simply don't believe you're a spy for those Intis bastards, otherwise I would have noticed something was wrong with you long ago. Here, you can speak freely. Do you see the chandelier hanging from the ceiling? That's a sealed artifact from the 4th epoch. It can interfere with hypnosis and psychological suggestion, and it can also effectively counter the secrecy ability. Here, you have no secrets. Bird wept bitterly, his handsome face already scarred in many places. Ethel, please believe me, I really am just an ordinary spy. Such an answer is too disappointing. Ethel waved her hand at the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor, wearing gloves, carefully brought over a set of shackles. No, Bird, of course, recognized this sealed artifact, but no matter how much he resisted, the Inquisitor carefully placed the shackles on his feet. The moment the shackles fully closed, Bird's roars immediately became muffled, and he trembled all over from the pain. Then a foul stench emanated from him. The always dignified and handsome lieutenant colonel had lost control of his bladder. After about 20 seconds, the Inquisitor quickly removed the shackles. Bird immediately hung his head, as if all his strength had been drained. Ethel stood up with her hands behind her back, as if strolling through her own garden. A prisoner once described the pain caused by this sealed artifact. It felt as if every bone in their body was being broken inch by inch. She looked at Bird. Tell the truth. For the sake of our past relationship, I can spare your life. Bird weakly said, It's His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Ethel smiled. I know my royal brothers better than you. If you said it was the extremely ambitious bishop, the third prince, I might believe it, but Blaise the second prince doesn't have the courage or the means. She said to the Inquisitor, another 15 seconds. Don't let him die from the pain. I'll tell, Bird quickly said. It was the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who ordered me to monitor your every move, otherwise my parents, my brothers and sisters would all die. As he spoke, Bird wept bitterly. Please let me go, I will never again participate in the royal families. Ethel pulled out her gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet tore a large hole in the back of Bird's head, and his plea for mercy abruptly ceased. Ethel wiped her slightly moist eyes with a finger. I lied to you. The moment I returned alive, you were doomed. You betrayed me, I lied to you once. All right, we're even. She stared blankly at the corpse for a while before glancing at the Inquisitor with the corner of her eye. The Inquisitor immediately said, General, my family members all have poor hearing. From my grandfather to my son, they all have a problem with being hard of hearing. Ethel smiled. Clever people always live long. She walked out of the dungeon step by step, seeing the clear sky outside. It's time to return to Feniport City. South Colson, Full Moon Lake West Bank. Recently, Teuton Viscount always held his ancestral telescope, looking towards the opposite bank. Isn't it not New Year yet? What are they cheering about on the other side? Why are they slaughtering sheep and pigs? What are they celebrating? Teuton Viscount asked the butler somewhat impatiently. Where are the scouts we sent out? Haven't they returned yet? The butler quickly replied. News came last night that Knight Lewis and Duke Knight have been placed under house arrest by Baron Hobert, and the original helpers in the town are no longer willing to assist us, so it's very difficult for scouts to get information now. It hasn't even been a month yet. Teuton Viscount exclaimed. He was referring to the fact that Hobert had been here for less than a month. Lord, I'm back. At this moment, the scout who had been sent out finally returned. He knelt on the ground. Hobert has exempted all agricultural taxes in Jeffrey territory. What? Teuton Viscount almost jumped up. Is he crazy? After a second thought, Teuton Viscount immediately said, seal this news. We must seal this news. If this news spread throughout his territory, all his subjects would surely flee. The scout added, Lord, I also brought Duke Knight, who escaped from Hobert's lord's manor. Teuton Viscount was stunned, quickly let him in. Grave Duke, carrying a wooden box, knelt on the ground. Lord, you must help us reclaim our fief. Hobert actually stole our fief and even planned to keep us under house arrest in the lord's manor. I took advantage of the celebration going on at the Lord's Manor today, when there were not enough staff, to escape. Lord, for the sake of my past service to you, please help us reclaim our fief. Teuton Viscount had some doubts and, of course, would not immediately agree. You get up first. Oh, right. Grov presented the wooden box to Teuton. Anyway, I'm going to fight Hobert to the death, so when I left, I simply stole Hobert's weapon. Now I offer this weapon to you, Lord. Please, you must help me. Teuton Viscount opened the wooden box and knew with just a glance that this sword was no ordinary item. He held it in his hand and immediately realized that it was an extraordinary weapon. He had only heard people talk about such weapons and had never seen one before. Teuton Viscount fondled it for a while before closing the wooden box and reaching out to help Grov up. Don't worry, I will definitely help you reclaim your territory. But we have to wait for the right moment. You stay in my lord's manor for now. Here, you will still enjoy the treatment of a knight. Anyone who dares to disrespect you, I will kill them. Grov looked grateful. Thank you, Lord. Hobert killed a total of 3 pigs and 4 sheep. The pig bones and offal were not wasted either. Under Hobert's guidance, a simplified version of cheatiangwo, a type of hot pot, was made. With the addition of chili and spices, the aroma immediately attracted everyone. As soon as it was cooked, Hobert only ate a few bites before it was completely devoured by the subjects of the territory. The joy of the people never faded. Although there were many freshly slaughtered pigs and sheep, they were not enough for 3,000 people to eat. Residents from the small town and several surrounding villages spontaneously brought bread and vegetables, and everyone was only able to eat their fill by noon. Even the lamb soup and pork broth were drunk dry. They had been paying taxes since they could remember. Taxes were the burden of everyone here. But now it was different. This burden was suddenly gone, and they felt their backs straighten a bit. In the afternoon, many people were still excitedly chatting in front of the Lord's manor, and spontaneously helping the servants wash pots and dishes. Hobert ordered that no one was allowed to drive them away. They could chat for as long as they wanted. At the same time, Hobert also had Philip send people to Teuton Viscount's mansion on the other side of Full Moon Lake to demand Grov's return. As night fell, Furs smiled at the dinner table. Today I learned that happiness truly is contagious. Although the tax exemption itself doesn't make me particularly happy, seeing their smiling faces still makes me happy for them. Hobert smiled. Yes, it makes me feel much better too. Helen, on the other hand, asked, if you don't collect taxes, what will all these people in the Lord's manor eat? Of course, we'll buy grain from the people. Hobert smiled. After tax exemption, the amount of grain in the territory will definitely increase, and the price of grain will definitely decrease. Before it harms the interests of the people, the Lord's manor will step in to purchase large quantities of grain. When there is less grain in the market, prices will naturally stabilize. The grain in the hands of the people turns into money, which can further prosper the territory's economy, achieving multiple benefits. Helen opened her mouth. She wanted to ask, did you have this planned all along? But she felt that she should perhaps ask, why do you know so much? However, in the end, she didn't ask anything. After dinner, when he returned to the courtyard with Furs, Hobert said, come to my study at 9 o'clock. I have something I need your help with. Furs was startled and nodded. Upon arriving at the study, Hobert locked the door and entered the country of disorder. He checked the seal on the figure again. The figure was now clearer. It was a handsome young man, about 20 years old, and he could now be seen to have brass-colored hair. Hobert pondered for a moment. Currently, there was still no better way to get him out of the country of disorder. He could only wait and see. Then Hobert felt the changes brought by the promotion. First, he could control more territory within the country of disorder. His consciousness could cover the largest pond at the foot of the mountain. In there were many, many stars. Their function was currently unknown. Additionally, his power in all aspects within the country of disorder had greatly strengthened, and the magical items within the country of disorder had also significantly improved. Especially, he could now mobilize more of the country of disorder's power in the real world, and he had gained the ability to conceal the aura of the country of disorder, so there would no longer be sudden encounters like with Philip I or George III. Moreover, Hobert had gained a new ability in the country of disorder, prohibition. This was a very high level, prohibition. Hobert's spirituality guided him to look at the two new stars in the pond before him. Combining this with the newly acquired, prohibition, ability, Hobert seemed to understand, if I hadn't encountered the brass book earlier, then these two new stars would only have appeared after I advanced to Chaos Mentor. He suddenly realized that his meeting with Castile, or Philip I, had, in a mysterious way, saved the life of Philip I's descendant, Ethel. Hobert smiled and shook his head. Fate is truly wonderful. After another inspection of the country of disorder, Hobert broke off a piece of order wood and left the country of disorder. Hobert took out the 2 jars of blood sent by Bishop Simpson and found a sufficiently thick pen. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Furs came to the study, and Hobert then explained, I got a method from my father to seal the pollution of Full Moon Lake. I plan to seal the source of the pollution tonight. But I need your help. How about we take a walk together to Full Moon Lake? Hobert extended his arm, and Furs linked hers with a smile. No problem. She was very curious how Hobert would perform the seal. The space before the two of them became illusory. After entering the spirit world, they arrived at the shore of Full Moon Lake in a blink of an eye. Not far away was the corpse of a giant beast that looked like a large ship. On the other side of the corpse was a bonfire, and 2 guards were watching over the corpse. The moonlight tonight was quite good. Hobert and Furs walked to the lake by moonlight. I need you to use freezing spell to create a layer of ice in the lake about the size of a bed surface. Hobert then explained, I need to draw the sealing array on it. I considered using paper, but after getting wet, the array on the paper would immediately become blurry, so drawing the array on ice is most suitable. Furs smiled, then you'll have to wait a while longer. She cast a freezing spell at the water, but only a palm-sized, thin layer of ice appeared on the surface. Hobert found a stone and sat down. It's okay, you can practice your extraordinary ability, and I can also practice my extraordinary ability. What are you practicing? Try using freezing spell again. Furs cast freezing spell at the lake surface again. This time, the ice layer that appeared was as large as the seat of a square stool. She exclaimed, oh my goodness, how did you do that? Hobert smiled, I tried to lower the temperature of that area. This was the ability of chaos, which made the lake surface within a 5-meter radius easier to freeze, and the longer it was used, the faster the freezing speed. Furs began to use freezing spell continuously, resting briefly after 7 or 8 times. The spirituality of sequence 8 was too weak. Even such a simple spell was somewhat strenuous when used continuously. While Furs was resting, Hobert suddenly asked towards the reeds, Helen. The reeds parted, and on the stony riverbank, Helen still walked out with a graceful posture. Your spirituality seems to be stronger. Hobert then asked, why are you here? Helen smiled, can't I come for a walk? Actually, she was there to meet with an informant from the Gnostic Society who was developing on the West Bank, but she didn't expect to run into Hobert and Furs. Hobert smiled and said nothing. When Furs had rested enough, they continued to make ice. Suddenly, a crystal-like ice spear pierced into the water, and a large area of water around the ice spear formed a hard layer of ice. Helen smiled, although I don't know what you're doing, I can help. As she spoke, she threw 2 more ice spears into the water, and soon the area of the ice layer reached Hobert's requirements. Furs was a little unhappy. Look at the ice surface you created, it's uneven. Helen snapped her fingers, and the ice surface immediately became smooth. Furs pouted at Hobert, I feel like I'm in great shape. I'm going to prepare for my promotion tomorrow. Thanks again for everyone's generosity. Actually, the criteria for an extra chapter was already met the day before yesterday, but I only had time to write the extra chapter yesterday. After changing the extra chapters to 4,000-word chapters, the rules for extra chapters have also changed accordingly. Previously, a reward of 10,000 points would add 1 extra 2,000-word chapter. Now, a cumulative reward of 15,000 points will add one extra 4,000-word chapter, which is equivalent to a 25% discount. Hobert quickly smiled and appeased, all right, don't be so angry with the guest. The main ingredient for the potion is with me. You can advance whenever you want. Furs felt a little better then. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a guest. I'm the mistress of Full Moon Lake. The mistress of the east bank of Full Moon Lake. Seeing that the ice was large enough, Hobert injected his spirituality into the ocean pendant, controlling the water flow to let the ice drift towards the center of Full Moon Lake. Hobert then dived into the water, following closely behind. The fish-head crocodile body beast underwater had been killed by Hobert to the point where it dared not show its face again, and there was only one such giant beast, so there was no longer any threat in the water. Successfully reaching roughly the center of Full Moon Lake, Hobert used his low flight ability to lean on the ice and began to draw the sealing array. This was the benefit of knowledge itself. All the mystical symbols for the array were in Hobert's memory, allowing him to write them instantly when needed. Only half of the blood sent by Bishop Simpson had been used, and the array was already drawn. To prevent the ice from melting, Hobert quickly inserted the previously folded order wood into the center of the array. The magical symbols on the array suddenly emitted a faint light, as if alive, piercing through the ice and transforming into a black glass cover with inscriptions. This glass cover radiated a thin black mist, isolating the surrounding lake water. The symbols that entered the water did not touch the lake water, nor were they diluted by it. Hobert dived into the water again, guiding the glass cover to gradually descend onto the bubble structure he had seen earlier. The gem inside the bubble still emitted brilliant colors under the light of Hobert's staff. Once the array, like a glass cover, completely enveloped the bubble, Hobert injected his spirituality into the order wood at the center of the array. The array seemed to become elastic, slowly stretching itself to completely cover the entire bubble. Then, the underwater order wood suddenly sprouted 3 tiny branches, which grew rapidly, and their leaves quickly unfurled. As a faint black light spread out, the light of the gem inside the bubble was completely obscured by a thin layer of black mist. The trees in the underwater forest not far away immediately swayed, and the creatures within seemed to sense the change in their environment, causing a commotion. Hobert tried to approach the sealing array, but when he was still 5 or 6 meters away, he seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and could no longer get closer. This was the array's self-protection mechanism. Only by using the order crystal as a medium, with the power of the country of disorder, could the sealing array's operation be terminated. Otherwise, it would have to be forcibly broken, but the creatures underwater currently did not possess such an ability. Hobert waited for a while and, seeing that the creatures in the underwater forest, although agitated, did not actively come to destroy the array, he then surfaced. During his ascent, Hobert could feel that the influence of the underwater pollution source was now only at the bottom of the lake. If one did not dive down, they would not be affected by the pollution source. Returning to the shore, Furs, who was waiting there, smiled. It's a success. As a Beander, her spirituality sensed that Full Moon Lake seemed to have undergone some changes. Hobert smiled. It's a success. From now on, this waterway will be clear again. Helen, standing nearby, asked, so the pollution source in the lake has been sealed just like that? This was too simple, wasn't it? She remembered that high-ranking members of the Gnostic Society had once come to study the pollution source in Full Moon Lake, and the final conclusion was always, it could not be sealed. Things become simple if you find the right method, Hobert said with a smile to Helen. Thank you for your help today. I won't disturb your walk. He stretched his arm, and Furs stepped forward to link hers with his. The two walked away, chatting and laughing. Helen rolled her eyes, watching the two displaying their affection walk away. She gradually realized that this was a big deal. With the problem of Full Moon Lake solved, perhaps the extraordinary forces of the Earth Mother Church and the royal family would return to this area. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this matter was more important than meeting with her informant on the West Bank. So she simply abandoned this meeting and hurried to report to Ms. Monica. About 20 minutes later, a small boat docked, and a young man quietly came to the river beach. He was shivering from the winter cold, his lips purple, but thinking of Miss Helen's every glance and smile, he suddenly felt that everything he had done was worth it. But he searched through the surrounding reeds and found it strange. Where had Miss Helen gone? He waited for over an hour, but Helen still did not appear. Just as the young man was about to search other parts of the reed beds, an exaggerated greatsword, composed of crimson magma and blue flames, pierced him from behind. The young man looked in disbelief at the sword tip emerging from his chest. He wanted to scream, but his throat had already been burned to ashes, and he could only fall to the ground in agony. The greatsword that had pierced the young man's body transformed into a blue fireball, igniting the young man's corpse, burning even his bones. In the darkness of the reed beds, a voice seemed to be asking itself, "Strange, how did the contact person discover me?" Thursday morning, Fenaport City, Cathedral of Life. Simpson arrived at his office as usual, and as soon as he entered, he found a letter on his desk. Bishop Simpson guessed it should be a letter from Hobert. Recently, he had only communicated with Hobert through spirit world messengers. To be honest, Simpson did not hold much hope for Hobert's plan to seal Full Moon Lake. He had reviewed relevant archives, and the church had indeed dispatched an angel before, hoping to solve the problem of Full Moon Lake. That angel had made many attempts, all ending in failure. Hobert's mention of sealing with an array in his letter, Bishop Simpson considered very difficult. The power of the array was too weak. If there wasn't a high-level sealed artifact continuously providing power to the magic array, its power would simply not be enough to seal the pollution source. And if there was a high-level sealed artifact, who would waste it on sealing a mere pollution source? Bishop Simpson pondered as he opened the letter. Inside the envelope were 2 pages of letter paper and a simple drawing. After reading a few lines, Simpson involuntarily stood up. He succeeded. Continuing to read, Simpson grew more and more astonished. He quickly took the letter to find the Archbishop. Only when he reached the door did he force himself to take a deep breath, carefully fold the letter, and calm his emotions. As he opened the door, he transformed back into the smiling, knowledgeable, patient, and composed bishop. Upon arriving at the Archbishop's office, Simpson then appropriately showed his surprise. "Your Grace, Hobert actually succeeded. He said in his letter that we can send people to Full Moon Lake to inspect the seal. He also said that as soon as he arrived in the territory, he began renovating the church we had abandoned earlier, and now the church can be used again. He is willing to provide some food, poultry, and necessary daily necessities for the bishop we send." Archbishop Gabriel was also somewhat disbelieving. He took the letter from Simpson's hand and glanced at it. "Immediately send someone to contact Hobert and thoroughly investigate the specific sealing process. If South Colson could be brought under church control, this would be a great merit." At the level of an archbishop, there were not many merits that could interest them. Spreading the Mother's light to an unfamiliar region fell within their scope of interest. Simpson then showed the drawing from the envelope to the Archbishop. "This is a giant beast Hobert hunted in the lake. It looks like an ancient alchemist." Gabriel glanced at it and nodded. "It's an ancient alchemist. The church thought it was extinct." He looked at Simpson. "Make sure Hobert sells us the liver crystal of the ancient alchemist. Don't be stingy with gold leathers. The liver crystal of the ancient alchemist can replace one of the main ingredients for sequence 4 inches ancient alchemist. To be precise, in ancient times, the liver crystal of the ancient alchemist was one of the main ingredients for ancient alchemist. Later, because the ancient alchemist was almost extinct, other materials were used as substitutes." Simpson said, "Hobert mentioned in his letter that he is only willing to sell the crystal to a bishop who comes to Jeffrey territory." Gabriel smiled. "This is an excellent opportunity. You can go to South Colson for some experience. As long as you re-establish a diocese there, you can apply for another main ingredient for ancient alchemist." Bishop Simpson was tempted. How could he not be tempted? To advance to a demigod in the church also required immense merit. Most people wait their entire lives and never get such an opportunity. However, Simpson's rationality ultimately overcame his desire for merit. Your Grace, according to the intelligence we have received, there is more than one demigod cultists in South Colson. Wouldn't it be better to send a demigod? Does the church have any spare demigods? Simpson gave a bitter smile. No. At the demigod level, they were considered quasi-high-ranking members of the church, usually holding multiple positions and unable to free themselves. You can continue to build a good cooperative relationship with Hobert. Gabriel smiled. Based on Hobert's performance, the Jeffrey family, coming from ruin, definitely has a family supporting them. We can utilize their power, and they will certainly need our power. When necessary, we can make some compromises and concessions. The Archbishop said, of course, that's for later. Put down your current work and immediately organize an investigation team consisting of priests and bishops who have not consumed potions. Once the investigation team confirms there is no pollution, you can go yourself. Jeffrey territory. Wayne, who had returned from Booga's city with a full load on his small steamboat, almost didn't recognize Full Moon Lake. Especially the corpse of the ancient alchemist, which nearly scared Wayne into turning around and fleeing. Fortunately, he ultimately chose to trust the new lord and his nephew Seal, and so he bravely continued to the dock. Under Roy's organization, dozens of people were cutting reeds, and the main dock was bustling with activity. When people saw Wayne return, they hailed him to quickly dock. They needed the cement and rebar from his boat at the main dock. Wayne chatted with a few of the reed-cutting workers for a while before learning that the monsters in the lake had been killed by the Lord to the point where they dared not come ashore, and that the giant beast's corpse on the river beach had been hunted by the Lord. Finally, there was a major piece of news. The Lord had exempted all his subjects from agricultural taxes. Whether it was Wayne, who worked on boats, or the merchants who owned shops in town, they all had land. Their main occupation had always been farming. Working on boats and owning shops were merely secondary. Wayne called for the workers to help unload the cargo, but inwardly he was already very surprised. Had it only been a few days since he left? Was this still the same Jeffrey town as before? He had the assistant assigned by the Lord's Manor supervise the workers' unloading, while he himself went with the clerk sent by the Lord's Manor to report back to the Lord's Manor. At this moment, Hobert had just received a letter from Bishop Simpson. He immediately called Alan over. Go find a few helpers and collect the eyes, blood, brain, tongue, teeth, skin, the dozen or so scales from the abdomen near the forelegs, bones, and the meat from the 2 hind legs of the giant beast's corpse by the lake. If anything is unclear, ask Roy. Hobert had previously only collected the internal organs and a portion of the blood of the ancient Kang Long Shou. He hadn't expected there to be so many rare spiritual materials on its body. Bishop Simpson's letter mentioned that the blood of the ancient Kang Long Shou would not coagulate, and more could be collected by squeezing its muscles. No sooner had Alan left than Seal reported that Wayne had returned. Hobert received Wayne and Kay Lifu, the clerk sent by the Lord's Manor, in the main hall. Kay Lifu first reported on the financial income and expenditure for this trip. They first sold the dried fruit provided by the Lord's Manor, and the income from that, plus 22 gold leathers, was used to purchase a large amount of building materials. Hobert inquired about the unit price of several types of dried fruit, and then about the unit price of the building materials, finding that the prices of building materials were much higher than he had anticipated. But he quickly understood that he came from a country known as a construction maniac, and not all countries could achieve that, especially with the limitations of the era. Then Wayne briefly reported on the process of this voyage. Booga's city and the various small ports along the way were still the same. Jeffrey Town is about to undergo a massive transformation. Hobert smiled. In this regard, as the initiators of this transformation, we must seize the initiative. He paused and then continued, now that the waterway has reopened, your small boat is no longer sufficient to support the needs of Jeffrey Town. In the future, when the territory has more projects, more building materials will be needed. I've discussed it with Seal. You not only know how to pilot small steamships but also understand large steamships. I'm giving you the official position of ship knight. Go purchase 1 large cargo steamship and 3 medium-sized passenger ships. As soon as the ships are bought, immediately open freight and passenger services from Jeffrey territory to Bugha's city. Wayne hadn't expected that he, too, would become a knight in this lifetime, thanks to his nephew. No, sending his nephew to be a servant for the Lord was the wisest choice he had ever made. Look at that boy, so proud, with his hand on the sword at his waist. Hobert then said to Kalifu, "You will be Wayne's deputy, still in charge of the finances for the ships, and report to Philip on time." He added, "The small steamship service must not stop. It must immediately set out to acquire more building materials." Wayne accepted the order, preparing to go home briefly, then set sail again. At this moment, he didn't feel tired at all. The position of ship knight gave him enormous motivation. Now he only thought about where to buy the ships and how to complete the task for the Lord. The thought that all these ships would be under his command once purchased made the fatigue of over a week instantly vanish. After meeting Wayne and the others, Hobert returned to his study and gave all his 4,600 plus gold leathers to Philip. This money would certainly not be enough to buy the ships. He once again came to Fenaport, first inquiring about the approximate prices of cargo and passenger ships used for river transport. At this time, ordinary freighters or cruise ships sailing on the ocean were worth around 24,000 gold leathers. Currently, the world's largest cruise ship, the Umbria, was in service in ruin. It was said that this cruise ship cost £78,000, which is 93,600 gold leathers. The reason it cost so much was that many of the ship's structures were experimental in nature. At that time, most cruise ship structures were still wooden, while the Umbria's main body was steel. The Etruria, which followed the Umbria, had similar performance and structure to the former, but its cost dropped to £56,000, which was nearly 1/3 cheaper. Ships on inland rivers were much cheaper because they didn't need to consider the strong winds and waves of the sea. Hobert could probably buy the cargo steamship he wanted for about 4,000 gold leathers. With a displacement of up to 800 tons considered, for that era it was a behemoth on the river. The passenger steamships Hobert needed would cost about 1,500 gold leathers each. The reason for this high price was mainly due to the interior decoration and paydow facilities. This meant that buying ships would cost at least 8,500 gold leathers, and hiring sailors and captains would require at least 10,000 gold leathers. This investment might not be recouped for several years, but Hobert still felt that it should be spent. For a place like Jeffrey territory, which relies on shipping, he should, of course, have a few ships. Hobert exchanged all his £7,140 into gold leathers. After deducting the handling fee, he received a total of 8,559.2 gold leathers. The construction of upcoming projects like railways would cost even more money. Hobert planned to sell his gold when he needed more money. That gold was worth approximately 7,200 gold leathers, and even if its purity didn't meet bank requirements, selling it for 6,500 gold leathers would still be fine. Hobert then realized how wealthy he was. He could basically complete the initial investment for a territory by himself. After exchanging the currency, Hobert went to the mansion of Count Christine. He planned to leave Dofus with 1,000 gold leathers and ask him to hire some reporters. However, Dofus declined. "The £1,000 you left earlier haven't been spent yet. I exchanged 1,200 gold leathers, and hiring the design team only cost 800 gold leathers. 400 gold leathers are enough to hire reporters from some major newspapers." Hobert smiled helplessly. "Actually, that was my payment to you." After all, he was Christine's butler, not his own. Dofus, however, said earnestly, "I receive payment from the Earl's mansion every week." "All right." Hobert took back the 1,000 gold leathers. He planned to help Dofus inquire about clues for the Skeleton Lord, when he had time. According to previous intelligence he had received, a Skeleton Lord, should be located somewhere in South Colson. Dofus added, Lady Monliza arrived in Fenaport a few days ago. Yesterday, she hired a ship and took Donna to Jeffrey territory. Hobert was startled. Then I'll send someone to pick them up as soon as I get back. South Colson is very chaotic right now. You don't need to worry about their safety, Dofus said. Your father sent people to protect them. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. However, he still planned to send Seal to meet them. After bidding farewell to Dofus, Hobert used travel to return to his study. He first called Seal and instructed him to take a few people to Buga's city to rent a small steamship, and then wait at the port of Bugas for the ship from Count Christine's mansion. Hobert stated directly, Lady Monliza on the ship is my mother, and Miss Donna is my sister. You must be respectful and polite. Also, go to Buga's city to buy some new clothes, your attire must be neat. Seal was slightly stunned, not expecting the Lord's father to be a count. After watching Seal leave, Hobert gave the pattern he had drawn earlier to the male servant and asked him to find someone to make a flag. Hobert planned to personally take action to attract business for the newly cleared Tadijia River. The design Hobert created had two main structures. On the left was a crescent moon, symbolizing the half of Full Moon Lake within his territory. To the right of the crescent moon was a standing lion, symbolizing Hobert's rule over the mountains east of Full Moon Lake. Together, these formed the territorial emblem of Jeffrey territory. Hobert intended to use it as the symbol for Jeffrey territory and Baron Hobert. While the butler went to make the flag, Hobert went to his study to consider how to act as a Chaos Mentor. After a moment's thought, he felt that Chaos Mentor was similar to Corrupted Baron, with the focus likely on chaos, and Mentor, perhaps just being a title. So, should he create chaos? Or should he be in the midst of chaos? If creating chaos, what kind of chaos should he create? Chaos within his territory. Chaos within the Fenaport kingdom. If being in the midst of chaos, what kind of chaos should he be in? Hobert pondered for a long time, concluding that creating chaos seemed to align more with the core essence of a chaos mentor. He gradually developed some ideas on how to create chaos. First, the reopening of shipping would naturally cause chaos among residents of the old and new waterways. Furthermore, the land revolution Hobert planned to implement in his territory would certainly make the territory chaotic for a period. He could wait until these two matters were concluded, then observe if the potion showed any signs of loosening or digestion, and then make a summary. As for the mentor aspect, he couldn't do nothing. Recently, Serena probably feared her family would be implicated and hadn't written to him. Hobert planned to write to Serena in the next couple of days and tell her how to summon his messenger. He wanted to see if he could make any breakthroughs in the mentor aspect. With a direction for his efforts, Hobert took out a map, checking the ports along the Tadijia River, and finally set his sights on Granada Port, beyond South Colson. Typically, cargo or passenger ships departing from Sevilla, the largest coastal port in the Fenaport Kingdom, would turn west at Granada Port and enter the Ué River. They would then pass through the central and western parts of Fenaport before finally reaching the capital. After the servant finished making the flag and brought it to him, Hobert looked at the design, which was similar to what he had envisioned. He changed his appearance, rolled up the flag, slung it over his shoulder, and used his travel ability to enter the spirit world. A few minutes later, Hobert appeared in the outskirts of Granada Port and took a carriage to the dock. The dock here was very large, with ships constantly coming and going, filling the entire city with vitality. This was what a busy waterway should look like. People were bustling, smiling, and full of hope. Before Hobert asked Dofus to invite reporters, he already had a feasible plan to publicize the reopening of the Tadijia River waterway. Arriving at Granada Port was the first step of the plan. Next, he first inquired about cargo ships at the port with severe schedule delays. With the help of his extraordinary abilities, he quickly found a suitable target, the know-how. It was a large inland cargo ship whose voyage had been delayed due to previous repairs, making it impossible to reach Feniport City on schedule. If the delay was too long, the company owning the know-how might have to pay a large sum, meeting the requirements for taking a risk. Hobert arrived at the know-how's berth. It was a steamship with a thick, tall chimney in the center, but it still retained the structure of sails, making it an old-fashioned steamship. Stevedores and crew members were working frantically, trying to save as much loading time as possible. Hobert infused his spirituality into the psychological spoon and said to a crew member directing on the dock, "Take me to your captain." The crew member's anxious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Yes, sir." As a Sequence 5, Hobert certainly wouldn't solicit business like an ordinary salesperson. Problems that could be solved with extraordinary abilities would definitely be solved with extraordinary abilities. After meeting the bewildered captain, Hobert continued to use the psychological spoon's ability, "Call all the crew members." Captain Dean immediately smiled and said, "Yes, sir." At the captain's shout, crew members gradually gathered on the deck. Hobert smiled and said to everyone, "Your voyage has been delayed. Fortunately, you heard at the dock that the Tati-Gia River waterway has reopened, so you plan to take a risk and use the Tati-Gia waterway, which can save half the time. This way, you will not only avoid being overdue but will also arrive early." Just then, you happened to meet me, the messenger of Baron Hobert. I promise you that as long as your boat flies the flag representing Jeffrey territory, if you encounter danger in South Colson, you can immediately fire a flare to call for help. Baron Hobert's guards will immediately rush to help you resolve any difficulties you encounter. The crew members were alternately bewildered and incredulous, but they had all been hypnotized by Hobert, believing that what this man said was a very correct decision, and they had never heard anything so convincing in their lives. Hobert handed the flag to the captain. "All right, you can set sail after loading. You will only remember that you asked me to help you solve the problem, and you will forget the specific process of my boarding." After Hobert left, the captain and crew seemed to suddenly awaken from a dream. Captain Dean gripped the flag in his hand. "You sons of bitches, what are you all gawking at on the deck? Get to loading. And store enough vegetables and food. The Tati-Gia River hasn't been used for so many years, there surely aren't any supply ports left." Hobert returned to his study. His top priority now was to wait for the know-how to arrive and ensure its safe arrival at the capital. Then, he would cooperate with the invited reporters to extensively publicize this matter. In the future, more and more ships would gradually use this waterway. Hobert was about to ask the butler to call Philip when Philip himself arrived. "Lord, a group of people have arrived at the port. They say they are the designers and engineers you invited." Exactly. Hobert smiled and said, "Arrange for them to stay at the newly renovated hotel. Meals will be at the adjacent restaurant, and all expenses for food and lodging will be covered by the Lord's Manor. And have 2 designers or representatives from the design teams come to see me." "Yes." Philip left and returned after more than an hour, bringing back a bald middle-aged man and a bespectacled middle-aged man. Hobert received them in the main hall of the Lord's Manor. Philip introduced them. The bald middle-aged man was a railway designer named Skora, and the bespectacled middle-aged man was named Vok, an architectural designer and planner. Hobert had previously had a servant hang up his own hand-drawn simplified map of the territory. "I believe you should know the purpose of your trip." Skora smiled and said, "Yes, Lord." Butler Doffus made it very clear. "I will help you design a small railway, and engineers will supervise the entire construction process." Philip, standing nearby, was full of surprise. He hadn't expected that the Lord was actually preparing to lay railways in his territory. He had only heard people talk about trains and railways, and had seen photos at Light Viscount's place, but had never seen them in person. "I, on the other hand, will help you design a resort, and similarly, the engineers I brought will supervise the entire construction process," Vok said with a smile. Hobert said to Vok, "You have a new task now. You need to help me plan Jeffrey Town. If your plan satisfies me, I will also pay you a satisfactory reward." Vok often dealt with nobles, so he bowed slightly, gladly at your service. If it were an ordinary noble in a remote, poor area, these two would certainly not have traveled all this way, and even if they did, they wouldn't be so deferential. However, Hobert had the endorsement of Earl Christine, and there were also rumors that the father and son had brought a massive fortune from ruin. Added to that, Jeffrey Town's conditions were much better than they had imagined, and the scene of dismembering large water beasts by the lake left a deep impression on them. So, from the moment they settled in, they knew what attitude to adopt when facing Baron Hobert. Hobert pointed to his hand-drawn map. I hope the railway starts from the dock, goes up the gentle slope, makes a loop around the mountain, comes down, and then returns to the dock along the lake. Skora pondered for a while, stroking his chin, before saying, Lord, I just observed the mountains in your territory. Although not very steep, they certainly cannot handle trains with too large a cargo capacity. Of course, you don't need such large trains. My suggestion is that when you purchase a locomotive, buy one no less than 1800 horsepower. This way, you can transport at least 50 tons of goods or passengers up the mountain at once. Hobert nodded. That would be sufficient. The train he designed was primarily for transporting people, not cargo. He then said to Vok, I want to build a resort on the south side of the mountain, specifically on these difficult to cultivate areas on the mountainside. I also want a wide road built from the dock to the resort, and a large activity center. The road should cross the mountain peak. On the north side of the mountain, I want a casino, a reception center, an auction house, and an entertainment center. After descending from the north side, there's a barren area full of rocks, which can be developed into a golf course. Vok quickly jotted down Hobert's requirements in his notebook. I need to conduct an on-site survey. No problem, Philip, arrange for someone to take them around. Skora and Vok, having learned their specific tasks, bowed slightly and took their leave. Hobert waited for about 10 minutes before calling Philip back. On the open ground next to the large dock, establish a small market. People can go there to sell vegetables and other goods. Assign people to maintain order, and assign someone to set up a fair scale, but do not collect taxes for now. Philip. Yes. Hobert stretched. There was nothing urgent today, so he could rest. But as soon as he returned to his study, he heard a prayer from the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw that the star representing Lawrence was expanding. He extended his spirituality and heard Lawrence's prayer. Great the Creator, I report to you our progress. Our combat personnel are basically in place, and we plan to attack the Rose School 3 days later in the afternoon. Sunday afternoon, Hobert muttered to himself, but he didn't immediately reply to Lawrence, instead deciding to wait a bit. Hobert took advantage of the waiting period to look at the other stars. Elliot was riding in a carriage with others, seemingly on a journey. From their conversation, Hobert learned that Elliot had also been transferred to participate in the operation to attack the Rose School. Apton was promoting a small steam crane to a client. He looked much more composed, like a successful businessman. Raft was checking maps and geography magazines, seemingly considering where to go after leaving Backland. Alice was whispering, again with a group of noblewomen. It seemed there was endless gossip among the nobles, and of course, in between discussing gossip, they would also comment on the latest plays, operas, and poems. Finally, there was Ethel, who was sitting at her desk handling official business, looking stern and imposing without needing to be angry. After looking around, Hobert's gaze lingered on Raft's star. It was time to visit the Trentsust noble's ruins again. Since Rex's charlatan friend said that Hobert would ransack that secret room, he naturally had to help the charlatan fulfill the prophecy. Previously, Hobert was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pull the ancient death god's corpse into the country of disorder and lose face in front of the Wind Blessed. However, after being promoted to Sequence 5, Hobert's spirituality told him that with the power he could now mobilize in the country of disorder, he could achieve this. As for Mr. Azek wanting to see the ancient death god's corpse again later but not finding it, that could only be blamed on Mr. Azek for going too late. Ha 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 ha. Hobert chuckled, as if he saw Mr. Azek searching for the ancient death god's corpse underground. So he planned to write Mr. Azek a letter after emptying the place, explaining the situation to him. Hobert also thought that before undertaking this operation, he needed to find some blood from middle sequence death god or door pathway beyonders. He remembered Mr. Azek saying that the simplest way to find the constantly shifting door was to paint the walls with the blood of middle sequence beyonders from these two pathways. Hobert thought for a while and realized that he could only find blood from the relevant pathways from Mr. Doffus. Furs was still a magician, and her blood couldn't attract that door yet. However, he decided to discuss it tomorrow. After replying, "Okay," to Lawrence, Hobert returned to the real world to drink tea, doing nothing and clearing his mind. He chatted with Furs during dinner, watched the moon together, and enjoyed life. Furs had been in Backland all day today. She seemed to have been stimulated last night and had already found a circus to perform magic tricks, hoping to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hobert encouraged Furs a few times, then asked to see the manuscript of her new book. As a result, Furs stammered and changed the subject. Hobert immediately understood that she probably hadn't even written an opening. So Hobert began to explain the importance of this book to Jeffrey Territory, to the entire shipping route, and to the people of the territory. The more Furs listened, the more ashamed she felt. That night, the light in Furs's room stayed on until late, and she didn't turn it off to rest until past 1 in the morning. As soon as Furs lay down, someone quietly sneaked into the courtyard. Hobert, whose spirituality had greatly increased, immediately woke up. While the other party was sneaking into the courtyard, he quickly wrapped his pajamas tighter. To prevent emergencies, Hobert would hang his magical items on the cloth buttons reserved on his pajamas before going to bed. As long as he wrapped his pajamas tightly, his skin would touch those magical items. If an emergency occurred, it would not affect the use of these magical items in combat. Hobert grabbed the cane by the bed, casually took 2 uncontrolled stones from the nightstand, and finally stood quietly under the oil painting, ready to face the enemy. The other party didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. After getting ready, someone chanted a spell in Hermes, babbling, "Oh no, it's a curse." Hobert took down the oil painting with his other hand, shielded himself with it, and immediately crashed through the door to exit. At the same time, a black curse broke through the window glass and was thrown into the room, immediately emitting an ear-piercing babbling sound. Hobert, who had reached the doorway, felt his head swell. Although Hobert left the room earlier than the people outside expected, a series of abilities still came at him after he exited: arrogance, imprisonment, whip, fireball, wind blade. The oil painting helped Hobert block most of the attacks. At the same time, Hobert injected spirituality into the order crystal on the hilt of his sword, forming a thick black shield that blocked the other attacks. But it seemed no one saw the content of the oil painting, because no one exclaimed, "What a beautiful scenery." Presumably, the Cold Knight squad had informed other mercenary squads about the ability of this sealed artifact, so the mercenary squad in this raid was prepared. Although no one exclaimed, their movements were clearly momentarily paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert glanced into the courtyard. There were 6 figures in total, which should be another mercenary squad. After blocking the first round of attacks, he immediately used flash to get outside the courtyard, then used low flight to flee towards the lakeside. His series of actions completely baffled his opponents, and Hobert actually managed to escape. To avoid the newly renovated Lord's Manor being destroyed again, he prepared to fight by the spacious lake. But Hobert had not flown far when a pale, bone-woven wall suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed extremely tough and insurmountable. Hobert immediately realized that this was a special undead creature. He glanced back. The 6 pursuers had already caught up, so Hobert simply drew his sword and plunged his cane into the ground. Order. In an instant, a towering tree shot up from the ground. Its canopy covered an area of nearly 100 meters, encompassing a part of the Lord's Manor. The pursuers were all stunned. They obviously hadn't expected Hobert to have such a visually impactful magical item. Let alone them, Hobert hadn't expected it either. Before this, he estimated that after his promotion, the Order Wood's coverage would increase to 60 or 70 meters, but it actually reached 100 meters directly. Such a behemoth was extremely shocking, blocking out the night sky. Weakening. Hobert was slightly startled. This skill was not used by him, but came from one of the pursuers. Before he could inject spirituality into the Order crystal again, he felt his strength, spirituality, speed, and other aspects being weakened. But immediately after, under his distortion, the negative impression of weakening was minimized, and his state recovered somewhat. After the second round of engagement, Hobert, by the fact that the opponent could use weakening and arrogance without bribe, determined that there must be a Chaos Mentor among the enemies. This Chaos Mentor should be the captain. Also, the special undead creature that appeared in front of him just now made Hobert guess that there should be a death god pathway beyonder among the pursuers, most likely an undead mentor. A telepath couldn't summon such a powerful undead creature. In addition, based on the attacks he received as soon as he exited, there should also be a wind blessed among the enemies. The other 3 enemies should include 2 Arbitrator Pathway Beyonders and 1 Hunter Pathway Beyonder, whose specific strengths were temporarily unknown. At the same time, Hobert felt a significant strengthening of the Order Wood's abilities. As the master of the Order Wood, Hobert only needed to stand under the canopy, and the surrounding order and rules would become favorable to him. Just like before, he found that he could even distort his negative state under the canopy. He tried it, and his weakening state immediately improved. At the beginning of the battle, Hobert was still worried about whether he could drive away the members of this mercenary squad. After the engagement, he understood his own strength and the opponent's strength, and Hobert felt that he could arrogantly believe, none of these 6 enemies will escape. Taking advantage of the visual impact of the Order Wood, which made the 6 enemies hesitate, Hobert seized the initiative in the 3rd round, Corrosion. He had been silently using corrosion since he exited, and now it finally erupted. The corrosion after his promotion had also greatly strengthened. The movements of those Sequence 6s paused again. In the next few seconds, they all had to struggle against the darkness and greed in their hearts. One of the Sequence 7s was completely affected. He felt that the Order Wood was a rare magical item, so he abandoned Hobert as an enemy and instead embraced the Order Wood, wanting to claim it for himself. Only the Chaos Mentor was not greatly affected. Chaos. Hobert, who was very familiar with this ability, knew that chaos, like Punishment Knight's death, once the target was determined, was simply unavoidable. So Hobert simply, distortion. He distorted the concept between himself and the enemy. For the next 2 seconds, he and the Chaos Mentor simultaneously fell into a state of chaos. When Hobert recovered his senses, 2 Sequence 6s who had recovered from corrosion had already rushed in front of him. The undead mentor, holding a magical longsword, pierced Hobert's heart. There's an extra update today. The enemies were all experienced beyonders, skilled at seizing opportunities. While Hobert was in a state of chaos, they immediately closed in for a fatal blow. Hobert didn't even have a chance to raise his oil painting to block. The undead mentor's sword was definitely a magical item, as it managed to pierce Hobert's chest. With the living corpse spoon's blessing, an ordinary sword couldn't even break his skin. For the first time, Hobert felt the sensation of a cold, sharp weapon piercing his chest. Blood splattered, even his heart was pierced, it felt as if his chest had been hollowed out. Fortunately, Hobert's physique had greatly strengthened. He smashed the oil painting towards the mercenary attacking from the other side and kicked the undead mentor away. Distortion. He once again distorted the concept of himself and his opponent. The undead mentor, flying in midair, felt a pain in his chest and bled, taking on half of Hobert's injuries. Hobert quickly used healing art on himself. His ruptured heart recovered and began to beat strongly again. However, another mercenary, who had dodged the oil painting, now held a blazing white spear, which he plunged into Hobert's chest. The attack was so fast that Hobert didn't even have a chance to use flash. He had to resort to the faster, paper man substitute. Puff! The blazing white spear incinerated the paper man, and Hobert reappeared a few meters away. As soon as he appeared, the Chaos Mentor launched a new offensive, Arrogance. Hobert immediately used Underworld Gate. Beside the Chaos Mentor, a bronze gate with intricate patterns appeared. Inside, countless indescribable eyes cast terrifying gazes, and the Chaos Mentor was immediately grabbed by pale white arms. In his ears were chilling screams. Meanwhile, Hobert bent down to help up the crops that had been trampled during the recent fight. These scoundrels are no match for me. I don't even need to attack, they'll be scared away. I don't need to bother with them. I should do what a lord should do. Watching the crops grow strong is truly gratifying. After the arrogance wore off, Hobert found two blazing white spears stuck in his body, and he heard another enemy say, "The use of magical items is prohibited here." Even the injured undead mentor, clutching his wound, rushed over, ready to strike him again. Only the Chaos Mentor was temporarily controlled by the Underworld Gate, unable to move. Through this intense exchange, Hobert finally understood the enemy's strength. The Chaos Mentor was undoubtedly the captain, and the other team members included an undead mentor, a schemer, and a judge. Additionally, there was the Wind Blessed, whose inner thoughts were usually so dark or greedy that it took him about 10 seconds to recover from the corrosion state, and an Inquisitor who was still clinging to the Order wood. They coordinated skillfully. If Hobert were still a Sequence 6, even with the blessing of so many magical items, he would have died twice by now. According to the information provided by Harvey Hayden, there was no mercenary squad this strong. It was more like a combined raid on him by the main forces of the Prairie Wolf Squad and the Blizzard Squad. Hobert endured the pain in his chest, took 2 steps back, dodging the undead mentor's sword thrust. At the same time, he chanted in ancient Hermes language, "Summon." The space under the tree canopy immediately became illusory, and a knight appeared, dressed in knight's attire, with an eyeball hanging on his face, holding a bone-white longsword. It was Hant, who had signed a contract with Hobert. Hobert said, "Help me kill that Wind-Blessed." Hant received the order and charged towards the Wind-Blessed. Hobert used Flash, dodging a new round of attacks from the schemer and the undead mentor. At this point, the blazing white spears on him had dissipated, but he didn't immediately heal himself. Instead, he used distortion. 2 small bloody holes also appeared on the schemer's body, sharing half of Hobert's injuries. Hobert then used healing art to heal himself. At the same time, he observed the battlefield situation. The Chaos Mentor was about to break free, and both the undead mentor and the schemer were injured. He immediately made a choice, using Chaos on the undead mentor. Hobert wasn't confident he could quickly deal with the Chaos Mentor, but he was confident he could quickly eliminate either the undead mentor or the schemer. The undead mentor fell into a state of chaos. Hobert used Flash to appear in front of him, but before he could thrust his knife, the undead mentor was dragged away by the judge behind him, Death. Since he issued the prohibition, Hobert had used magical items multiple times, which greatly increased his power. When Hobert used Chaos on the undead mentor, the judge determined that Hobert's target was the undead mentor. At this time, Hobert guessed that the undead mentor, the schemer, and the judge came from the same team, and their coordination was more tacit. It wasn't that the judge was unwilling to join the pincer attack earlier, but that 2 people attacking was just right, and 3 would be a bit chaotic. However, the judge followed behind, immediately stepping into cover when one of his teammates was in danger. Since that was the case, Hobert simply gave up on the undead mentor and instead used Death on the judge as well. Both of them were unavoidable, hitting each other in the chest. Hobert took 2 steps back, coughed twice, and the judge was sent flying, breaking 2 ribs. Hobert sneered inwardly. The judge's Death was not on the same level as the punishment knight's Death. At this moment, a wall of fire surrounded Hobert, igniting his pajamas and burning off a strand of his hair. Hobert, Charm. The target of Charm was not the schemer who used the burning wall, but the Chaos Mentor who had already escaped from the Underworld Gate. The Chaos Mentor, whose mind had just been impacted by the underworld, immediately fell victim. For the next 3 seconds, he would have no desire to attack Hobert. Hobert also didn't attack the schemer. Instead, he kicked the undead mentor, who had just recovered from the chaos state and was still a bit dazed, sending him flying into the Order wood. With Hobert's current strength, he was enough to kick some low-sequence Beyonders to death. The undead mentor immediately passed out from the impact. Then, Hobert used a flash to appear in front of the schemer, grabbed one of his arms, and plunged a knife into his chest. It wasn't that the schemer didn't want to dodge, it was simply that Hobert's strength was too great to evade. By this point in the battle, Hobert had seized the opportunity and turned the tide in an instant. Retreat, the Chaos Mentor said immediately without thinking. The judge, clutching his chest, dragged the briber, who had finally recovered from the corrosion state and was not far from him, and retreated. The remaining 3 teammates couldn't retreat. They left without hesitation, as soon as they decided to go. Hobert said to the judge, "Arrogance. Distortion." The Chaos Mentor distorted the target of arrogance. Then, between Hobert and them, tiny stars suddenly appeared. The area under the Order wood was immediately filled with tranquility and peace, making Hobert abandon his intention to pursue. When the tiny stars disappeared and Hobert came to his senses, the opponents had already gone far away. Hobert didn't pursue. Instead, he turned back and dealt with the still unconscious undead mentor and the severely injured schemer. Meanwhile, Hant had just sliced off half of the Wind-Blessed's head. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. Hobert accelerated the extraction of the extraordinary characteristic. He placed the 3 extraordinary characteristics and the undead mentor's sword together. You choose first. Hant chose the undead mentor's extraordinary characteristic, then bowed slightly to Hobert and disappeared into the void. Hobert put away the extraordinary characteristic and the sword, and touched the Order wood with his hand. It immediately transformed back into a scabbard. He looked around, suddenly having the illusion of being in a dream, feeling as if he hadn't fully woken up yet, having just experienced an intense battle that required his full effort. Suddenly, Hobert came to his senses, went to his study, and retrieved a small vial, collecting some of the undead mentor's blood. This way, he wouldn't have to trouble Mr. Doffus. Then, he used the psychic wine glass to perform a psychic inquiry on the Wind-Blessed. First, he asked about their origins, and indeed, it was a joint operation of the Blizzard Squad and the Prairie Wolf Squad. Hobert then asked about their stronghold, which was also in a dilapidated civilian house, probably not far from Full Moon Lake. Just as he was about to exit the psychic inquiry, Hobert had a thought and asked about the Sailor and Navigator potion formulas. Christine had previously given him the Raging People and Wind-Blessed potion formulas. Now Hobert had a continuous set of potion formulas from Sequence 9 Sailor to Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed. For Hobert, these formulas were not needed, but Hobert just liked to collect them. What if they were useful in the future? After doing all this, Hobert stood in the center of the battlefield, reflecting on the intense battle he had just fought. He sighed inwardly. Distortion and healing art together are really too useful. Then he sighed again. This is Sequence 5. Although it hasn't undergone a qualitative change like a demigod, its own extraordinary power is already very strong. In this battle, Hobert basically used his own abilities, because his own extraordinary abilities were already strong enough, and he no longer needed to use the abilities of magical items as his primary means of attack. Hobert put away the oil painting, wrapped his somewhat tattered pajamas, and checked to make sure he hadn't left any magical items behind before returning to the courtyard. He woke up the butler, Alan, and told Alan to take people to bury the bodies outside and clean up the blood on the ground. Hobert wiped his face, changed into his daytime clothes, and quickly entered a state of sleep through meditation. Although he had just used the underworld gate once, after Sequence 5, his spirituality had greatly improved, and these spiritual expenditures could be recovered in a short time. 3 hours later, it was again the most tiring period before dawn. Hobert took out the Faceless Man necklace, and with his other hand, held the oil painting, the current location of the Chaos Mentor marked by the oil painting, early this morning. Although he didn't know what methods they used to make him ignore the existence of the oil painting had been left on the battlefield and had already marked their spirituality. After silently chanting 7 times, Hobert, half asleep, saw the Chaos Mentor sitting on the ground, eyes closed, resting. He also saw the judge, holding his bandaged chest with a pained expression, and the briber, who was on alert. Indeed, the 3 people who had been traveling all night always needed to rest at this time. And the captain of the Cold Night Squad hadn't had time to tell the other mercenary squads that Hobert had the abilities of divination and travel. Although the captain of the Blizzard Squad had seen Hobert disappear, he didn't know that Hobert had only just appeared at that time, nor did he know that Hobert could accurately pinpoint the enemy's location. Based on the situation at the time, they thought Hobert had pursued them along a clue, then launched a surprise attack, and had been chasing the captain of the Cold Night Squad ever since. After the divination, Hobert held a knife in one hand and the dream-stealing watch in the other. Then the space in front of Hobert became illusory, and guided by the Faceless Man necklace, he appeared in front of the Chaos Mentor. Due to his increased strength, Hobert was close enough to the enemy this time. He first stole the opponent's consciousness for the next 1 or 2 seconds, then thrust his knife, piercing the Chaos Mentor's abdomen. Hobert then held the knife horizontally and slashed upwards with force. Unfortunately, he only slashed about 30 centimeters before the Chaos Mentor, who had recovered, pressed down on it with both hands. While retracting the knife, Hobert used Chaos. The Chaos Mentor, who had been ambushed and was in a passive state, immediately fell into a state of chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert pulled out his knife and chopped off the opponent's head. The judges, Exile, and the bribers, weakening, only hit Hobert at this point. Hobert was pushed away by a huge force, and his various abilities were also weakened. But all of this was too late. With the Chaos Mentor dead, the remaining 2 only had a choice to flee for their lives. The briber turned and ran. The judge, however, laughed loudly. Why run? Is it still useful? Then he said to Hobert, the bounty on you is really too small. With your strength, you're worth at least 30,000 pounds. Ha ha ha, if I had known you were worth that much, I would never have come to Fenaport, ha ha ha. Hobert struck again with his knife, and the opponent's laughter abruptly stopped. As for the fleeing briber, Hobert kicked a fist-sized stone, knocking the opponent unconscious, then went up and killed him with a knife. Hobert used the psychic wine glass to perform a psychic inquiry on the Chaos Mentor, confirming their stronghold and that there were currently only 6 Sequence 8 and 2 Sequence 9 Beyonders in the stronghold. After putting away the extraordinary characteristics and magical items, Hobert was about to use travel to completely wipe out the enemy, when he suddenly had a thought and used travel to arrive on the Hippo. The Hippo was very crowded, with bunks filling the cabins, and snoring rising and falling. Ciel's status was different now, he slept alone in the previous cabin. Hobert appeared in front of him, shaking him awake. Tell Albert to come to the deck. I'll take you guys to see the world. Thank you for your monthly votes. An extra chapter is presented as a token of my gratitude, *******. Ciel stared at Lord who had vanished before him, and only after 3 or 4 seconds did he quickly put on his shoes and go to Albert's room inside the cabin to wake him. Albert opened the door with a yawn. It's not even dawn yet. Lord told us to go to the deck. Albert looked at Ciel blankly. Are you sleepwalking? Go if you want, don't if you don't. Watching Ciel leave the cabin, Albert hesitated for a moment before following him out. If Ciel was truly sleepwalking, it would just be a few extra steps. But if what he said was true, the loss of not going would be too great. Arriving on the deck, Albert indeed saw Lord standing at the bow of the Hippo with his hands behind his back. He looked at the still moving Hippo and the river water on both sides of the Hippo. He was still on the ship. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he immediately and respectfully called out, Lord. Hobert glanced at the swords in their hands, then asked Albert, do you have your sealed artifact with you? Albert nodded. Yes. His ancestral treasure, of course, he would carry it with him. Tonight, a group of enemies invaded Jeffrey territory. I've already killed their officers. Now there are only 8 small soldiers left, perfect for you two to get some practice. Seal immediately became excited. Ever since he gained extraordinary abilities, he hadn't had a chance to use them and had long wanted to fight. Albert, on the other hand, was pondering that Lord might need help, which is why he needed them. I'll go tell Wayne to stop the ship. No need. Hobert put his hands on their shoulders. I'm going to take you through the spirit world. Lower your heads and don't make eye contact with the creatures of the spirit world. Before Seal could ask what the spirit world was, the space in front of them became ethereal, and the two of them entered the spirit world, which had no distinction of front, back, left, or right. Their eyes couldn't take everything in at once, everything seemed new. They were still dazed for a few seconds after leaving the spirit world, as if savoring the wonderful journey they had just experienced. Hobert pointed to the farmhouse on the hillside ahead. Those 8 small soldiers are inside. I'll charge straight in, and you two will block the 2 enemies who try to escape. Those 2 enemies are evenly matched with you. Do your best to defeat them. With that, Hobert didn't wait for their reactions and strode towards the farmhouse. The mercenary on lookout outside noticed Hobert and immediately blew his whistle to warn, but only blew once before a black light flashed, and a knife was already stuck in his forehead. Hobert quickly stepped forward, retrieved the knife with one hand, and at the same time kicked a wall, knocking it down directly. Ignoring the enemy pinned by the wall, Hobert quickly moved forward and slashed to death an enemy who was trying to escape by jumping out a window. He then kicked an enemy who foolishly attacked Hobert, causing his chest to collapse. Albert, who was outside, was already dumbfounded. Now he understood that the Lord really wanted him and Seal to get some practice. This made Albert feel a little flattered. After all, Seal was Lord's confidant, and he also had the opportunity to participate in this training, which showed Lord's regard for him. In fact, Hobert knew in his heart that a noble like Albert, as long as he knew the new Lord had a Count Father, would definitely pledge his unwavering loyalty. So, while Hobert was training Seal, he brought Albert along as well. The battle over there had already ended, and 2 enemies, covered in dust and with terrified expressions, ran out. These were the 2 Sequence 9s. Hobert followed closely behind. Without Lord needing to give further orders, Seal and Albert drew their swords and rushed to intercept the 2 fleeing enemies. Hobert stood behind and instructed, Seal, a sword can not only thrust, but also slash and parry. Albert, pay attention to the timing of using your sealed artifact. Don't let it conflict with your attacks. Seal, pay attention to your footwork. Follow the feeling of your spirituality. Albert, an ordinary person's spirituality is extremely limited. Don't use your sealed artifact too frequently. Seal. Under Hobert's guidance, Seal took 7 or 8 minutes to finally kill his opponent, while Albert took an additional 2 minutes. Both were so exhausted that they sat on the ground, panting heavily. This was also thanks to Hobert's presence, otherwise these 2 would not have been able to defeat mercenaries with rich combat experience. After they had caught their breath, Hobert asked Seal, "How do you feel?" Seal immediately stood up and said, "Even with extraordinary abilities, I must practice every day and not be slack. The next time I encounter such an opponent, I will definitely not struggle so much." Hobert nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Albert. Albert was a little envious of Seal, who had gained extraordinary power in such a short time following Lord. Feeling Lord's gaze, he immediately stood up and said, "Although I have practiced swordsmanship since childhood, I am still too weak for a Beyonder." Hobert commented, "Your strength and agility are not much different from your opponents, you just lack experience fighting Beyonders." Of course, this is only for some Sequence 9s. Many Sequence 9s are stronger than you just by consuming a potion. If you had fought a Sequence 8, you would truly feel your own weakness. Hobert deliberately raised his hand conspicuously, and 8 corpses immediately stood up. Soon, the extraordinary characteristics within them extracted, and the corpses, holding their extraordinary characteristics, came one by one to hand them over to Hobert. Seal and Albert stood there stiffly, not even daring to breathe. If they hadn't seen Lord raise his hand just now, knowing that these corpses had risen because of Lord's ability, they would have turned and run long ago. Especially Albert, whether it was traversing the spirit world or manipulating corpses, he felt that today he had truly witnessed the real face of the extraordinary world. At the same time, he also felt fortunate that in middle age, he had finally met someone who could grant him the abilities he desired and to whom he could pledge his full loyalty. After the 8 corpses handed over their extraordinary characteristics, they returned to the dilapidated farmhouse and lay down, as if they had fallen asleep again. This farmhouse was a single abandoned farmhouse, and the fighting just now did not attract the attention of the villagers in the distance. Moreover, this place was not within Hobert's territory, so Hobert did not intend to deal with the corpses. He once again placed his hands on their shoulders and sent them back to the hippo, carefully summarized the battle just now and meticulously analyzed the opponent's combat techniques. After leaving that remark, Hobert vanished into the void. At this time, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Seal and Albert on the deck exchanged glances, both feeling that their recent experience was incredibly unbelievable. Amidst his astonishment, Seal was also somewhat excited. He believed that as long as he remained loyal to Lord and actively participated in extraordinary battles, he would one day become as powerful as Lord. Albert also secretly swore in his heart that he would take every command from Lord seriously and show the strongest loyalty. He secretly laughed in his heart. Grave, that fool, actually defected. He doesn't even know what opportunity he missed. Back in his study, Hobert heard clanging sounds from next door. It turned out that Alan had woken the carpenters early to repair the door and windows of Hobert's room. Hobert wasn't very sleepy, so he locked the study door and sacrificed all the gains from this battle to the country of disorder. This raid was cleaner and more decisive than the last, completely eliminating 2 mercenary squads in one go, and yielding 14 extraordinary characteristics and 2 magical items. The threat from ruin might only be the people from Military Intelligence Section 9. However, after this battle, if the people from Military Intelligence Section 9 didn't have a demigod leading them, they probably wouldn't make a move. Hobert believed that with the strength he had shown in Backland before, Military Intelligence Section 9 would not deploy a demigod for him. As for mercenaries, Hobert remembered that there were only about a dozen top mercenary teams in the entire North Continent, most of which had official backgrounds and carried out hostile actions that the officials were not suitable to undertake. Now that 3 had been wiped out in South Colson, it was estimated that other mercenary squads also knew that Hobert's strength was completely disproportionate to the bounty. It wasn't that the bounty was too high, but that it was too low. It was estimated that the remaining top mercenary squads would not easily make a move. Thinking of this, Hobert was a little disappointed. Without these transport teams, his income would definitely be affected. His next step was to set up his own extraordinary market at the auction house. He planned to bring out all the extraordinary characteristics he had accumulated to activate the market and at the same time alleviate the financial pressure on Jeffrey territory. Thinking of these, Hobert turned his attention to the extraordinary characteristics in front of him. Among them was 1 Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor extraordinary characteristic, 3 Sequence 6 extraordinary characteristics, 1 Wind Blessed, 1 Judge, and 1 Schemer. 1 Sequence 7 Briber extraordinary characteristic, 6 Sequence 8 extraordinary characteristics, 3 Sheriff, 1 Barbarian, 1 Provoker, and 1 Fighter extraordinary characteristic. 2 Sequence 9 extraordinary characteristics, 1 Arbitrator and 1 Warrior pathway extraordinary characteristic. In addition, he also acquired 2 magical items. One was a sealed artifact of the Darkness pathway, which could make creatures within a certain area lose most of their active will. Although it was an area of effect sealed artifact, it did not distinguish between friend and foe. Hobert seemed to imagine a scenario where 2 groups of people, about to charge into battle, would stare at each other blankly under the influence of this sealed artifact, having lost the will to fight. Then this sealed artifact could be named Peacemaker. And the sword that could pierce Hobert was a magical item of the Hunter pathway, with the ability of fatal attack, which could make the blade incredibly sharp and indestructible. Every thrust was a weak point attack. Even if the point of impact was not the target's weak point, it could be turned into one. However, Hobert did not intend to replace his current blade with it, because this sword also required 3 strikes to break through the Guardian's Dawn bulwark, while Hobert's Tang Dao only needed 2. This showed how strong the blade's armor-piercing ability was. Hobert placed these 2 magical items in the country of disorder, treating them as an accumulation of his own sealed artifacts. After some time, when he established his own extraordinary power, he could give them to the official Beyonders in his territory. At that time, with sealed artifacts and official Beyonders, the official Beyonder system of this territory would be established. And the power of the Earth Mother Church and the Gnostic Society could gradually be marginalized, only responsible for religious cases. Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, did not immediately leave the country of disorder, but instead considered the problem of reducing his burden. One problem he currently faced was having too many magical items on him. Although their negative effects were not strong, he still had to spend a lot of effort every day to avoid them. The key was that as Hobert's own abilities grew stronger, some items could normally be kept in the country of disorder and only taken out when needed. For example, the psychological spoon. This magical item is rarely used now. Hobert prefers to kill his enemies and then perform a psychic reading. And its ability to block attacks from the spiritual world has gradually become a bit useless. Originally, the Black Emperor pathway already had a passive skill to resist mental attacks, and at the Chaos Mentor level, Hobert's mental strength was already powerful enough to effectively resist both mental and spiritual attacks. The ability of Madness hasn't been used for a long time. Now Hobert has the Arrogance ability, which overlaps with Madness. Currently, the psychological spoon's greatest use is hypnosis, which can be retrieved from the country of disorder whenever needed. Another somewhat useless magical item is the Light Priest ring. Its power is quite strong, but in this battle, its ability was not used even once. This is still because Hobert's own abilities can completely replace some magical items' abilities. If it's for some exploratory operations in the dark, or when he knows he'll face enemies afraid of sunlight, it's not too late to retrieve it from the country of disorder. The dream-stealing watch's situation is similar to the Light Priest rings. There's no need to carry it around anymore. Originally, Hobert also planned to put the Ocean Pendant in the country of disorder, but its low flight ability is indeed very useful, enhancing Hobert's mobility, so he can temporarily wear it. The Faceless Man necklace's situation is similar to the Ocean Pendant's. The Paper Man substitute ability is very useful, so he will temporarily wear it. The Fighting Ring is no longer needed and will definitely be placed in the country of disorder. As for other magical items, there are the Healing Fork, Traveler's Blade, Psychic Wine Glass, and Living Corpse Spoon. They all have irreplaceable or new uses, so they can be carried for now. Hobert still had 6 magical items on him, which lightened his load somewhat. Then Hobert looked at the scepter he obtained from Medici, which was a demigod-level sealed artifact and could enhance his combat power. He waved his hand, gripped the scepter, and once again felt its negative effects. The holder's thoughts easily become distorted. An intended attack will turn into a defense. The holder will become abnormally greedy. Any wealth will attract his attention. The holder will become fond of laughing, and sometimes loud laughter will interrupt the use of his extraordinary abilities. Hobert then reached out and summoned the power of order, attempting to seal it. However, the sealing effect was not as good as imagined. None of the scepter's negative effects were reduced, although for the first 10 minutes of use, the negative effects could be greatly alleviated. But a certain negative effect among them would briefly affect the holder, regardless of whether the holder continued to possess it. In other words, this scepter can only be used for 10 minutes at a time. Then it needs to rest for at least half an hour before the negative effects can be avoided again. Hobert pondered for a moment, took an order crystal, and after deforming it, wrapped it around the scepter. This turned it into a scepter with a black crystal appearance. Hobert planned to wear it on his waist as an ornament, and disassemble its outer casing when he needed to use it. After finishing these tasks, Hobert returned to the real world. The sky outside had just begun to lighten, and there were rooster crows everywhere. Hobert used travel to reach the highest point of the mountain, exhaling white mist, looking at the misty full moon lake and the rising wisps of smoke. Hobert had gradually poured his emotions into this territory, especially after seeing this vibrant scene. He hoped even more for it to become rich and prosperous. Then Hobert cast his gaze towards Teuton Viscount's territory across Full Moon Lake, looking at the entire South Colson gradually awakening. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing and clenching motion. Hobert smiled, not feeling childish about his actions just now. The next second, he entered the spirit world again, returning to his study. Breakfast was ready, and Hobert's room had also been repaired. After breakfast, Hobert took a nap. Around 10 o'clock, he started to get busy again. Backland, Civilis Street, Queens District, number 29. Raft, who was studying a geography magazine, felt a stir in his heart and looked towards the door. Thump thump thump. After 3 knocks, the doorknob turned, and a man wearing a black crystal mask, a black trench coat, and a black crystal scepter at his waist entered. Raft immediately stood up somewhat excitedly. God blessed. And this God blessed was, of course, Hobert, the great the Creator wants you to go to the outskirts of Backland. I've brought you 2 things. After speaking, Hobert took out a black mask made of order crystal, the mask Hobert had given Raft before, that boy very sensibly sacrificed back, and also a small bottle of fresh blood. Bring the map. Raft quickly found a map of the far outskirts of Backland. Hobert marked the location of the ruin. Once you reach the marked location, pray to the Creator, and she will send you to an underground ruin. In the ruin, there is a noble courtyard. After you find it, the Creator will unseal it and send you to the underground part of the ruin. Once you arrive at the underground part, you will see an underground corridor. First, set up an altar, and then smear this bottle of blood on the wall. Attention! After smearing the blood, immediately close your eyes. Otherwise, you will die. After feeling a great sense of fear, sacrifice to the Creator with your eyes closed. When Raft heard that he might die, his heart trembled slightly, but then he thought that with the Creator's gaze, he wouldn't be in much danger, and he immediately relaxed. Hobert pointed to the mask on the table. As long as you complete this mission, this mask is yours. This is the symbol of the Creator's dependence. You will be directly under my leadership, and I will occasionally give you some tasks. As long as you complete the tasks, you will accumulate merits and receive some rewards. If you have any problems you can't solve, and it's urgent, pray to the Creator. If it's not urgent, write to me and summon my messenger. The method to summon a messenger is, the reward for each summoning is 3 donuts. Raft noted everything down, suddenly feeling an excitement and reassurance of having found an organization. How should I address you? Just call me God blessed. Yes. Raft watched the God blessed open the door and leave, and then his spirituality sensed that the other party had disappeared outside the door. Raft stared at the direction of the door for a while, then as if suddenly awakened, he put away the mask and the potion bottle, changed into a set of clothes, disguised himself, and left the room through the window. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert used travel to return to his study. From now on, for anything else, he planned to contact Raft directly. This is the correct use of a side account, otherwise, it would be inappropriate for the Creator to appear for every little thing. At the same time, he also planned to tell Apton how to summon his messenger when he bought the train, establishing a single-line contact with him. Tomorrow, Hobert also planned to go on a long trip to the South Continent to meet Elliot and establish a single-line contact with him as well. This way, all current resources would be connected through the identity of the Creator's God blessed. Hobert drank tea, waiting for Raft to arrive at the designated location in the outskirts of Backland. At this time, Alan brought the spiritual materials such as the blood and outer skin of the ancient azure dragon beast, as well as the previously collected internal organs, to Hobert's study. Fortunately, it was winter, and these were all spiritual materials, so there were no signs of spoilage after several days. Because of its huge size, the ancient azure dragon beast provided many spiritual materials, filling 7 large boxes. Hobert didn't know how to use these materials, so he decided to sell them all to the Earth Mother Church. However, the liver crystal of the ancient azure dragon beast was, of course, not among the items for sale this time. Hobert made a list, then summoned a messenger, spending 10 donuts, to ask the messenger to send the 7 large boxes to Feniport City. After finishing these tasks, Hobert heard a prayer from the country of disorder. Upon arriving at the country of disorder, it was indeed Raft who had reached the location. Hobert then used the teleportation statue again to send Raft into the ruin. Outskirts of Backland. Raft held a lamp and looked around, marveling at the size of the ruin, then recalled the God-blessed's words and headed to the tallest and largest building in the ruin. After arriving at the noble courtyard, Raft's vision once again became fantastical. When he came to his senses, he was already in a long underground passage. Raft sighed. I didn't expect Backland to have so many ruins. He knew that the Creator was watching him and dared not delay. After a brief sigh, he quickly followed the God-blessed's instructions, set up the altar, and then smeared the blood. Soon, he saw a bizarre stone gate shape appear where the blood was smeared. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the God-blessed's instruction and quickly closed his eyes. In the unknown ruin, having lost his sight, Raft immediately became somewhat nervous and uneasy. Especially a few seconds later, when a terrifying sensation that made him tremble all over appeared, Raft tried to open his eyes several times but endured it. He finally understood why the God-blessed wanted him to set up the altar beforehand. In such a state, let alone setting up an altar, even lighting a candle would be difficult. Amidst occasional chattering sounds, Raft completed the sacrifice. In the underground ruin, another surge of power appeared, neutralizing the feeling of fear that reached the depths of his soul. Soon, that sense of fear completely disappeared. The Creator's voice appeared in Raft's ear, "You may open your eyes." Raft opened his eyes and saw an ordinary stone chamber in front of him. He didn't know what it was that had made him so terrified, only that the item's level must be very high, otherwise the Creator would not be interested. He also noticed that the bizarre door from before had vanished without a trace. That door, of course, was taken apart by Hobert. Since he had looted the place clean, this traveler's gate naturally couldn't be left behind. Previously, Hobert had learned the array for setting up a traveler's blade from Christine. If needed, this traveler's gate could be put into immediate use. Moreover, this door could change its appearance. It didn't have to be just a stone door, a regular wooden door would also work. Next, Hobert's gaze fell upon the corpse of the ancient death god in front of the Iron Throne. Even in the country of disorder, the death god's corpse, with its massive divine bird-like form, still exuded the scent of death. When light was still 1 or 2 meters away from it, it turned pale, as if all colors had withered. Hobert had prepared a separate room for it outside the main hall. His spirituality told him that if the power of the country of disorder was injected into the ancient death god's corpse, it wouldn't revive, but something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. Hobert decided not to tempt death anymore. As for the Black Hound spirit beast, Hobert currently had no way to manipulate it. However, he could, like the Ox Demon King, inject the power of the country of disorder into the Black Hound spirit beast's body to make it temporarily obey Hobert's command. It could use the extraordinary power of Sequence 3 of the Death Pathway, and also the abilities of Chaos, Order, Distortion, and Prohibition. But ordinarily, Hobert couldn't command it. It could sense the location of the ancient death god's corpse and would spontaneously seek it out. If it encountered an insurmountable obstacle, it would stop there, motionless, facing the direction of the death god's corpse. Hobert sighed, feeling as if he had encountered a stubborn and loyal child. So he expanded the room holding the ancient death god's corpse and moved the black hound spirit beast inside as well. Then, Hobert felt a sense of relief. The treasures of Backland that he was familiar with had finally all been looted by him. He knew about Amon's tomb, but wasn't familiar with it, and crucially, he didn't want to get involved with Amon right now, so he never had any intention of plundering it. When he left Backland earlier, Hobert still had some regrets, wondering when Merrick's extraordinary characteristic would be buried. He remembered that the church had directly blown up that ruin. He also wondered whose hands the death god's corpse would eventually fall into. Now, it had all fallen into his, Hobert's, hands, and he was finally at ease. Looking at Raft in the underground ruins, he had finally recovered from his extreme fear. Hobert then used the teleportation statue to send him back to the surface. Then he told him, "You can leave Backland now." Then Hobert withdrew his spirituality and returned to the real world. Sitting behind his desk, Hobert told Alan outside to instruct the kitchen to make donuts. He spread out a letter and began writing to Azek. The content of the letter was roughly, "When I and my family members explored the room where the ancient death god's corpse was stored again, we found a way to seal the black hound spirit beast and took away the ancient death god's corpse. If Mr. Azek still wishes to pay respects to the ancient death god's corpse, he can write to me in advance, and I will take him to do so." While waiting for the donuts, the messenger suddenly appeared in the study. She brought Jessica's package, which contained 2 of what Kelly considered failures, weapons that had no effect when extraordinary materials were combined with them. From an artisan's perspective, both of these weapons were failures. There was also a letter from Jessica, as well as a forwarded letter from Serena. Hobert was slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to write to Serena himself. "Please wait a moment, I need to reply," Hobert told the messenger. Messenger, 3 donuts for 10 minutes. You have the nerve to say that. Hobert placed his pocket watch on the table. The timer starts now. He first wrote a brief reply to Jessica, just a few sentences, stating that he had received the package she sent. Then he replied to Serena. In Serena's letter, she stated that after much thought, she had finally decided to become a Beyander in the future and asked Hobert to give her this opportunity. However, she hoped to spend the next year with her family and wished to seek out Hobert after graduation. Hobert's reply to her was also simple. He told her that after the new year, he would go to talk to her properly and informed her of his messenger's summoning method and the payment for each letter sent. Hobert nimbly sealed both letters and stamped them with wax. It's not even 10 minutes yet, let's count it as 10 minutes. Messenger, aren't you going to check again? No need, I'm confident, Hobert smiled. Just then, the donuts were also fresh out of the oven. Hobert sent out 3 letters this time, and the messenger waited a few more minutes, so he paid her a total of 12 donuts. Fortunately, the kitchen made a dozen or so at a time, so after paying the messenger, Hobert still ate 2. But Hobert was afraid that the news of him liking donuts and being able to eat a dozen at once would spread. The key was that this was already the second time today he had eaten more than 10 donuts. After all this was done, Hobert had no urgent matters. He strolled around Jeffreytown and then used travel to glance at the know-how, which was currently moving upstream. The appearance of this ship made people along the way stop and watch. No ship of this size had passed through this waterway in over 50 years. Children ran and played along both banks, following the ship, while more people stopped their work, watching the ship move upstream along the river until its shadow became smaller and smaller. There was no danger for now. Hobert returned to his study, still with nothing to do. So Hobert thought, should he go scout ahead? He had never been to the South Continent. What if it was difficult to cross the raging sea from the spirit world? Then he thought of the island that had just been discovered at sea. It was said to have 4th epic ruins and many extraordinary creatures. Newly discovered small islands usually have some extraordinary creatures, but they are quickly hunted down by pirates who arrive. Hobert wasn't interested in those extraordinary creatures, but he was very interested in the 4th epic ruins. Since he knew the exact location from Alger, using the Faceless Man necklace to navigate, would allow him to reach that small island. The more Hobert thought about it, the more tempted he became. So he changed into a ruin-style outfit and, like his previous, long trip, used travel to first arrive at Connaught City on the south bank of the North Continent. Then, after transiting through Byam, the capital of the Rosted Archipelago, he finally arrived at that unnamed small island. This was already the southwestern section of the raging sea, very close to the South Continent. Hobert appeared on an uninhabited beach. In the entire North Continent, it was winter at this time, but in the South Continent, it was summer. The power of nature, even in this extraordinary world, was still astonishing. At the same time, Hobert realized he was dressed too warmly. Summer or spring clothes would be perfect here, but Hobert's trench coat contained a thick sweater and leather vest. However, he didn't plan to find a secluded spot to discard some clothes. For a Chaos Mentor, the weather no longer caused him discomfort. If he didn't want to sweat, not a single drop would appear, and he wouldn't feel hot. The beach was relatively low. Hobert used his low-flight ability to fly up, and his gaze passed through the dense forest, revealing a small mountain range on the island. Hobert returned to the ground and, after a while, was able to use the travel ability again. This time, he used travel to reach one of the highest peaks on the island. From there, the entire small island was visible. This small island was divided by a small north-south mountain range. The east side had a plain, entirely covered in dense forest. The west side was narrower, but had a place very suitable for a port. There was a ruin there, the fourth epic ruins should be located there. Hobert also saw several ships and several camps, which should be pirate ships and camps established by pirates. So far, no official power had declared sovereignty over this island, so naturally, there would be no navy or official beyonders visiting here. Hobert used travel again, arriving at the west bank of the small island, not far from the ruins. While walking towards the ruins, Hobert encountered two pirates walking together. After seeing Hobert, they watched from a distance for a while. One of the pirates said, "Hey, you idiot in the thick clothes." Hobert ignored them, but they caught up. One of the pirates, "This is the territory of the Skull pirate crew. Did you pay a tax for passing through here?" Hobert glanced at them. "How much is your captain's bounty?" The other pirate puffed out his chest, "As high as 1,500 pounds. "How about that? Scared, aren't you? Get lost, my bounty is 30,000 pounds. The two pirates burst out laughing. "He really is an idiot, he doesn't even know how to brag. Are you some pirate general?" The other pirate simply pulled out his gun. "Pay the tax first. Your trench coat isn't bad either." Hobert stuck his cane into the sand, snapping the opponent's gun with his left hand and twisting the opponent's arm with his right, creating an extra joint in the opponent's arm. Amidst the pirate's screams, he glanced to the side and casually kicked the other pirate's shin, breaking it. "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the tax I paid? Do you want some more?" The two pirates endured the severe pain and quickly begged Hobert for mercy. Hobert smiled, picked up his cane, and continued towards the ruins. Upon nearing the ruins, Hobert realized how massive the buildings that once stood there were. Visually, the buildings here were built into the mountain, at least 1,000 meters long and 300 to 400 meters wide. Even by modern standards, this was an incredibly huge structure. Judging by the collapsed walls, it must have been quite tall. Hobert even suspected that some extraordinary power was used during the construction of this behemoth, otherwise, only a reinforced steel structure could support such a building, and there wasn't much metal in the ruins. Ahead, there was still a section of wall that hadn't completely collapsed. Hobert saw several people in front of that wall from a distance. A young lady was standing in front of the wall, writing and drawing, while several gentlemen watched the surroundings coldly, as if guarding the lady. They also noticed Hobert, and several pairs of eyes stared at him coldly. From a distance, Hobert shouted, "I am a scholar very interested in fourth epic ruins. I mean no harm, I just want to look at those walls for any clues." The men all assumed defensive stances, but the lady seemed to whisper something, and then one of the men said, "Come on over. Hobert walked over unhurriedly. As he got closer, he saw that she was a beautiful lady with an oval face, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a pair of light blue eyes like clear spring water. Even with her brown hair, the sword at her waist, and her beige Western-style coat, Hobert still thought of the image of Lin Daiyu from his memory. Her face and eyes were very similar, but she lacked that delicate, pitiful fragility. Instead, there was an heroic, charming aura between her brows. The men, led by a golden-haired individual, stared intently at Hobert. "Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Hobert greeted them politely. The lady nodded slightly in response, while the other men completely ignored him. Hobert did not continue to chat but looked at the relatively well-preserved wall in front of him. The wall was very clean, but this was also what Hobert found strange. He poked the wall with his hand. Over 1,000 years had passed, enduring wind and rain for so many years, yet this wall showed hardly any signs of decay. Walking further, Hobert saw a faded pattern high up. After a long look, he finally distinguished it, a huge emblem carved into the wall, depicting a crown. Trendsust. Hobert blurted out. The black crown was the emblem of the Trendsust family. The lady beside him asked, "You know the Trendsust family emblem?" "I know it very well," Hobert smiled. "I happened to see it in a book. But why would the Trendsust family emblem appear here? The Terenzost Empire's territory was on the North Continent, and this sea area was already very close to the South Continent. Could it be that the Night Emperor's forces had already approached the South Continent back then? That's what I want to figure out as well." The lady asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Hobert pondered for a moment. Could this have been a secret base built by the Terenzost Empire back then, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the South Continent? "It seems you know a lot about Fourth Epic history." The lady extended a hand and introduced herself, Edwina. Hobert politely shook her soft hand, "Geoffrey." Hobert had changed his appearance before setting off, so he wasn't afraid of being recognized. Besides, no one on the sea would know him, a betrayer of the ruined kingdom. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. After all, there were too many vicious criminals on this sea, and Hobert's little affair was not worth mentioning at all. After introducing himself, Hobert saw the men around him looking expectant. He then realized he seemed to have missed something earlier. After thinking carefully, he finally grasped the key point: Iceberg Vice Admiral. These men just wanted to see Hobert's surprised expression. Edwina smiled. "Yes. You can let go of my hand now." "Oh, sorry, I was just too surprised," Hobert laughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected Iceberg Vice Admiral to be less cold than he had imagined. "I was hoping someone could discuss this issue," Edwina said. "As you just mentioned, the appearance of the Trendsust family ruins here is very illogical." Hobert looked at the men next to him. "Can't they discuss it with you?" However, what greeted Hobert were angry glares from the men. Hobert thought to himself, all right, I get it. You all want to, but you just don't have enough knowledge. From your faces, I can tell you're the type who dropped out of school early." "Glad to be of service," Hobert said very politely. "I'm also hoping for a clash of ideas." Edwina immediately asked, "Did you attend grammar school? Otherwise, the adjectives used wouldn't be so precise." "I once attended Backland University, but unfortunately, I didn't graduate." "That's excellent," Edwina said. "My subordinates have discovered another clue. Come this way." She led Hobert to a corner of the wall, where there was a structural diagram drawn with a sharp object, along with several ancient Forsac language words. Hobert first stumbled through the words: length, sample box, guideline. Apart from length, Hobert didn't know the meaning of the other words. He then looked at the simple structural diagram. This looks a bit like the structure of a fire door on a large ship. Just 2 days ago, he had inquired about the prices of large cargo ships in Feniport. The sales staff had meticulously explained the advantages of their cargo ships, one of which was that their company's cargo ships had advanced fire doors. Edwina nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable." "That's right, this is a design drawing for a fire door." The words next to it are all professional terms used in shipbuilding. "If I'm not mistaken, Trentsust built a huge ship here. During the shipbuilding process, 2 engineers discussed the design of the fire door in this corner. As they discussed, they couldn't help but draw a few strokes and made some simple notes in ancient Forsac language. Hobert looked at the surrounding ruins in disbelief. So, this used to be a huge shipyard. I have the same guess, Edwina said with her hands behind her back. According to the size of this shipyard, the ship's length should be close to 2,000 meters, its width a full 300 meters. And its height several tens of meters. Enough to accommodate the population of a small city. Trentserost Empire. Hobert felt a boom in his mind, and many clues connected. Edwina's eyes sparkled. That's right, the treasure of the Trentserost Empire truly exists. Hobert, however, had already thought of something else. Do your subordinates have any beyonders of the sailor pathway? Iceberg Vice Admiral was startled. Yes. I happen to know some secret information about the Trentserost Empire, Hobert said. But I must first verify it. Please ask a friend from the sailor pathway to dive deep from the port and search outwards along the seabed to see if they can find anything strange. At the captain's instruction, 2 sailors removed their hats and jumped into the sea. Hobert sat on a rock, waiting quietly. Edwina asked, "You don't seem to be a local." Hobert smiled. "It seems there are no locals left on this island, are there?" He naturally knew that ordinary pirates couldn't glean much information from his attire, but Iceberg Vice Admiral, the former scholar, must have already understood many things. Hobert changed the subject. The material of these walls seems very special. It is said that this was a construction method existing in the 3rd epoch and 4th epoch. Edwina spoke fluently and without reservation. It has been lost now. I found some clues in books. Besides mixing in some spiritual materials during construction, there should also have been some magic arrays, with prayers for divine power offered as it was built. With the blessing of the gods, the size of the architecture could be larger than we imagine, and it could stand for hundreds or thousands of years without falling. Hobert nodded slightly. This method of construction was no longer applicable. Praying to gods for power or blessings might take a long time for them to respond, potentially dragging out the construction period. However, the 3rd epoch and 4th epoch were different. At that time, the gods were still in their godhood, and there were so many angels, there were plenty of objects to pray to. After waiting for more than half an hour, the 2 sailors emerged from the sea one after another. After coming ashore, one of the sailors began to report on the underwater situation. The water in the shipyard is very deep. We explored outwards along the seabed for about several thousand meters and encountered a cliff. The other sailor reported, that cliff is very peculiar. The rocks below are concave, making it look like the base of this small island gets progressively narrower. We searched around the cliff, and all sides had similar structures. It looked as if there was a huge cake on top, but only a high-stemmed glass was placed underneath. That's right. Hobert clapped his hands. This island was originally along the coast of the North Continent and was moved here by the Underworld Emperor from the North Continent. Iceberg Vice Admiral's subordinates were all stunned, then they all showed clear disbelief. Hobert said to Edwina, "During 2 explorations, I learned some more detailed information about the Trentserost Empire. If you agree to 2 conditions, I will tell you all this information." The golden-haired first mate, Ulfus, beside them, said, "Captain, you can't agree to him, this is clearly a trap." The other sailors also chimed in, "This kid doesn't look like a good person at all. Look, it's so hot, and he's still dressed so warmly. He must be a lunatic." Edwina, however, waved her hand at her subordinates. "Tell me your conditions, and then I'll decide whether to agree." Ulfus and the others were disheartened. They knew the captain couldn't resist the allure of historical secrets. The first condition is goodwill from Iceberg Vice Admiral and the forces behind her. We may have deeper cooperation in the future. Edwina nodded. "No problem." Hobert then said, "The second condition is to help me track down Twilight Admiral. Once he is found, we can launch a hunt together, or you can simply provide information. As long as your information is accurate enough, and you can use your ship as my forward base, and I successfully hunt Twilight Admiral, I will share a certain amount of the spoils with you. Edwina asked, what is your strength? Hobert paused slightly, then boasted, a bounty of 30,000 pounds. Hobert, of course, still remembered Lolofta's request, and the huge bounty for taking down Twilight Admiral. Before, when Hobert was a Sequence 6, he knew he didn't have the strength to defeat Twilight Admiral, so he never thought about it. Now it was different. Hobert, having advanced to Sequence 5, really wanted to spar with a pirate general, and if possible, defeat him directly and claim a large bounty. Edwina and several of her crew members re-examined Hobert. Logically, a 30,000 pound bounty should be for a strong individual of pirate general level, but why had they never heard of a pirate named Jeffrey? Nor had they heard of any pirate with a 30,000 pound bounty. Edwina did not continue to dwell on this issue. After some thought, she said, I can help you locate Twilight Admiral's whereabouts, but I won't provide any further assistance. Hobert nodded. That's fine. He naturally knew that the relationship between the forces behind Iceberg Vice Admiral and those behind Twilight Admiral was neither good nor bad. A sudden fierce conflict would not be worthwhile for Iceberg Vice Admiral. At the same time, she was willing to provide some intelligence unfavorable to Twilight Admiral. Although there wasn't deep hatred between pirate generals, conflicts did occasionally occur. Edwina was happy to send an enemy to other pirate generals, making things difficult for potential rivals. This response was similar to Hobert's expectation, but then I can't share the spoils with you. Edwina hummed, how do I contact you? Hobert took out the pen from his pocket, I'll give you the method to summon my messenger. Edwina handed over her notebook. After Hobert finished writing, she took it back and read through the spell and the reward for sending messages, your handwriting is good. Hobert capped his pen and smiled. Not bad, I've been practicing since I was young. He said, then let's begin. In a ruin in the suburbs of Backland, I discovered a notebook belonging to Duke Sevilla of the Trenserost Empire. He once served as Knight Emperor's guard and was deeply trusted by Knight Emperor. During the Four Emperors era, he was dispatched by Knight Emperor to set up a trap against the Underworld Emperor. Edwina asked, a trap against the Underworld Emperor? Yes, but what kind of trap it was, Sevilla did not record in his notebook. Iceberg Vice Admiral nodded gently, making a gesture too. Please continue. Hobert continued. Later, when a friend and I were exploring a hidden small island, we encountered a ghost ship at the intersection of the spirit world and the real world. Through communication with the ghosts on the ghost ship. Please wait a moment. Edwina interrupted Hobert again. You said you communicated with the ghosts on the ghost ship. Also, under what circumstances would one encounter a place where the spirit world and the real world intersect? Hobert said half-truthfully, this was caused by the special environment of that small island. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. If he were to explain it clearly, he would also have to talk about the formation process of the raging sea. Of course, it's not impossible that Iceberg Vice Admiral knew this information, but if she didn't, then this information combined with the location of Twilight Admiral would not be equivalent. To avoid trouble, Hobert simply brushed it off with this ambiguous answer. As for communicating with ghosts, I don't think it's a perplexing matter. Hobert smiled. It's similar to the process of communicating with spirit world creatures or underworld creatures. Then you're lucky, Edwina said. As far as I know, ghosts on ghost ships usually carry intense malice. Hobert nodded seriously. Thank you for the reminder. I will handle similar incidents carefully in the future. He continued. According to the information obtained from the ghosts, the Underworld Emperor saw through this trap. He moved the island where the trap was built from the northern raging sea to the south, and bestowed a vicious curse upon those Trenserost family members who built the trap. Those cursed members fled on the Trenserost Empire and disappeared in a massive storm. Hobert spread his hands. The treasure information of the Trenserost Empire might be true, and there indeed was such a large ship. But it most likely doesn't contain treasure, it's just a giant ship cursed by the Underworld Emperor. The purpose of building this ship wasn't for the Trenserost family members to escape, but as a trap set for the Underworld Emperor. Edwina was a little disappointed. What a pity. For her, who pursued treasures, such a result indeed made her feel regretful. One must know that it was one of the 6 great treasures of the sea. If its authenticity had never been verified, then this treasure would have always existed for them, but now that they knew the truth from Hobert, this treasure disappeared from their treasure-hunting targets. I don't think so. Hobert smiled. That ship itself is a huge treasure, it's just very difficult to find it, and even if found, it's hard to use it. Iceberg Vice Admiral smiled slightly. You're right. Your erudition is impressive, and talking with you has been very fruitful, Hobert smiled. I hope there will be opportunities to discuss issues again in the future. Edwina also said, your adventures are inspiring. I hope to have the opportunity to hear your adventure stories in the future. No problem. Hobert smiled. Well then, everyone, I'll take my leave now. When you have news of Twilight Admiral, remember to write to me. Ulfus and the others were eager for Hobert to leave, so they enthusiastically saw him off. After Hobert had walked away, a sailor said, Captain, this guy is bluffing, how could he have a 30,000-pound bounty? That's higher than yours. Iceberg Vice Admiral's pirate crew had always been keen on finding various treasures at sea, so although Edwina's strength had reached the Vice Admiral level, her bounty was not high. Edwina glanced at the sailor. If you wore such thick clothes in this weather, wouldn't you feel hot? Yes. So he's either crazy or an idiot. How many times have I told you not to judge someone so rashly? Edwina criticized like a strict teacher. You must observe carefully. The more eccentric a person's behavior seems, the more closely you must observe. Didn't you notice that he didn't sweat a single drop? Ulfus had noticed this long ago and knew what it meant, but at this moment, he still cooperated and said, so, his bounty really is 30,000 pounds. Edwina, with the magical items on him, roughly. In a deserted place, Hobert left using travel. After several transfers, Hobert returned to his study. Sitting in his chair, he took a sip of tea and sighed. I never thought that Small Island was the place where the Trenserost Empire was built. He believed that after Iceberg Vice Admiral learned the details of the Trenserost Empire, she would abandon her search for this treasure. He planned to go back to the ruins when he had time to see if he could find any clues about the Trenserost Empire. For others, that cursed ship might be very difficult to find, and even if found, difficult to use. However, Hobert was a descendant of Trenserost. As long as he found the Trenserost Empire, he would have a chance to explore it. Perhaps that ship could accept a descendant of Trenserost. Hobert re-examined all the clues about the Trenserost Empire and came to a similar conclusion as before. This ship was in some corner of the raging sea, most likely in a place where the spirit world and the real world intersected. Occasionally, it could also return to the real world, which is why people had continuously sighted this ship. As for the current state of the ship, Hobert estimated that it should be filled with the scent of death and the aura of decay. The Underworld Emperor's curse should still be spread throughout that ship even now. He wondered if the undead of the Trenserost family members were still on that ship. It sounded quite terrifying, but if a method of use was found, this would definitely be a good, passive skill. As for that nameless small island, Hobert suddenly had some new ideas. Saturday morning, Central West Bayland, suburbs of Crowley City. Dozens of elite family members gathered secretly to receive their mission assignments from the Elder. The Bach family's operations in Crowley City had not been in vain. So far, the Rose School had still not discovered the gathering of the Bach family's extraordinary forces. Of course, it was also possible that the Rose School members in the city were just bait, and the Rose School was waiting for the Bach family to gather their forces, then eliminate them in one fell swoop. In short, this battle was full of uncertainties. Elliot was assigned to the ambush team, responsible for ambushing enemy reinforcements. Just as everyone was dispersing, they all looked towards the doorway, where a man appeared wearing a black crystal mask, a ruin-style trench coat, and a black crystal scepter at his waist. Many immediately took up fighting stances. If it weren't for the large number of family members participating in this operation, who had to gather to emphasize discipline and reiterate their confidence in victory. Otherwise, they would never have gathered together on the eve of a raid, as this would give the enemy an opportunity to gather and annihilate them. Chester, the demigod elder in charge of assigning tasks, asked, "Who are you looking for?" He didn't sense any malice from the other party. Hobert had been prepared to meet Elliot's companions, but he didn't expect his timing to be so coincidental, right when they were holding a large meeting. He said coldly, "Elliot." Chester winked at Elliot, signaling him to come over, then gestured with his eyes for the others to leave quickly. Elliot stepped forward and said, "I don't think I know you." Hobert's tone was no longer so cold. "The Creator knows there will be a fierce battle tomorrow and sent me to bring you two things." The departing crowd suddenly stopped again, turning their heads to look at Elliot and the trenchcoat man, close black lens bracket. They had long heard the story between Elliot and the Creator, but today was the first time they encountered other people related to the Creator outside of that story. Chester immediately realized that the Creator's God blessed had a loose organization, which was the Creator's power in the real world. Hearing Hobert say this, Elliot felt that the man in the trench coat in front of him looked somewhat familiar. From his physique, he resembled the person who sold him the corrupted Baron extraordinary characteristic. "Are you another God blessed of the Creator?" "I handle some mundane affairs for the Creator." Hobert tossed Elliot a black crystal mask. On the mask's forehead was a mystical symbol representing the Creator. He said, "This is the mark of a God blessed. This mask has anti-divination abilities. Injecting spirituality into it can form a shield that lasts 1 or 2 seconds, effectively blocking attacks from extraordinary abilities. Most importantly, after wearing it, it will be less likely to lose control." The eyes of those around them lit up, and even Chester was somewhat moved. The Bach family members both hated and feared losing control. Elliot thanked him with some excitement. "Thank you." Hobert raised a hand. "Thank the Creator." He continued, "As long as you wear this mask, you will officially accept the identity of a God blessed. I will occasionally issue tasks to you, and upon completion, I will give you some rewards, such as the main ingredient for the Chaos Mentor potion, or main ingredients for other sequences of that sequence." Elliot bowed. "Praise the Creator." Hobert then gave him 2 stones. Uncontrolled stone can make enemies within 30 meters extremely prone to losing control. The activation incantation is Chaos. Remember to retrieve them after the battle. Later, you can exchange used, uncontrolled stone with me for unused, uncontrolled stone. If any are lost, report it to me as soon as possible. The gazes of those around them once again became fervent. This was a good item for dealing with the Rose School. Many members of the hedonist faction were already emotionally unstable, and a slight provocation could lead to them losing control. Even if they didn't completely lose control, they would have to divert their attention to resist it, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. Elliot once again praised the Creator. Hobert wrote down the method for summoning his messenger and the reward for delivering letters on a piece of paper in advance. "If you have any questions, write to me. Small matters like purchasing extraordinary characteristics don't need to trouble the Creator." "Yes." Elliot respectfully took the note. Hobert waved his hand and turned to leave. Chester immediately followed him with a smile. "Lord Messenger. Call me God blessed." "Oh, God blessed." Chester readily agreed. "May I ask if the Creator, has any instructions for the Bach family?" Hobert couldn't help but hear that this was an indirect way of asking, did the Creator not give the Bach family any magical items? He said, "Your patriarch only requested the Creator to block the Rose School's angel, and did not ask for any other help." The surrounding family members only realized now that their patriarch had indeed sought help from the Creator. Chester opened his mouth, unsure what to say for a moment, and could only watch Hobert leave. He glanced at Elliot, who was alternately wearing the mask and playing with the uncontrolled stone, and could only lament that his previous guard against the Creator had been too strong, leading to this surprise attack lacking full certainty. If he had devoutly believed in the Creator, earlier and prayed for this great existence to gather his God blessed to assist in the battle, the probability of success for this battle would have increased significantly. This idea was very good, but Chester completely failed to realize that even if all of the Creators, God blessed, were invited, their impact on the battle would not be very significant. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert returned to his study and changed back into his Baron attire. Then he used the Faceless Man necklace to navigate himself and found Seal again. At this time, the Hippo had already docked at Booga's city's port. Seal and the others had just checked into a hotel. Albert was also in Ciel's room. He planned to rest for a bit before taking the afternoon train to Kant Town in southern Fenaport City. Seeing the Lord suddenly appear again, the two were a little surprised and a little excited. Hobert said, "Tell your subordinates that you two need to go out for a trip. I'm taking you to the raging sea." The two were slightly stunned, not expecting to suddenly go on a long journey. After greeting their subordinates outside, Hobert put his hands on their shoulders and used travel to return to the Lord's manor. He then ordered, "You have 2 hours to gather some helpers, bring some food and water, and follow me to kill pirates." If anyone else had said this, Seal and Albert would have thought it was a joke, but since the Lord said it, they had no doubts. About 2 hours later, Seal and Albert each gathered a dozen people and arrived in front of the Lord's courtyard to wait. Furs was still absent during the day today, otherwise, she would have come out to inquire long ago. Hobert carried 3 rolled-up flags and pushed open the courtyard gate. Many people thought they were seeing things, as it seemed they saw a dense forest from inside the courtyard gate. Hobert glanced at the loose formation and sighed inwardly. He needed to quickly train a modern armed force. After the Lord appeared, everyone immediately quieted down and watched their Lord. "Your experience today must be kept secret." Hobert handed the flags to Seal. "Whoever speaks of it, I will cut out their tongue." Everyone responded loudly, "Yes, Lord, rest assured, we will keep it a secret." Hobert waved his hand. "Come, follow me to kill pirates. Kill one and get 5 gold leathers, and you'll have a chance to share the spoils. If you cooperate to kill a pirate, you can share the 5 gold leathers together." Everyone was stunned. Before they could ask, they saw the Lord push open the courtyard gate. This time they saw clearly that there was indeed a dense forest in the Lord's courtyard. "Follow the Lord." Seal walked in front, and Albert brought up the rear. The courtyard gate was wide, 3 people could enter side by side without a problem. This was the traveler's gate that Hobert had just established. On this side of the gate was Winter, the Lord's manor of Baron Hobert. On the other side, however, was Summer, an unnamed island in the sea. Many people still hadn't understood, wondering why there were so many trees in the Lord's courtyard. When they were waiting outside the courtyard just now, they hadn't seen any trees. Some had already understood why the Lord wanted them to keep it a secret. This was like an encounter from a mythical story. Just by passing through a door, they arrived at another place. "Change clothes," Hobert said, taking off his winter clothes and finally putting on his outermost coat. "You must wear long sleeves and long pants, the mosquitoes here are fierce." Everyone took off their thick clothes by the door. "The pirate camp is on the beach. Follow me and charge in." Hobert drew his sword and led everyone charging towards the beach. The people behind picked up various weapons and followed closely. In the beach camp, a flag with a headless skull was hanging. At this time, there weren't many people in the camp. Most had gone into the forest to search for extraordinary creatures. The people in the camp noticed Hobert and the others and immediately pulled out their guns and aimed. At this time, the highest commander in the pirate camp was a bosun. He shouted, "Move forward again, and I'll shoot." Everyone saw the real muzzles of the guns and recoiled a bit. Fortunately, with the Lord there was no rout. Hobert said to Seal, "Plant the flag." Seal planted the flag with the moon and lion on the beach. Hobert declared in a solemn tone, "I, Baron Hobert, by the authority of King Fernando II, hereby declare sovereignty over this island. From this moment on, this island is part of the Jeffrey territory." The Skull pirate group has disregarded the sovereignty of the Jeffrey territory and brazenly established a camp here. Now, I, Baron Hobert, declare war on the Skull pirate group. Charge. As he spoke, he used corrosion on the pirates. A dozen pirates were about to rely on the camp to shoot at the enemy, but suddenly they had a serious internal conflict and began to kill each other. As a result, before the crowd even charged into the camp, they had already routed themselves. When Seal and the others charged into the camp, they probably also recovered from the corrosion state, but at this point, their guns were no longer of much use. Seal and Albert, at Hobert's instruction, surrounded and attacked the bosun, while others, in groups of 2, 3, or 4, attacked ordinary pirates. However, some people were confused after charging into the camp and didn't know what to do, just running around with their weapons. The battle lasted for 2 or 3 minutes and then ended. Only 2 of Hobert's subordinates were injured, while all the enemies were killed without exception. Next was to collect the spoils of war and board the ships. More than 30 people took everything they could carry. When the Skull pirate group returned, they saw their home was gone. The camp was a mess, even the tents, the fish they had just caught that morning, and the rum were all stolen by some scoundrel. Meanwhile, the Jeffrey army, which had already sent back one batch of spoils, led by Hobert, charged into another pirate group's camp. Just like last time, Hobert declared sovereignty. Now, I, Baron Hobert, declare war on the Black Whale pirate group. Charge. You've got it wrong. We are the Black Seagull pirate group. Hobert. Then declare war on the Black Seagull. Charge. The Black Whale pirate crew only had a Sequence 9 captain. After Hobert killed him, the pirate crew was essentially wiped out. While Hobert was cleaning up the battlefield, he saw Iceberg Vice Admiral emerge from the woods with a few of her subordinates. Hobert was stunned. Why hadn't this woman left yet? Hobert Jeffrey. From afar, Edwina, who had seen Hobert's true face, said, I wondered why that name sounded so familiar when I saw it. So it's the betrayer. Yesterday, when Hobert told Edwina how to summon his messenger, his real name was inevitably revealed to her. Fortunately, Hobert was prepared and told her his surname, rather than directly using a fake name. Hobert smiled. This island is now part of the Jeffrey territory, but we are allies, so you are free to land on it. I just thought of a good name. How about Shipyard Island for this place? Although a baron legally did not have the power to expand territory, by declaring sovereignty over an unnamed small island and giving it a name, Hobert would gain sovereignty over the island according to the customs of colonists. Good name, Edwina said. All right, you can continue playing your lord game. We should go. Take care, remember to write to me. After seeing off Iceberg Vice Admiral, Hobert became even more fearless on this small island. He led his men to kill the captains of 3 small pirate crews, plundered the camps of the Skull pirate crew and the Black Whale pirate crew, and killed the Black Whale pirate crew's first mate and the Skull pirate crew's bosun. Most members of these pirate crews had gone into the woods to search for extraordinary creatures. Otherwise, under Hobert's leadership, anyone they encountered would have been annihilated. It wasn't until nearly evening, when everyone was too tired to move, that Hobert had Seal plant all the flags on the beach before finally withdrawing completely. Hobert, who was the last to leave, simply dismantled the Traveler's Gate. Anyway, he would establish the Traveler's Gate magic array again when he brought people next time. Otherwise, the gate could easily be discovered, and if a pirate knew how to use the Traveler's Gate, they might directly kill their way to the Jeffrey territory, thousands of miles away. The front yard of the Lord's Manor was already filled with spoils of war. As everyone moved things back, Philip made records. Hobert took the record sheet and glanced at it. Most of it consisted of daily necessities like tents, lanterns, tables, and chairs. The valuables were worth about 900 gold pounds. Pirates usually carried their valuable possessions with them, so this money was all recovered from the dead pirates. The harvest of extraordinary materials was quite significant. A total of 15 pieces of 6 different extraordinary materials were found, but Hobert only recognized 3 of them. One of them was the blood crystal of a Lavaz octopus, which is one of the main materials for an astrologer. Hobert planned to sell it to Furs. There were also a large number of spiritual materials, which were extraordinary materials and spiritual materials that the pirates had just hunted from extraordinary creatures and had not yet had time to sell. Now, they all benefited Hobert. There were 4 extraordinary characteristics, 3 at sequence 9 level, which were a sailor, a singer, and a prisoner extraordinary characteristic. And 1 at sequence 8 level, a fighter extraordinary characteristic. Hobert gave the sailor extraordinary characteristic to Seal, the singer extraordinary characteristic to Albert, and 1 sequence 9 level extraordinary material to each of them as their spoils of war. Next, rewards were distributed according to the number of enemies killed. Since the captured currency was gold pounds, Hobert had Philip distribute the rewards in gold leathers. The highest reward was 23 gold leathers, while the lowest, who only made 2 assists, received only 2 gold leathers. However, Hobert allowed them all to choose 1 to 3 more spoils of war from the yard. Most people chose practical and easy-to-carry lanterns. Thus, a large number of tents, daily necessities, some meat, fish, and wine were left in the yard. Hobert had the kitchen prepare a feast of fish and meat, and everyone ate and drank heartily. At the banquet, Hobert pointed to the young man next to Albert. "Is this your son?" Albert quickly led the young man beside him to kneel before Hobert. "Yes, Lord, his name is Corwin, my eldest son." Hobert nodded. "He fought very bravely today. Tomorrow, have him come and be my personal guard." Albert joyfully said, "Thank you for your Lord's grace." Hobert waved his hand and then said to one of CL's subordinates, "What's your name?" That subordinate immediately stood up and bowed. "Lord, my name is Jack." Hobert, hemmed, "You also fought very bravely today. Before Seal returns, you will be in charge of the Lord's Manor's security. After Seal returns, you will be the deputy captain of the guard." Jack also bowed like Albert, "Thank you for your Lord's grace." Hobert asked again, "Can you read?" "I went to school for a few years," Jack said a little embarrassed, "but now I've almost forgotten everything." Everyone burst into laughter. Hobert also smiled. "Go and relearn grammar and arithmetic with the teachers in the territory. Then, if there are any tasks, I'll dare to assign them to you." Jack bowed again. "Yes." Everyone looked envious. It was clearly a prelude to promotion. At this moment, they regretted why they hadn't been braver or fought harder during the battle that afternoon. The banquet ended. Everyone, having had some wine and eaten their fill, respectfully bade farewell to the Lord, then, dragging their tired bodies, left with laughter and even some excitement. As residents or retainers of a poor and remote area, if Hobert hadn't led them today, they might never have left the land beneath their feet, and might never have done anything so crazy in their lives. After everyone left, Hobert sent Seal and Albert back to Booga's city. They still had their respective missions. Returning to his study, Hobert first saw 2 corpses lying on the floor of the study, the first mate of the Black Whale pirate crew and the bosun of the Skull pirate crew. Hobert had Seal specifically send them over after the battle. After locking the study door, Hobert prayed to the Fool. "Great Mr. Fool, please help me convey to Mr. Hanged Man that I killed 2 wanted pirates today. I wish to meet him and ask him to help me claim the bounty." Claiming the bounty through Alger, although it would incur some handling fees, would save a lot of trouble. The key was getting the bounty quickly. A few minutes later, the Fool's majestic image appeared in Hobert's mind, then the scene shifted to Alger's prayer. He had just docked today and was currently at a port on a small island, indicating that he could meet with the Emperor immediately. So Hobert changed his clothes, put on his mask, grabbed the 2 corpses, and after one transfer, used travel to reach the meeting point. It wasn't their first meeting, so there was no need to be overly cautious or polite. Hobert threw the corpses on the ground and introduced them straightforwardly. One is the first mate of the Black Whale pirate crew, apparently with a bounty of 900 gold pounds. The other is the bosun of the Skull pirate crew. I don't know his bounty. 300 gold pounds. Alger replied. That's a total bounty of 1200 gold pounds. I'll need to use some connections and make some arrangements to get the bounty quickly. Plus my own commission, I'll charge you 15%, which is 180 gold pounds. No problem. When can I get the bounty? Next Sunday. Hobert extended his hand. Pleasure working with you. Alger shook his hand. Pleasure working with you. After Hobert left using travel, Alger looked at the spot where he disappeared and whispered, he finally went out to sea. But this is good too, at least I have a helper on the sea. Sunday morning, Jeffrey territory. Hobert was still asleep when he heard Alan knocking on the door. Lord Flare. Hobert rolled out of bed, yawned, and then realized that Alan was talking about the Nohal's distress signal. Ever since he tricked the Nohal into the Tati-Gia River waterway, Hobert had Alan find a few people to take turns watching the south, and to notify him immediately if they saw a flare. Considering the speed of a cargo ship, the Nohal should have reached Jeffreytown today. He didn't expect it to encounter danger so early in the morning. Hobert estimated that the bandits on both banks had been in a state of surprise for the past 2 days, but now they finally couldn't resist and were going to make a grab. Dressed, Hobert went out and glanced south. The light from the flare in midair was already dimming, but still visible. Hobert then looked at Corwin, who had arrived early for duty. You, come with me to the study. Once in the study, Hobert said, get ready for battle. Having experienced yesterday's events, Corwin immediately realized that the Lord was going to take him to deal with the problem indicated by the flare. Lord, I am ready. Hobert put his hand on his shoulder, led him through the spirit world, and arrived at the riverbank not far from Full Moon Lake. 2 small boats were approaching the Nohal on the water, and 2 groups of people on the shore were chasing the cargo ship. At this moment, Dean, the captain of the Nohal, was sweating profusely as he stared at the 2 small boats. Even if he ignored the bandits on the boats, a mere collision could cause the Nohal to leak. And on this long abandoned waterway, it would be impossible to find a shipyard capable of repairing a large cargo ship. Dean anxiously looked towards the shore. Where was the protection promised by Baron Hobert's envoy? Had he been deceived? Just then, Dean saw a huge rock fly from the shore, striking one of the small boats. Amidst the wails of the bandits on board, the small boat lost power and began to sink. Dean quickly looked towards the shore with his binoculars, but he didn't find any catapults or similar weapons on the bank. He only saw a young man dressed in noble attire. He saw him stretch his shoulders, then effortlessly lift a stone weighing at least 200 nega and throw it into the river again. Next to the young man stood a youth dressed as a noble warrior, his face full of surprise, clearly stunned by the scene before him. Another giant rock flew, precisely hitting the other boat. Dean sighed, this is the first time I've seen such a strong man. He quickly used his binoculars to continue observing the direction of the young noble. At this point, the noble and his attendant had already engaged in battle with the 30 or 40 bandits who had been chasing on shore. Dean again held his breath for them, the disparity in strength was too great. But for some reason, the bandits suddenly started fighting among themselves. 2 people took advantage of this opportunity, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, easily defeating the group of bandits. The noble and the attendant did not pursue, but instead shouted loudly, "Look closely, the flag of the Jeffrey territory is flying from the bow of this ship. Anyone who dares to target them will face only one outcome, death." The voice was full of vigor, and even the pursuers on the opposite bank heard it clearly, thus giving up the chase. Dean finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to the surrounding crew members, "Our previous choice was correct. Baron Hobert's envoy is a man of his word." On the shore, Corwin looked at Hobert with eyes full of admiration. After the combat experience of the past 2 days, Corwin was completely convinced by the Lord's martial prowess. At this moment, Corwin saw the Lord turn to him and say, "Later, you will go to the ship and tell the captain and crew that we are the reinforcements sent by Baron Hobert. And tell them that Full Moon Lake is ahead, and the east side of Full Moon Lake is Baron Hobert's territory, where they can dock and rest. When you come back, just jump off the ship, and I'll catch you. Did you remember? Corwin nodded. I remembered, but. Before he could finish his, but, the Lord grabbed his collar and, as if he had just thrown a stone, threw him into the river. Corwin's mind went blank, and he stood steadily on the deck of the Know-How, with a look of terror. Looking at the surprised expressions of the surrounding crew members, Corwin only reacted after 2 or 3 seconds. He cleared his throat and said haughtily, "We are the reinforcements sent by Baron Hobert." After he repeated what Hobert had just taught him, Captain Dean quickly came over to thank him. Corwin waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. When it was time to return, he completely trusted the Lord's arrangements. He took a step forward and, amidst the exclamations of the crew members, jumped off the ship. Corwin pinched his nose, already prepared to fall into the water. Just then, a gust of wind swept across the river, and this wind actually held Corwin up. The incredulity on Corwin's face immediately turned into a joyful shout, "Yee-haw!" He felt as if he could fly, spread his arms, laughed heartily twice, and flew along the water to the shore, landing steadily in front of the Lord. The crew members on the Know-How were already stunned. Hobert on the shore smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" "It's amazing, Lord. This is the first time I've felt that life can be so exhilarating." Hobert sighed. It's good to be young. Although he outwardly looked only a year or two older than Corwin, his experience of 2 lives made his psychological age at least 40. He remembered the first time he used the low flight ability. All he thought was that this ability would increase his mobility. Yet Corwin exclaimed, "Life can be so exhilarating." Added chapter for everyone's subscriptions. Thank you all for your continuous support. Just finished the last revision, I'll publish them all together. Oh, right, it's the end of the month, so I'll ask for a monthly vote while I'm at it, ******. Back in the study, Hobert asked Corwin, "Have all your family members moved to Jeffrey Town?" "They've all moved here, Lord," Corwin replied. Hobert nodded. "Go call Conrad." A moment later, Conrad arrived in the study. Hobert instructed, "Take people to the former territories of Knight Lewis and Duke Knight to conduct household registration, land, and property registration. Appoint village chiefs for them, or let them elect their own." He paused, then continued, "The first cargo ship to be serviced at Jeffrey Port is about to arrive. Assign 3 people to set up a table and a few chairs in the room next to the hotel, and hang a sign that reads, 'Port Registration and Taxation Office.' This is a registration form, a mooring fee standard, and a tax standard that I got from another port. Use the form as a reference, and temporarily collect taxes according to this standard. The staff in this office will temporarily be under your leadership. Make sure to issue receipts for all money collected and hand it over to Philip." Conrad wrote down all these requirements and, saying, "I'll get right to it," hurried away. Hobert then said to Corwin, "Take a few of your family's retainers to the port to maintain order, and guide Know-How in docking. Let the crew know where to stay, eat, pay taxes, and so on." Corwin acknowledged, then jogged with his men to the port. As soon as he left, Philip arrived in the study with Skora and Vok. It turned out that after several days of surveying, they had already developed a preliminary plan. The two had collaborated to complete a future planning map for Jeffrey territory, to present to Hobert. They were both skilled at drawing, and their map was far more detailed than the simple territory map Hobert had drawn. This blueprint basically met Hobert's requirements. Even areas not designed according to Hobert's requests were due to Hobert's previous lack of geological knowledge, resulting in problematic requests. For such areas, both of them provided solutions for Hobert to choose from. On the blueprint, the less fertile hillsides were well utilized, and in the future, they would be filled with tall and spacious resort hotels. The railway also avoided good farmland as much as possible. Vok suggested that Jeffrey Town expand northward and towards the port. Facilities like a plaza, school, and hospital would be built in the north, while the town government, post office, hotel, and commercial street would be built in the direction of the port. This planning map was very scientific, and Hobert was very satisfied. He immediately had Philip award Skora and Vok a total of 300 gold leathers. At the same time, Hobert made a request. A hotel that common people can afford should be built on the hillside, as well as a hotel similar to a studio apartment, for young people and travelers who enjoy travel. He had even thought of a name for this inn, Youth Hostel. Vok added and modified these two buildings on the spot, and the planning map was finalized. Next, Hobert summoned Roy, who had just finished repairing the dock. I discussed this with Conrad before. The total available manpower in the entire territory is about 1,500 people. Among them, 1,200 are able-bodied young and middle-aged people aged 17 to 47, and 300 are women responsible for cooking and other logistical tasks. In the coming week, all this manpower must be mobilized and divided into 3 large construction sites: town construction and renovation, railway construction, and resort and hotel construction. These 3 sites must proceed simultaneously. Communicate more with the 2 designers and the engineers they brought to use manpower more scientifically. Roy quickly said, I've already communicated several times with the engineers these past few days, and I've gained a lot. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. I will purchase a large amount of medicine and hire several doctors. It must be ensured that anyone who is sick or injured receives immediate medical attention. If the injury is too severe, they must come to me immediately, as I am also proficient in medicine. Everyone in the room looked a bit strange, not understanding what their lord meant. Hobert saw their expressions, paused slightly, and then understood. In this era, no engineering project was without casualties. In their view, since those workers accepted the job and went to the construction site, they should always be prepared to contend with death. Especially in railway construction, due to the lack of flexible large-scale equipment, all materials were transported manually. And the areas through which railways passed were generally far from cities, so railway workers, if injured, often couldn't be sent for medical treatment in time, leading to an exceptionally high mortality rate. Hobert simply made it clear, the doctors will follow the construction sites. Strive for not a single person to die. Furthermore, workers must be given adequate compensation, just like when the Lord's Manor and the dock were repaired. Although calling them to work on the construction site is semi-compulsory, do not treat them unfairly. Philip reminded, in that case, our expenses will be very high. After setting aside money for buying a ship and hiring crew, Geoffrey Territory's account had less than 3,000 gold leathers left. The Lord had given out 326 gold leathers yesterday to those who had performed well in killing enemies, and today he awarded another 300 gold leathers. This meant Philip now had only about 2,300 gold leathers remaining. This amount of money wouldn't even cover the workers' wages for long, let alone 3 construction sites operating simultaneously. I'll figure out the money, Hobert said. You just start the work. He estimated that the money from selling the spiritual materials from the ancient azure dragon beast would soon arrive. Whether it arrived or not, he planned to convert his gold into gold leathers. In that case, even if the territory operated at full capacity, it could cope for some time. If it still wasn't enough, he planned to go on another sea hunt for pirates. Those guys were like walking gold pounds. Additionally, Hobert still had so many extraordinary characteristics in his possession that he could sell a batch for emergencies. He was still far from reaching a desperate situation. Then Roy said, Lord, with our current freight capacity, the construction materials for the sites will definitely not be supplied adequately. Hobert pondered for a moment. Go discuss with the engineers, make a list of the required construction materials and their approximate quantities, and I will figure out a way. Roy, yes. This simple construction meeting lasted until after 10 in the morning. Hobert successively called in Conrad and others, expressing his determination to mobilize the entire territory for large-scale construction, and roughly allocated tasks for the upcoming period. As the meeting ended, everyone heard the clamor coming from Full Moon Lake. Several people came out of the study into the courtyard to look. It turned out that Nohal had docked, and almost half the town's residents had gone to the pier to watch the excitement. Most of them were seeing such a large cargo ship for the first time. Hobert smiled and said, "See. The new era of Jeffrey territory has begun. As the future builders and rulers of this territory, you must prepare in advance." Philip and Conrad, who already possessed some political acumen, almost immediately understood that this was the Lord's political promise. Although the others didn't fully understand, seeing the scene before them, they also became excited. After Philip and the others left, Hobert heard prayers from the country of disorder. He thought the battle far away on the south continent had begun. Upon entering the country of disorder, he realized that Lawrence was reporting that they were ready for battle and were praying for further help from the Creator. Hobert thought, "You're the one who never burns incense until the last minute." But he knew this was a battle concerning the survival of the Bach family, so he had Lawrence build an altar and bestowed upon him 2 order woods. South Continent, Claril City. The Creator's voice appeared in Lawrence's mind. The activation incantation is, "Order." Lawrence bowed his head, seeing the 2 pieces of wood on the altar, praised the Creator. He could, of course, feel the surging power of order contained within these 2 seemingly ordinary pieces of wood. At the same time, Lawrence gained a deeper understanding of the Creator's strength. Such seemingly casual items were, in fact, very high-level magical artifacts. This proved that the Creator's power had reached a level of doing as he pleased, possessing at least the relevant authority to imbue an ordinary branch with such high-level power. Leaving the altar room, Lawrence handed one of the order woods to Chester, who was waiting outside. "I can feel that this is a magical artifact that will greatly help our sequence. Use it at a critical moment." Cheers nodded, a little worried, but even so, the enemy's strength is still considerably greater than ours. Lawrence raised his hand. "We were already preparing for this day when we decided to cooperate with the Fursak people. If the family wants new development, it must leave no existence town and come into contact with new things. If we win this battle today, the family will have a boundless future. If we lose, at worst, we'll just return to no existence town to recuperate for 20 or 30 years." He smiled and said, "Besides, we used to have no faith, but now we do. Go and believe in the Creator. He is the key to our victory." With that, Lawrence left quickly. The battle was about to begin, and he needed to go outside the city to prepare an ambush for the enemy's demigods. But as soon as he left the city, he saw a middle-aged man by the roadside wearing a black clerical robe, with brownish skin and eyes as sunken as a mummy's. Although carriages and pedestrians constantly came and went on the road, Lawrence spotted this person at a glance. Lawrence stopped. Zatwin. This was a Sequence 3 disciple of Silence from the Rose School. Lawrence. Zatwin's tone was a bit awkward, as if his throat had forgotten how to vocalize after a long period of not speaking. "I bring endless despair and the most vicious curses to the Bach family." He said coldly, "We discovered your continuous gathering of personnel in Claril City long ago through sealed artifacts. The reason we didn't actively attack you was that we were waiting for you. This time, we will annihilate all of you. From the Patriarch to every member of the Bach family." As he spoke, 2 more figures appeared behind and to one side of Lawrence, respectively. They were Mahams, whose lips were sealed by metal studs with mysterious patterns, and Jax, with dark brown skin, a face full of wrinkles, and sparse white hair. These 2 were also disciples of Silence, and Mahams was even a student of the Divine Abomination, SUA. Lawrence felt that every pedestrian, every carriage on the road, every leaf by the roadside, every blade of grass, and even every stone and grain of sand on the ground, were all filled with malice towards him. He smiled faintly, took out a red crown, as if stained with fresh blood, from a cloth bag at his waist, and slowly placed it on his head. "Fortunately, we also made some preparations." Maham's sealed lips suddenly opened, and almost at the same time, Jax also opened his mouth. Both of them together unleashed silent curses towards Lawrence. But Lawrence's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by a towering tree. He distorted the position and concept between himself and this large tree. Thus, the target of the 2 disciples of Silence's curses shifted from Lawrence to this large tree. The two disciples of Silence's silent curses caused the large tree to split in the middle, growing 3 branches. One fleshy branch was covered with lidless eyes, each filled with malice. A green branch sprouted various chaotic things like garlic, chili peppers, half a chicken, and a human hand. Another black branch was covered in long black hair, which swayed in the wind as if alive. Screams were incessant on the road. All living beings, including pedestrians and horses, within 20 meters of the large tree, were transformed into grotesque or tumor-ridden monsters due to these 2 powerful curses. Further away, most ordinary people who saw this cursed large tree went mad, and those who didn't were severely impacted mentally. After dodging, Lawrence immediately said, "Prohibition of curses here." The crown on his head was a sealed artifact from a balancer, an inheritance of the Trentsust family, allowing Lawrence to temporarily possess the authority and abilities of a balancer. However, it could only be used for 5 minutes. Beyond 5 minutes, the wielder would either gradually become Order Ized, their extraordinary characteristic would remain, but they would no longer be able to use extraordinary abilities, or the wielder would fall into a delusion, imagining himself to be a king and living in his own fantasy world, with his spirit body never able to return to the real world. Mahams and the others were surprised to find that this prohibition had a very high authority. They were actually unable to defy this law. Zatwin, who had not cast a curse earlier, immediately became ethereal after realizing the conceptual change between Lawrence and the large tree. However, when he approached Lawrence, he found that he couldn't enter Lawrence's body and couldn't complete the possession. This was another sealed artifact of Lawrence at work, which could effectively prevent possession by evil spirits and wraiths. This was the foundation of the Trentsust family. Today, more than 1,000 years after the Night Emperor's demise, Lawrence, as the Patriarch, could still arm himself with a Grade 0 and a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Moreover, these 2 sealed artifacts effectively dismantled the disciples of Silence's most potent curses and possessions right from the start. The other 2 demigod elders of the Bach family also each carried a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was Lawrence's greatest confidence in daring to initiate this battle. Mahams opened his mouth again, letting out a shriek that seemed to pierce eardrums. This was not a curse, but merely an attack on the spirit body. Zatwin, closest to Lawrence, held a long spear made of ice and thrust it at Lawrence. Jax, on the other hand, ran towards Lawrence's rear at an extremely fast speed, preparing to completely surround Lawrence. Lawrence ignored the attack on his spirit body and the icy spear within reach, and once again issued a law: the battle here must be fair and just. At the level of a balancer with divinity, one can not only prohibit, but also issue some laws that are beneficial to oneself. Zatwin's ice spear pierced Lawrence's chest, and the screaming attack followed, causing immense damage to Lawrence's spirit body. However, when the 3 of them launched subsequent attacks, as long as Zatwin attacked, Mahams and Jax lost the desire to attack. As long as Mahams attacked, the other 2 lost the desire to attack. True fairness and justice were achieved. Lawrence also wore a Grade 0 sealed artifact on his head. He was now the law enforcer. He was the judge of whether this battle was fair and just, and was not restricted by the law. At this moment, Lawrence, while dodging Zatwin's attacks, said, "Distortion." He distorted the concept of himself and Zatwin, transferring most of the damage he received to Zatwin. Zatwin felt the severe damage he had sustained. He clutched his chest with one hand and took out a pre-made small straw doll with the other, transferring most of the damage Lawrence had just shifted to him onto the straw doll. Several hundred meters away, a fleeing pedestrian was suddenly encased in a layer of ice. The surrounding vegetation immediately withered, and at the same time, his spirit body was dispersed. Although these damages had been transferred twice, and both transfers were of most of the damage for ordinary people, and even low sequence beyonders and most middle sequence beyonders, it was still fatal. Seeing that Lawrence couldn't be dealt with in a short time, Mahams gave a look to Zatwin and Jax, signaling them to entangle Lawrence. His expression became solemn, and he took out a can of scarlet blood, preparing to pray to the Rose School's angel. "You'd best not do that." A leisurely voice came from the city wall. "The Forsake Empire will surely retaliate for the damage you've caused to Crowley City today." The speaker was Jonas, the iron-blooded knight, a demigod sent by the Forsake Empire. The metal studs on Maham's lips reopened, and he retorted in broken Forsac, "Is the Forsake Empire preparing to help the Bach family?" Jonas spread his hands. "If you fight in the jungle over there where there are few people, I have no objections. The Forsake Empire, of course, would not get involved in this conflict. Even if the Bach family were collaborators, they were unwilling to provide too obvious assistance." The battlefield suddenly became tense. Although Mahams and his group also didn't want a high-level conflict with the Forsake Empire, would Lawrence be willing to leave here? At this moment, a commotion broke out in Crowley City. The battle planned for the afternoon had started early, with the Rose School launching surprise attacks on Bach family members in various locations. Although this completely reversed the Bach family's plan, they also had an emergency plan: immediately concentrate their forces and flee outside the city. The main force of the Bach family was currently ambushed there. As more than a dozen Bach family members exited the city, Lawrence put away the crown on his head and used the method of distorting distance to leave here and head to the designated battlefield. Mahams resealed his lips and followed closely with Jackson Zatwin. Upon reaching the designated battlefield, Lawrence placed his hands under his jaw and prayed with the most devout attitude of his life. Jackson Zatwin stared intently at Lawrence, not launching new attacks, while Mahams knelt on one knee and also began the summoning ritual. Both sides went about their business, as if a temporary harmony had settled between them. Mahams sprinkled half a can of scarlet blood on the ground. "I, in the name of my teacher Sua, summon King of Curses, the most evil monster in history, spreader of grievances and despair, incarnation of endless madness." The scarlet blood on the ground suddenly projected a clear brilliance. The angel of the Rose School, thousands of miles away, felt Maham's summoning in the name of their leader, God's Blight. He immediately entered the spirit world and easily found the location of the scarlet blood. The brilliance grew brighter, outlining a shadow filled with evil and madness. This was a summoning by a disciple of silence, so the ritual was very simple. If a low-sequence Beyander were to perform the summoning, in addition to needing the summoned entity's prior consent, a very complex ritual would be required. Mahams and the other three all smiled and looked at Lawrence, but to their surprise, a surge of power also descended around Lawrence. Simultaneously with the appearance of the Rose School's angel, a giant eyeball appeared before Lawrence. This eyeball's sclera was covered with tiny eyes. This eyeball clearly exuded a mutated aura, yet around it was a holy brilliance where clarity and darkness intertwined. Mutated yet normal, evil yet sacred. Mahams and the others were somewhat surprised. The other party had actually summoned an angel-level monster. A saint. In any case, as soon as the eyeball appeared, they all felt an unprecedented surge of distortion power. The eyeball seemed to possess the related authority of distortion, and it itself was in an extremely distorted state. This was the 100-eyed demon monarch, created by Hobert, who had injected the power of the country of disorder into the black eyeball with the meaning of the knowledge Moor's incarnation, which he obtained from Old Neil's ritual. He has the authority of an angel and can last for 7 minutes, but because he possesses a certain divinity, he is not under Hobert's control. As soon as the 100-eyed demon monarch appeared, he immediately reproduced 2 extremely distorted and powerful figures in midair. The 2 figures were tearing at each other and fighting each other. Mahams and the other 3 immediately felt a huge impact. Both their spirit bodies and physical bodies had suffered irreversible damage and mutation. Fortunately, Belenka, the Rose School's angel, blocked them in time. "Leave here." Then Belenka slightly opened his mouth, and although he said nothing, it was as if he uttered the most malicious curse in this world. The 100-eyed demon monarch was struck by the curse and turned into an ordinary glass sphere, and the phantom in midair gradually disappeared. In the country of disorder, Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, twitched his lips. He hadn't expected the hundred-eyed demon monarch to reproduce the battle between God and celestial venerable right from the start. It is estimated that the Angel of the Rose School also suffered no small amount of damage as a result. Hobert had already protected Lawrence on the battlefield with the power of order, otherwise, this guy would have certainly been harmed by the phantom in midair. Lawrence felt the Creator's protection and, after praising the Creator, left immediately without even daring to look at the battlefield. After moving some distance away, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. That was the power of an angel. Although he was a Sequence 3, seemingly only one level lower than a Sequence 2, Lawrence clearly felt the difference in their tears. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he unexpectedly ran into Mahams and the other three. The four of them exchanged glances. Mahams, almost without thinking, poured the other half-can of crimson blood onto the ground. In the name of my teacher Sua, summon. Incarnation of evil, attendant of the bound god, lingering malice, master of the source of curses. As Mahams began a new summoning, Lawrence was somewhat astonished, but he immediately prayed to the Creator again with a feeling of trepidation. The reason for his trepidation was that Lawrence feared there was only one angel serving the Creator, and no new power could be sent to contend with the opposing angel. In the country of disorder, Hobert was watching the battle between the hundred-eyed demon monarch and Belenka, the angel of the Rose School. The hundred-eyed demon monarch, which had transformed into a glass sphere, suddenly materialized into streams of ethereal knowledge. This knowledge took the form of rolling numbers and characters, obscure and difficult to understand symbols, and books emanating clear brilliance, among other things. If it were an ordinary person, just one glance would cause their brain to explode from the overwhelming knowledge acquired. The ethereal streams of knowledge re-merged, once again forming the hundred-eyed demon monarch in the shape of a giant eyeball. In this way, he broke Belenka's transformation curse. Then, two more illusory figures appeared on the battlefield. These two figures were much clearer, one radiated scorching light, while the other stood on ocean waves, draped in lightning. This was a battle scene from when the ancient sun god reclaimed his authority. The two figures, who had been fighting, looked at Belenka together. The sky seemed to split in the middle. One side was a scorching sun, as if it wanted to dry up all the moisture on the earth, while the other was covered in dark clouds with rumbling thunder. Belenka felt his body being divided by the scorching sun and the thunder. His left body was sweating profusely from the heat, and his right body felt numb from the impact of the thunder. It should be known that, as an angel, he had long forgotten the sensation of sweating, and ordinary lightning had no effect on him whatsoever. The appearance of such reactions was enough to indicate the high level of this reappearance. Belenka's body immediately became illusory, disappearing, and then his figure was reflected in the hundred-eyed demon monarch's giant pupil. The hundred-eyed demon monarch and Belenka shared the damage from the mystical reappearance. Mystical reappearance is one of the core abilities of high-level seer pathway, with various forms and effects. After being possessed, the hundred-eyed demon monarch displayed another scene, the image of a giant bird. She stood on a black pillar, her body covered in feathers composed of pale flames and mysterious patterns, as if everything around her would wither and lose vitality. Her eyes seemed to be cast from bronze, containing layers of phantom gates. This was the undying bird ancestor Gregare. She tilted her head as if letting out a silent cry, and this cry caused Belenka's figure in the hundred-eyed demon monarch's pupil to freeze, suffering severe damage to his spirit body. However, the hundred-eyed demon monarch did not have a solidified spirit body. All his reactions were more like reactions made by extraordinary power and Beander status. In Hobert's view, he was more like an advanced artificial intelligence. Without emotion, without thought, he was merely executing what he considered the optimal solution for attack. The reason Hobert was closely monitoring this battle was his fear that the Angel of the Rose School would abandon the hundred-eyed demon monarch as an opponent. If the hundred-eyed demon monarch then foolishly didn't know to pursue his opponent, there would be no way to stop the enemy angel. If such a situation occurred, Hobert would immediately, prohibition of changing opponent. What he hadn't expected was that the 100-eyed demon monarch had a clear advantage, and Belenka didn't dare to run. If he ran, he would likely fall into complete danger, so he could only bite the bullet and fight his opponent. Hobert then realized that the black eyeball symbolized the knowledge more, and the 100-eyed demon monarch's power originated from the country of disorder. Products of two source materials, although only possessing the Beander status of an angel, they could still suppress ordinary angels by half a head. In fact, Belenka was also a bit bewildered at this moment. Hadn't he been told to harvest the demigods and saints of the Bach family? Why was his opponent so powerful and in such a strange state? Just as Hobert was engrossed in this high-level battle, he heard the sound of prayer again. He glanced at the pool, Lawrence again. Hobert extended his spirituality to the star representing Lawrence. This guy with nails in his mouth wants to summon another angel. Fortunately, the creator also has some stock. On the city walls of Crawlier, Jonas felt the descent of an angel and witnessed the 100-eyed demon monarch's mystical reappearance 3 times in succession. Even from such a distance, Jonas felt his spirit body being impacted. He muttered to himself, the Bach family can indeed receive the help of an angel. He remembered that during the last ambush by the Bach family against the Rose School, an angel had once helped them. Just as he thought of this, Jonas suddenly sensed something and looked to the other side. 2 angels. The crimson blood poured out by Mahams once again projected a clear radiance. As the radiance grew brighter, it outlined a shadow filled with evil and malice. And before Lawrence, a giant sphere also appeared. Half of it was pink flesh, and half was a transparent membrane like a soap bubble. Inside the membrane, a pale yellow liquid filled it, and a completely black infant was curled up in the center of the pale yellow liquid. He looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the infant to the flesh. This was the Holy Infant King that Hobert had created using the bile of the evil god's offspring, obtained in Tingen City. He exuded an aura of order and fallen, and also possessed the tear of an angel, which could last for 8 minutes. Mahams and the other 3's astonishment was already evident. How had they not known before that the Bach family possessed such strong power? To be able to summon 2 angels to assist them. Fortunately, on Maham's side, an image of an old man with a cane also appeared in the crimson blood. Although he was old and decrepit, his eyes were filled with malice, and his whole body exuded an evil aura. The Holy Infant King, who appeared a step earlier, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyeballs were also completely black, and suddenly the surroundings were filled with fallen power. A thick, pitch-black viscous liquid appeared on the surrounding plants and animals. Under the effect of this liquid, life rapidly fell into malice, and plants and animals died in large numbers. Mahams and the other 3 scratched themselves uncontrollably. They felt their bodies had fell, and their bodies wished to tear out their souls, no longer controlled by their spirit bodies, so that their bodies could leap into the abyss of fallen. The 3 of them felt their spirit bodies also beginning to fall, as if a new personality was about to emerge, a personality that wished to enter the abyss of fallen with their bodies. The old man summoned by Mahams, this angel named Kleist, forcefully struck his cane, made of long bones, onto the ground. The head of the cane was a small skull, and a pale light suddenly lit up in the skull's eye sockets. This light was like a continuously expanding ripple, and the pale halo neutralized the surrounding fallen power. Kleist said to Mahams and the others in a hoarse voice, "Leave here." The Holy Infant King's mouth slightly opened, and although separated by the pale yellow liquid and membrane, everyone present still clearly heard his tender and clear voice, "Leave." Mahams and the other 3 immediately felt their connection with the real world breaking off little by little. They were also on the verge of tears. The angel told us to leave here, not to leave the world. Kleist waved his hand at the 3 of them, re-establishing their connection with the spirit world. Although their condition was still a bit strange, they were at least not leaving this world anymore. The 3 who fled in a hurry encountered Lawrence again not far away. Lawrence was about to put on the crown again to fight the opponent, and that crown could still be used for another 3.5 minutes. Just then, they all looked at the sky, where an evil and terrifying power appeared. Mahams was all too familiar with this power, teacher. Then he felt himself being locked onto by his teacher, knowing that his teacher was using him as a coordinate to descend power. He smiled with a mix of excitement and madness. The god of evil Sua is about to descend upon this land. People of the world, tremble. Prepare to face your pathetic fate. A flowing arm with an evil liquid appeared in midair. From these liquids grew pale skull heads, blood-veined eyeballs, tongues with fangs, and various other strange and grotesque things, causing an intensely evil and utterly mad sensation to rapidly spread through the surroundings. Not only Lawrence and the others looked at midair, but the 100-eyed demon monarch and Belenka, who were fighting, also looked at midair. The evenly matched holy infant king and Kleist looked at midair. In another battlefield, the demigods from both sides and the middle sequence beyonders all looked at midair. Jonas smiled bitterly. Things are out of control. If the leader of the Rose School descended, then this battle would no longer be something that the Bach family and the high-ranking members of the Rose School could control. The deterrence of the Forsake Empire would no longer have any effect, and they could only watch as this place turned into a domain filled with strange creatures. Just then, another giant, solidified figure appeared in midair. He seemed to be seated on a throne made of swords, radiating a sacred brilliance that seemed capable of ending all chaos, yet also capable of bringing complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to unconsciously lower their heads and instinctively desire to submit. Jonas, who had the good fortune to witness a divine descent before, unconsciously knelt on one knee, his eyes solemn. Who is this? On the saints' battlefield, Lawrence smiled. The Creator. Praise the Creator. Mahams, the Creator. On the angels' battlefield, not far away, Kleist, Black Emperor. Belenka, Judge. On the middle sequence battlefield, the members of the Rose School were stunned, while the members of the Bach family shouted, the Creator. Praise the Creator. The Creator, in midair uttered an incredibly solemn voice, divine descent is prohibited here. At the same time, he used the power of order to sever the connection between the divine abomination and Mahams, causing the divine abomination to lose its target. The arm, flowing with an evil liquid, gradually faded and finally disappeared into thin air. Kleist and Belenka couldn't help but frown. Lawrence smiled knowingly. Praise the Creator. Mahams and the other three were greatly alarmed. The leader's descent had been prohibited. Lawrence plunged the order wood into the ground. Order. The canopy of the order wood covered an area of several hundred meters around. Just as Mahams and the other three recovered, Lawrence put on the red crown again. Curses are prohibited here. After speaking, he charged at Jax, who was closest to him. Amplify. Jax was greatly alarmed. His current state was very poor, and Lawrence's charging power, after being amplify, became terrifying. Mahams and Zawinter came together to help him withstand Lawrence's impact. Arrogance. Lawrence, having gained the initiative, unleashed a series of moves. He was surprised to find that his extraordinary power, with the blessing of the Order Wood, had become exceptionally strong, even approaching the level of an angel's ability. Meanwhile, Mahams and the other three, having just been affected by the two enemy angels, were in a very poor state. Lawrence fought with increasing ferocity, actually holding back the three opposing saints by himself, and even gaining a slight advantage. Jonas on the city wall. I must immediately send a telegram to St. Milan, the capital of the Forsac Empire. God has appeared on the South Continent. No, it's better to pray directly to the great conqueror, Emperor Peter. General Anthony, standing by, stared blankly at everything. Only today did he realize what the top combat power of this extraordinary world truly was. At the same time, the majestic figure in midair left an extremely deep impression on him. After Jonas left, he suddenly knelt on one knee. If he had such a powerful backer, who would still be a dog for the Forsac people? On the middle sequence battlefield, the projections of the divine abomination and the creator, disappeared one after another. The members of the Rose School were slightly bewildered, but then they launched a fierce attack on the members of the Bach family. On the middle sequence battlefield, Elliot initially used the uncontrolled stone, causing several members to lose control on the spot and a large number of Rose School members to fall into a state of near loss of control. The Bach family seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, gaining a considerable advantage for a time. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. For this operation, the Rose School not only dispatched 3 saints but also 7 demigods, aiming to completely cripple the Bach family. Or even annihilate them entirely. The 2 demigod elders of the Bach family both carried level 1 sealed artifacts, and Chester even had an order wood, but even so, the 2 demigod elders could only hold back 4 of the opposing demigods. The Rose School still had a surplus of 3 demigod elders, and under the suppression of their rank, these 3 demigods caused terrifying casualties to the Bach family. Even when Elliot, under the cover of his clansmen, used the uncontrolled stone again not long after, it failed to change the tide of battle. Elliot, who had been sent flying by an opposing sequence 5, wanted to stand up, but his brain felt deprived of oxygen, and he was too weak to get up. Amidst his heavy breathing, everything before his eyes seemed like a dream. But upon seeing one companion after another fall, Elliot's eyes welled up with tears. He prayed with intense unwillingness. Great, the Creator, for so many years the Bach family has suffered too much. Please be our protector, free us from these sufferings. Please protect my companions, please help us defeat the enemies before us. As he spoke, Elliot wept bitterly, while also waiting with hopeful anticipation for the Creator's response. After about 1 or 2 seconds, a milky white light suddenly enveloped Elliot. Only then did Elliot realize that he couldn't stand up earlier because he had suffered a very serious head injury, and now the wound was rapidly healing. At this moment, a sequence 5 inches wraith discovered Elliot, who was kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly, seemingly having completely lost the will to fight. The wraith revealed an evil smile, his fingernails rapidly elongated, preparing to rush over and chop off Elliot's head. Elliot also felt the malice of the wraith. Just as he was about to dodge, a tall and mighty black figure appeared before him. It had a black ox head but 2 golden deer antlers. This was precisely the Ox Demon King, controlled by Hobert. Hobert's command to it was, withstand the attacks of the demigods on the battlefield and eliminate as many pathway beyonders on the battlefield as possible. The Ox Demon King reached out a hand, which perfectly pierced into the wraith's chest cavity. Then, with its other hand, it grabbed the wraith's shoulder and pulled out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and long intestines. The Ox Demon King dropped the wraith, which was now just an empty cavity, and charged towards a Rose School demigod. The wraith's vitality was incredibly tenacious. Even with its internal organs scooped out, it fell to the ground and did not die immediately. It truly couldn't understand what kind of opponent it had encountered. In the wraith's dying moments, he saw the Bach family member who had just been weeping bitterly. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination, and he mercilessly plunged his knife into the wraith's head, which was no longer protected by the steel skin ability. Elliot shook the blood and brain matter from his knife. That's the helper the Creator sent us. With the Creator's help, we will surely win this battle. The morale of the Bach family members finally recovered somewhat. Organized by several Sequence 5s and with the help of sealed artifacts, they began to resist the attacks of the opposing demigods. Meanwhile, the Ox Demon King first charged under the canopy of the Order Wood. Here, Elder Chester, with the help of the Order Wood and a level 1 sealed artifact on his person, fought 2 Rose School demigods, 2 against 1. But that was all. Defeating his opponents was practically impossible. The Ox Demon King rushed in, distortion. Distortion, the concept of a Rose School demigod with a stone beneath its feet. Then, it stomped on that stone, shattering it. This stomp was akin to hitting the demigod, causing him immense damage. The demigod's figure immediately became illusory, minimizing physical damage. Then, he seized this opportunity to possess the Ox Demon King. But the Ox Demon King loudly declared, "Order." It actually directly locked this Rose School demigod within its own body. The Ox Demon King was a physical entity composed of solidified power, with no concept of a spirit body or a physical body at all. The Wraith Possession ability of that Rose School demigod had no effect on it whatsoever. Instead, he trapped himself in a cage made of the power of order. Now, under the canopy, it became a 2-on-1 fight. Chester seized the opportunity to use arrogance. The other Rose School demigod immediately fell into a state of arrogance. The Ox Demon King seized the chance and slapped his head off. This caused the Rose School demigod to recover from his arrogance state. Blood gushed from his neck, and he bent down to pick up his head and ran. Chester stepped forward and thrust out his crimson sword. After being stabbed, the Rose School demigod immediately fell to the ground and was covered in orange-red flames. This sword came from a sealed artifact formed by a sequence 3 inches war bishop of the Hunter pathway, who died tragically on the Four Emperors War battlefield. This level of fatal attack was enough to completely kill this severely wounded sequence 4 inches puppet. After the Ox Demon King joined the battle under the canopy, 2 Rose School demigods rushed over to provide support, but they were still a step too late. And so, a new battle began, with the Ox Demon King and Chester facing 2 Rose School demigods. These 2 demigods immediately realized they were no match, so the last Rose School demigod also joined this battle. After all the enemy's demigod-level combat power was tied up, the effects of Eliot's 2 uncontrolled stone immediately became apparent. While the Rose School demigods were not greatly affected, many Sequence 5, Sequence 6, and Sequence 7 Beyonders were in a very poor state. Without demigods to lead the charge, their decline was immediately evident, and the Bach family regained the initiative on the battlefield. Hobert, in the country of disorder, seeing that the tide of battle had turned here, turned his gaze to the angels' battlefield. At this time, Hobert heard Lawrence's plea again. On the saints' battlefield, Lawrence was once again in a precarious situation and was begging the Creator for help. Hobert smiled helplessly, not expecting this battle to turn into a call for reinforcements, war. He moved the Black Hound spirit beast from another room in front of him. The Creator has done his best. If you want to call for more people, I can only throw the corpse of the ancient death god into the battlefield. However, in that case, the most likely outcome would be that General Anthony's territory would completely disappear from the map for a long time. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.